There we go. Let me double check, make sure that we're live over here. I think we are. And it'll find us live, of course. I hate when that happens. Let me try this again and see. Right? Gets annoying when it does that. So now I'm gonna have to look for it. See if we're live, double check it. It's being stupid. There it is. Now it says live. Right, let me check the sound. Now it says live. All right, let me turn that off. All right, welcome everybody. I know we're live for sure. Haven't been live in like a week, right? Haven't been live in a week. Been busy. Sorry about that. Been very busy, right? Okay, so let's get some hearts going here, champions, and get some people in here, right? Welcome, 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 Heather. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Tell me where you're at. Ask me your spiritual questions. You can see it right here on the screen, right? See what's going on. I said right when I started my live last week, and some guy said that I said right like 25 times in a minute and a half. Yeah, that was an exaggeration because I don't do that. I do say right sometimes, a few times in a row, but not 25. Right? Okay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is it? A drip chiller? Like that name? Terry, welcome. David, welcome. David McMahon. There's a name, McMahon. That's a good name. That's a big family name, right? That's a lot of rich people with that last name on the earth, right? Especially in sports and sports entertainment. Welcome in, everybody. What are you guys up to today? I haven't been on here for like a week. I've been busy doing a bunch of things behind the scene. We're getting our website up. Been doing a lot of talking to people behind the scenes and writing a forward little, what do they call that? A couple of paragraphs for a buddy of mine's book. I'm hoping that I get into the book. So that'll be kind of cool, right? He's writing a book about spirituality, and that's kind of cool, right? So he's going to quote my book in there, at least, put the book link in there and then, at the end. So that'll be kind of cool. Okay. So welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, right? We had one of our videos on Facebook hit almost 77,000 views today. So that was kind of cool, right? For a reel. It was a short, like a minute and a half or something like that, right? Harley. Is that like Harley Davidson Harley? That's a good name. That's definitely an American name, right? Big D, welcome in. Spiritual, welcome in, welcome in. Missy, welcome in, right? So hit some of those hearts for me. Let's get going here. Let's start talking about stuff. What is the deal? What is going on, right? What's going on in the news? A lot of people are talking about what's going on with that guy, with the orange guy, whose name, if I say, people start going all hookah chooka, cuckoo cuckoo, and everybody decides I'm their enemy no matter what I say, right? Because you guys are trained, you guys are brainwashed from birth to pick a side because they put us into that mentality of caste and pack mentality that everybody is. That's the way they keep us trained. They keep us in this lizard brain, and they've taken away the sacred feminine. That's one of the biggest things that they've edited out of all the scriptures, the sacred feminine, out of just about everything. The only thing that is left in is they even with the Hindu religion, they talk about Kundalini. They don't even tell you Kunda buffer anymore. So even they've eradicated the knowledge of the feminine out of that too. So they've taken it away from everything because there's two energies, right? There's masculine and feminine energy. It's not just called Kundalini, right? Kundalini is the masculine energy, the fire, the red, yellow, and orange. Weird that fire is red, yellow, and orange, bottom three chakras, right? And then the Kunda buffer, which is the feminine, which is the indigo and the violet and the purple, right? So literally you have to realize that they've taken that out of everything. That's why I wrote this book, which you can see right here on the screen, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. Let me bring it up on the screen for you. Ba-bang, right? That's why I wrote that book, because that book is about that. It's about the fact that they took all of this information away from everybody around the world to keep everybody stuck here. And if you don't think that that's true, swipe up, man. Go somewhere else because you're locked into 3D and you're going to think I'm cuckoo anyway, right? You're going to think that because I'm going to start saying things like, like I say on the back of my book, are you guys noticing that things are not the way they're supposed to be? You can sense it, you can feel it, right? Are you noticing that all of the religions aren't exactly the way they're supposed to be? Now, know that I'm a 4-time minister. I have 4 titles in 4 different religions, and I'm also a Reiki master, which makes me, one more time, spiritual, non-religion title. Okay, so I'm not coming from a standpoint of somebody who just is taking shots at religion. I'm a Christian minister and I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. So I'm taking shots at a church that I know, as a theologian, I know is been corrupted. Everything has been corrupted. And and I talk about that. I wrote about that in my book. And you guys are starting to figure it out. Okay. You're sitting here in a matrix that you know exists and you're not quite sure how to get out of here and you're tired of being here. Okay. There's some of us who came here to tell you how to get out of here. We've been coming throughout all of time to tell you these things. There have been some very big ascended masters that have come in the past, right? The last of which would have been that Jesus of Nazareth guy, right? He was a Christ. He came here and he was Christed and he was telling you guys this information. For him, 20 some odd times, we're not sure of the exact number, more than 20 times, people doing the exact same thing came here and did the exact same thing. Okay. So literally this Shiva was the same way. Okay. Thor did the exact same thing. And if you don't believe me, I'll tell you about it. Right. So you have Thor, you have Shiva, you have Moses doing the exact same story. You have Marduk doing the exact same, Gilgamesh, Enlil and Enki, all of these stories that go all the way back in every religion, Thoth the Atlantean, Hermes, Trismegistus, all of these guys were here to give you information about how to get out of here. Lao Tzu, who wrote the Buddha, who wrote the Tao Te Chi, and then the Buddha, even Confucius over there in China. Those people were here thousands of years ago, and they were telling us that. Where can you read the true stories of Thor, Shiva, etc.? You just have to look them up. They're really hard because they've done so much editing that you have to kind of look for older versions of it. Like if you wanted to read the Christian Bible today, you can't read the new international version, the NIV. You also can't read the KJV, the King James version, because those were edited. You have to go back to a version that was edited prior to 329 AD, which is very difficult. But there is one that exists, the Ethiopian Bible, which they finally just translated into English. Right? If you look at the sagas of the Vikings in the 1100s, you can look this up, was the very first time somebody wrote down the sagas of the Vikings. So if you get an older copy of that, you're going to find that's going to be a lot more accurate than you will about other things. So you can read the sagas from there, but they were a tradition just like all the Vikings that were oral prior to writing everything down. So the West says that religion was invented in the 1100s. It's just not true. Right? It was here far before Jesus was. It was just no one wrote it down because it was orally given. But you can find it. So if you get a copy of that, I've researched it. You can get pretty much most of that online. So same thing with Shiva. If you go and look in India, in that culture, they have the Bhagavad Gita and the what else do they have? They have a couple of different edicts and Vedics over there that go way back. So those stories are in there. People just look at them, and at first they thought they were cartoons, then they thought they were just made up, and people took them serious. The Nazis in 1930s took them serious. That's why they adopted the swastika that was on Ganesh's belly, still is, as their symbol. They were also trying to recreate the Vimanas. They made one called Die Glocke, the bell, out of that in the 1930s. So they were literally looking at this stuff from the Hindus, from the Indians in India, as if it was literally a little bit more advanced and not just made up. And people since then have done that even more so in reality. So the stuff that you can read there is a little more accurate. There's also a Bible that you can read that the first 7 books came out of Egypt with Moses. He didn't have them, but the priests did, who left Egypt with the Jews when they went on that 40-year trek. When they finally got back over to civilization, later on in life, some Scottish monks found these scrolls and said, can we get copies of these? And they got copies of them and they added them to the Kolbrin Bible. That's Kolbrin with a K. You should read that because you're going to find the story of the sword and the stone is in there, but you're also going to find 2 more destructions of the earth prior to the flood, prior to those things. So you're going to see corroboration with the Younger Dryas event, and you're also going to see corroboration with the Viking Sutur, the destroyer, and Shiva, the destructor. You're going to find that there was a comet or an asteroid or something that came flying by here and destroyed people 77,000 years ago. And then there was a group of people who lived from 77,000 years ago, the remnants of that, until 38,000 years ago. And then they They got unalived during the Younger Dryas 38,000 years ago. So you can look those things up and actually read them. They're out there, but you got to be careful. Like if you wanted to read the story of Adapa is where you get Adam and Eve, or the story of Adama. The story of Adapa, if you wanted to read like Gilgamesh or the Enuma Elish, those you got to be careful because there's three people, and I have them. There's three people that actually translated them properly, that are scholars. Hold on, I'm going to look it up on my phone here, and I'll tell you the names. So if you guys are actually interested in this stuff, you might not be. I might be just saying this, and you guys might think I'm cuckoo cuckoo, right? Hold on here. I got to get to my memos. In my memos, I have the Sumerian tablets translated by George, that's George Smith, Smith, Samuel Kramer, Samuel Kramer, Cramer, and Stephanie Dolly, Stephanie, Stephanie Dolly, Dalli. Those are the actual scholars in the world that properly translated all of the Mesopotamian scrolls, and they're actually are aware. Hold on, now I'm trying to get back to make sure that we're still alive here. They're aware of the actual translations that are not the translations that Zechariah Sitchin translated in 1947, where he said this race of aliens called the Anunnaki came here, right? So, so you have to realize that was all wrong, and you can read the actual translations by those guys. They're the real scholars who translated it, not the ancient aliens people on History Channel working for Disney. Okay, so you guys should take a look at that, right? So Nico, repent. Do you know that that's a nautical term, Nico? That's a nautical term that was added into your language by the Venetians. The Venetians are your overlords today, and their descendants of them are your overlords. And they added words like, do you understand? And they added words like repent. That's a nautical term that means go back on the course that you came in on, right? So you should look that stuff up before you realize that they changed the words in your scripture so that you would have the word repent. That's not the original word. You should look up an older version of the scripture that you're quoting at me, my friend, and you'll find that out, right? I am a theologian, and I have 4 minister titles, one of which is Christianity, 2, if you count the fact that I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, I was knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic See, right? I have noticed a lot of people who have psychosis talk a lot of Jesus, God. What is your option? What is your opinion? Well, Jesus is the way. I mean, I hate to sound Christian, but Jesus was teaching the way. He is not the only way. He was teaching the way to get out of here. So was Thor, right? If you look at that, I always get Christians mad at me, and then they say, well, that thing was written down in the 1100s, so it was created then. They just stole the story. That religion is about 4,000 years older than Christianity. So if anything, the Christians stole the idea, right? Or the Romans did. So God so loved the earth that he sent his only begotten son down to earth, right? So Odin did the same thing. Odin loved Midgard. Midgard's your heart chakra, by the way. Middle Earth. He loved Midgard so much that he sent his only begotten son down to earth, took away his immortality so that he would be mortal and he had to live amongst the humans. And he ended up doing all kinds of miracles while he was down here, did all the same things that Jesus did, by the way. So did Shiva, so did Osiris, so did Moses. There's a lot more going on with these ancient stories than you guys are aware of. And then became unalived and then was resurrected and then went back across Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, your 33 vertebrae, and went up to Valhalla. Okay, it's just a word that they used for the heavens. So if you actually translate these things and see what the concepts are that you're reading, and then look at these are words that were in another language, right? Like everybody argues today about Jesus and Yahweh and Yahshua, and they say Jesus isn't his real name. Yahshua is his real name. Jesus is actually just a Greek translation of the word Yahshua. Like my name is Leonard, and that's a German translation of the word Leonidas or Leonidas in Greek, or Leonardo in Latin. Okay, means the same thing. Doesn't matter that you say it different, it means the same thing, right? Did Jesus know God if God is asleep? Jesus does know, so do you, my friend. You're just asleep like the Creator. The Creator is sleeping. The Creator is also dreaming, and we are the dream that is happening inside the mind of the Creator. Now you got me going all the way up to 8D now. That'll freak you out for a minute. Think about that one, right? Hutch, welcome, welcome, welcome. So So people, getting back to the original question about psychosis, right? And some people, most of the schizophrenia and the different psychoses that we have now, remember, I'm not a doctor, so what I'm saying to you, TikTok is for entertainment purposes only, because we can't have TikTok banning me because I said something about schizophrenia or whatever. You will find I've taught people this a lot of times. When people are seeing things, it's not always something that is a disorder in the brain. It's actually a bleed over from other lifetimes that happens because you've been on this earth so long, reincarnating over and over and over, that you see things. Quieting the mind can sometimes do those things and help that. I was working with a friend of mine and his wife, and working for them back in 2000 until 2012. And they had a son who was having issues, and he saw a little boy that would run past the door and laugh at him and wouldn't let him sleep, and would talk to him and freak him out, and he couldn't do anything about it except for watch like horror movies. And that would happen, right? Oh, I'll get to that. I'll answer your question in a minute, buddy. That's a good question. And he couldn't do anything about it. And I said, through meditation, you can move yourself into that place where you can quiet the thinking mind, the ego, and the conscience. You can't silence it, but you can quiet it, and maybe that'll help him. And he said, I'm willing to try. His mom said, okay, let's do it. So I taught him how to meditate and worked with him for the whole summer. He was my partner, he's my aide for the whole summer. And I worked with him, and that way we could meditate on lunch, and I could teach him all this stuff. And it went away. He didn't have to take any more medication. He was able to stifle these things through meditation. I'm not saying it's going to work for every single person, but we're finding that instead of being, like in America where they just give you drugs for everything, there's other things that we can do. Okay, so what happened? God just stays asleep. Well, you have to realize this. First of all, we're inside of time. We're moving in a vibration that is so fast. We're so close to the speed of light that time stretches and there's a dilation. We have a past, we have a future, and we have a now. When you get outside of this third dimensional reality and you move to 4D and then 5D and 6D, by the time you get to sixth dimension, halfway through there, you're no longer a physical being. So now you are a non physical light energy being. Time doesn't exist like it does here. Okay. So everything that's happening for us, say, that takes a million years, is like right now, a second. Just like when you dream, have you ever watched any kind of dream studies, or realized that you were sleeping in bed and you had this dream and it was super long and you never thought you were going to wake up, and then you wake up and it's morning, it hasn't been 5 hours, it's just been that moment. If you ever watch any dream studies, you'll find that people, they enter into what is called rapid eye movement, REM, the REM state, the rapid eye movement state. And what's happening is they're dreaming outside of time. In your mind, there is no time like now. And when people go into that state, they'll have several dreams over the course of the night. And if you wake them up after each dream and have them write it down, you'll find out that it could be hours or days in their dream. And when they recorded it, it was a second and a half, 2 seconds. So you have to realize that there's a lot more going on here than just what we perceive as time. Okay. And when people say, "Is there any proof that that God is sleeping?" Yes, look at all of your ancient religions and the creation story, like the Japanese creation story, the Viking creation story, and a few others from the Middle East, where they say they're including the Enuma Elish with Marduk. His great grandmother was Tiamat, the dragon, the goddess, and he had to unalive Tiamat. And then the same thing happened with the frost giants, where they unalived this giant. I remember what his name was. He had a dorky name. It was funny. I always read his name and went, "That's a funny name for a giant." In the Viking sagas, and there was one in Japan who did the same. He helped build the Japanese islands, and he went to sleep and he was in the way, so they unalived him. And then they took the skull of these sleeping giants, because they weren't unalived, but they were sleeping, right? So they weren't actually gone, they were just sleeping. And you can read that in all of these texts. And they took the skull, and the skull is the dome of the sky. So these were metaphors, not saying we're literally living inside the head of this big giant who's so big that we can't see the inside of the skull. Where'd the brain go, by the way? Never mind that now. It was actually metaphors to tell people that we're actually inside the mind of the creator, right? God's dreams. Yes. Yes, Amber, you're absolutely right. Okay. If we don't ascend, let me see what you're saying here. So the Kundalini, I'll get to that too. Let me get to that first. Okay. So you guys are asking questions. I better get to them, right? So the creator is asleep and we are waking up. the creator is becoming. So as we become awake, the creator is becoming awake. To answer your question, God will wake up. What is the deal with Kundalini? I woke up early on Monday after I felt Kundalini going up to my throat. Kundalini is the same as the Christ oil. It is the telling of the Christ oil that happens within us that I wrote about in my book, which is right here on the screen. Let me pull it up for you. That I wrote about in my book. I didn't make up the Christ oil. The Christ oil is something that is ancient, and it goes back to every single religion on this earth. And the telling of Jesus is the telling of the Christ story, the telling of all of these people that I was talking about. Thor going across Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. That is your chakras. So the Kundalini and the Kunda buffer. Kundalini is masculine energy, by the way. Kunda buffer is the feminine. That's why there's two of those fires, two of those energies. One is the yellow, orange, and red colored fire, and then the other one is the blue, purple, and violet, or violet, indigo, and purple, which are the upper three chakras, feminine. So that energy coming up to you, I'm a Reiki master, and we teach that when you're pulling energy from the universe and expanding your consciousness, it comes from that. I don't know what your sun sign is, but you might have been on your Christ oil. There is a Christ oil that happens between in all of us once a month, whatever your zodiac sign is. The moon moves in through your zodiac sign. And if you happen to be on your Christ oil and you were dreaming of the Kundalini, it was because it was actually happening to you. It's very possible that it was happening to you. I don't know what your sun sign is, and I don't have my calendar right here to look, so I would have to look online to find out, right? If we don't ascend, we just reincarnate over and over here. Yeah, normally it takes between 7 and 10 lifetimes. When the first time you become self-aware, you're a dog, a cat, a bird, a snake, something, an animal that's two-dimensional. And then you realize that you are something, not just living on instincts. You realize you have a self-worth. I am something. Our pets move faster because we name them and talk to them like they're real, and we start calling them by that name, so they become associated with a name and they realize they are someone. Okay, so once they pass in that two-dimensional life form on this planet, they would become a human, and a few other things that freaks everybody out, so we'll just stay on the human part. They become a human, and then they're self-aware for the first time, and you're veiled, you don't remember anything, you get born, and then it's usually between 7 and 10 lifetimes, somewhere in that time period towards the end, between 7 and 10, reincarnating over and over and staying veiled, you start to become unveiled. So if you don't, and then here's the bad part, okay? So that's in a normal third dimensional planet. Okay, this one is a little bit harder because it's voluntary only. Hate to tell you that, kids, you guys all volunteered for this on purpose to do this, so it makes it a little bit harder, but that's not the hardest part. The hardest part is that bad people came here and they usurped the control over this matrix by taking away from you the knowledge of how to get out of here, and they're using your focus to focus on what they want, their legacy wealth, their legacy money, building things for them so that they can go into space and keep you guys all here. Okay, so how do you ascend? How much do you have to be? How much? What is that? How much niceness? Truly, you only have to be 51%, just over 50% in service to others to actually ascend. It's not very much, but you also have to unlock your third eye. So most people are already over 51% because 86% of the population is in fact good people in service to others. Only 14% are evil in service to self, and only 1% of them are like the really evil ones who own everything, like Genghis Khan or Adolf Hitler or somebody that bad, or, all these politicians that think they own the world, those names of families that you guys know that, like the Red Shield and things like that. That in English is the Rockefellers and things like that. So they're keeping all of our focus away from spirituality, and they're rewriting history by just taking out the knowledge so that you don't see it. And so when you go to a church, they don't teach it to you anymore. They teach you, wait here, and we'll tell you how to get out of here. And you just have to keep coming here and live a great life. And then in the end, you'll be rewarded in the afterlife. And that's not how you get out of here. So they're keeping the information from you. At some point, the process, do you become what is that? Your own whole inner universe and host to experiences and others. Well, yet you're already doing that. You're just unaware of it. Okay. So you're not in the universe is in you. Okay. You're already doing that. You just don't. Let me say that again. You're already doing it. You're just unaware of it. Your focus determines your reality, and our collective focus determines this collective consciousness, this collective reality. Okay, so if we all said no money, there wouldn't be any money. There'd be no need for it. If we all said free energy, there'd be free energy. If we all said we all have whatever we want, and then we would all have whatever we want, right? So that's because our focus is we have to have money. We have borders. We have to have money. We have to abide by their rules and their laws, and they're in charge, and they own it all, and they own us, and they own all the land. That's what they're telling us. So they keep us in this pack mentality, right? And we're running around and we're choosing sides everywhere we go. They do that from the very beginning, that you're playing sports and you're choosing sides against the other team. You're competing against the other team. And then as you grow up, you just continue doing that, and then you're going to war. And you're unaliving people in other countries. And then when you come back, you're politics. That's the religion of evil. Okay. I'm already God waking up inside myself. Good, right? But does Hutch then have other wake inside of him on a top, right? Others to wake up. Um, well, I mean, you have yourself. We're ultimately only responsible for ourselves. The problem is that as you start to wake up, you immediately start yelling at everybody else, right? You're asleep. You need to wake up. And you have to at some point move past that anger stage and realize they're all going to be exactly where they are because they walk their own path. And you have to allow them to be where they are. The only thing you can do is go like this. Here's some tools. You're going to need these in the future. And if they go, get those away from me, you just walk away. You go to find somebody who wants to listen to you. But yes, even when you wake up, to go further, when you wake up, in this third dimension, you're going to move into fourth dimension, and you still have the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth, the ninth, the 10th, 11th, and 12th, and into the 13th before you merge back with the creator. But when you're outside of time, so it doesn't take as long. From your perspective down here, it's a long time, but when you're outside of time, it's all just now. So it becomes easier, but it's also harder because you have other things that you have to learn that's non-spiritual. But the truth is, it doesn't take as long as you think that it does. And a lot of you guys came from a higher plane of existence anyways, so you're not going to go just into 4D. You'll do that until this life is over. Once we solidify this societal structure and this logos into 4D, we won't have to stay here. So some of you already were supposed to graduate and you just haven't, because those guys got you stuck when they got here, right? You can't change someone. They will attack you. Yeah, agreed. 100%, Forrest. You have to allow them to be where they are. Otherwise, yeah, they'll find you, intimidating, and then they'll get angry and they'll lash out at you. Absolutely. So you have to allow them to be where they are. My immediate reaction to waking up was bliss and no sense of urgency for anything. Well, see, that's what happens. See, here's the thing. The reason that we have the veiling is because when we were all awake, we had no sense of urgency, and the creator was like, fuck, man, I'm lazy. I need to change something. So we got the veiling, and then we got the boogeyman, right, to come after us. Right. I heard from the CIA files that cartoon realities are real too. The Roger Rabbit movie, that's hilarious. Everything that you can possibly imagine, truly, you can create. That's the scary thing that freaks people out. So you can create a reality where that exists. But is it, just like that? No, but it's still kind of cool because, in a sense, we created it, didn't we, with that movie? So with that movie, when everybody's watching that movie, it is in our minds, we're holding that as a place. And so that place is existing just like every movie is existing. That's why they have you focus on what they want you to see. And then they don't care if that place stays in somewhere as a fractal of this reality. The more it gets fractured, the more they are solidifying you in this place. So they don't care. They want to see that happen, right? Right. So you have to realize that, right? It's infinity. It really is. You know it is. Sorry, train going by. It really is. That's the thing that'll blow your mind, Hutch, and I'm sure you've done it, and that's why you're saying that. When you expand your consciousness, hold on while that train goes by, right? In case they honk again. When you expand your consciousness to the true, to that infinite, to that what is the creator, what is this place, and it literally is infinite, which means, and I argued with people. I was a physicist in college, and I argue with people when they're saying the fractals are a smaller infinity and there's a different size infinity. I'm like, you do realize the word infinity means infinite. It means forever. It means never ending. You can't have a short infinity and a long infinity. That's not infinity when it's short. It's finite. Okay, so something that is infinite, that's where you get the word infinity, infinite, meaning not finite, meaning forever. So you can't have a small infinity. What you're doing is you're looking at perspective, and this is what they do with the fractals. When you look at the fractals,
You're looking at the fractals from your perspective. And as you zoom in on the fractals, you're not realizing that you're actually getting smaller as you're doing so. You're not actually expanding that universe. You're looking smaller and smaller the same way you would if you were looking through a microscope and you went 100 times, 200 times, 1,000 times, a million times. You're seeing things brought up to the screen to make it look like they're huge, but in fact, they're not. When you back out and don't look at it, it's gone, it's tiny. Same thing's happening with fractals, and so people haven't been able to be mature enough to wrap their mind around the fractals. And they're like, well, look, that's a little teeny infinity, and when you zoom it in, it's as big as that other one. It always is. It is as big as that other one. It is forever, just like that other one. There is no difference. It's a loop, and it continues on forever. It's supposed to do that. So people have they don't fathom that. The 3, 6, and 9, the 9 energy being the Higgs boson, is what turns those energies over on themselves. So the 3 energy, I'm just saying 3 energy, say it's going outward and outward, 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 and the 6 energy is going inward. It's going counterclockwise. Say the other one was going clockwise, right? Just for the sake of argument, and the other one's going counterclockwise. That energy will continue going into nothingness and continue going into subatomic unless it is turned over on itself. And the 9 energy in mathematics and the 9 energy in this reality, in this universe, actually flips that energy instantly over on itself, and it starts spinning the other direction and jumps into that stream that's now going outward. And then when it gets all the way outward, like it's going to go past where the globe is, that 9 energy again flips it over on itself, and it immediately takes a violent turn. It takes that there's that nautical term again where it repents, and it literally starts spinning the other direction and goes back inward. So it's infinite, and you get that figure 8 energy. I don't know if that's paradox. Yeah, the paradox of infinity, right? So we call that quantum weirdness in science because people don't they can't fathom that concept. It really blows people's brain out when you try to explain to them how that works, right? But it's getting better. Well, and Occam's razor too. I like that because, in a sense, it is Occam's razor. A toroidal field is an Occam's razor. It's predictable because it is what it is. It's the golden mean ratio and the Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci sequence is the blocks turning, right, making the triangles, and then the that's the Fibonacci sequence, right, and then the golden mean ratio is the outside arc of the points all the way around. One's masculine, one's feminine. Nature is masculine, and the spiral on the outside is feminine. That's why you see that spiral on the goddess with the sacred feminine at the solar plexus all over the world. You see these spirals all over the world because they're trying to tell you that the secret to the universe is in that feminine, not in the masculine. And so that's why they had to that duality. Yes, yes. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So the balance of that duality is the way that is out of here, and that's why they've turned all the religions into monotheistic or even polytheistic but male dominated religions, and they pushed over the sacred feminine in all the religions that are currently active on this planet today. I don't think there's any that, except for like Wicca, that has goddesses, but the Viking does as well. They have gods and goddesses, and they're equal, right? So Odin, everyone knows about Odin, but they don't know about his wife Freyr. Freyr is equal to Odin, not subservient to Odin, and they don't want you to know that. The same thing with Jesus and Mary Magdalene. They wrote her out and called her a whore, said that she wasn't even somebody that was should be knowing, right? So she was just some chick, and they always put her in, like even in the television series The Chosen, she's as far away from Jesus in every scene as she could possibly stand and still be on camera. Always, she's never next to Jesus because they don't want you getting the idea that they were married, but they were. Okay. Right, so you don't believe your eyes, right? That was crazy. I know, Amber, that is crazy, but it's true, right? But they are, what is that? Lehona, is that what you're saying? I'm not sure if I'm saying that word right. I apologize for that, right? So, yeah, so they did that to us on purpose, and they've edited everything out. Anybody who's a real theologian, I just wrote that in a thing that's hopefully going in my buddy's book as he's writing about this stuff. And he asked me if I would put together a couple of paragraphs to put in the beginning of his book. I'm hoping that he puts it in, um, because it's from this book right here, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. That I literally talk about, in his book, I literally say, they've taken out all of the there's two things that have been edited more than anything else in all of the scriptures. right? First of all, the scriptures themselves, and now we're finding stuff all over the world that we know that was taken out, and people are saying, no, that's not true, and they've been saying that that's not real, and those aren't real until we find out that they are. Okay. And so people don't want to believe that. So you have but then if you look at the Bibles, you can Google this, how many pages are in all the different Bibles, and they'll tell you that the Christian Bible, the Roman Catholic Bible has more books in it than anybody else, but the normal Christian Bible, if you're a Christian and you're going to church, you have the smallest Bible out of everybody in the world. And then you have the Mormon, or not the Mormon, no, the Mormon, no, the Lutheran. The Lutheran has more books than the Roman Catholic have more books. Then the Eastern Orthodox Church has more than the Roman Catholic, and then the Ethiopian Church has all of the books that were edited out. Those were all the books that we found in the Dead Sea area, the Nag Hammadi, all of these different places. Everyone said that's just crap, and it wasn't in the Bible ever. It's in their Bible, and their Bible dates back to the first century. Okay, so their Bible dates back to before the year 100. So it literally is the oldest Bible in the history of the world that has dealing with Christianity. And it has books in the Old Testament that are no longer in there, and way more, like 60 books that are not in the New Testament. Okay. So yeah, I am, yeah, right. So yeah, I am God and so are you. Right. So that's where they tried to say, because he said that, well, he is God, so therefore the Trinity. Right. But what he was telling us is the same thing that I'm telling you. You are God. I am God. This is all God. Right. We're supposed to realize that all those old tellings of how the world got here was we're inside the mind of a sleeping God. Okay, that was what we were supposed to be learning, and they took that information out, but it's still in the different books, still in different, at least like 7 or 8 religions still have a telling of this ancient sleeping God that created everything that became unalived because they got in the way or they were sleeping, and now they're not unalive, but they're asleep, and we're inside the head, living in the head. Okay. So right, yeah, I won't ruin the surprise. So literally, I love I love that. So literally, then you have people that are saying that Jesus was telling everybody one story, and then he secretly told John and James, here's the real story. That's just not true. He actually taught that. If you look at if you look at the Bible as it stands today, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, then it goes to the Acts of the Apostles before it goes to the Book of Romans. Okay. So the Acts of the Apostles happens 40 days after Jesus resurrected. And if you read that, you'll find that they said Jesus just left. So he was there for 40 days. He didn't go, look, Thomas, at my wounds, gotta go, wait here, I'll come back. He never said that. He was teaching them something different. So the book that John and James got that Jesus was teaching them was, okay, you guys are teaching people the basics. Now you guys need to understand why I'm teaching the basics. And here's the advanced stuff that you're going to have to teach. Okay. Once you get them thinking about the basics, here's the advanced stuff that's going to take them, to 4D, 5D thinking. And he was telling them that. Then that got taken out and thrown away because people didn't want you to know that information. And now that we found it, you have the Gnosis religion popping up and saying that that's the true one and that the other one doesn't count. Not true at all. It was always in there, and it's actually in the Ethiopian Bible. Right, the Book of Jubilee, the Book of Enoch, a whole bunch of books that they claim were crap are actually in that because they walked away from the Council of Nicaea in 324 to 329 AD. They said nope, and when they left with their Bible, and they kept it hidden the entire time. They have proof of that. So it's not just like they put it together in the last 20 years and then told everybody. They actually have ancient manuscripts that people have dated to the first century, to like the year 90. Okay. The year 90. That's 300 years before, or 270 years before Constantine changed the Bible. Okay. What is the difference between subconscious and, what's the word? I got to go back up. Subconscious and conscious mind. The subconscious is where you go when you're sleeping or in your daily tasks that tells your heart pump, your lungs to breathe. When you think, move my hand, the subconscious of your body tells your body what to do. So when you think of a concept, like I was just thinking of the concept of what I'm going to tell you, the brain inside this head then starts putting together the words to articulate that to you guys so that you can understand what it is that I'm saying. That's the subconscious. The subconscious is that part of you that is operating on its own, that's kind of a lizard brain that operates on its own. And that's where they're trying to keep us as close to as possible with all of this stuff in that lizard brain, because you're easier to maneuver and tell, and they can, gaslight you and mind wipe you, right? Thank you, Lee. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. So thank you for following me. So literally, you have to realize that that's what they're doing. And I wrote about that in this book right here, The Reality About Reality. I'm not the only one talking about it. So it's not something that I made up. This isn't something that I just, oh, look, this is what I found out. Talking about the Christ oil is talked about in a book that is taught in theological colleges in the United States. I know this because my brother, I think he's still in the theological college. He hasn't graduated yet. Back in May of last year, I was talking about my book and I was talking about the Christ oil. And he said, in my class, our teacher was talking about God Man, the Bible made flesh. Do you know that book? I said, I have a copy of it in my library. I just haven't read it yet. He said, you need to go get it. So I went and got that book and looked at it. That was made in like 1948. And I knew that it was something I needed to read, but I hadn't before I published my book. Wish that I had, because I would have referenced that in my book when I was talking about the Christ oil, that you guys need to go and look at this book because it's also, I mean, almost word for word. I wish that I had saw that. I would have given it a freaking shout out so people would immediately know that I'm not making this up. There's other people that are theologians that are teaching this to other theologians and people that are not being bought off to protect this information. Okay. And literally that's what's going on is they're keeping people from yeah, it's very much real. Yes, it is, Amber, and they're keeping that knowledge. There are two things that they have edited out of the Bibles, all of them, all the scrolls in history, as quick as they can. Two things that are mainstay. The first of which is the sacred feminine. Get the sacred feminine out of there because humans are easier to control when they're in that fear mind, that lizard brain, that pack mentality brain. So get the sacred feminine out of there so they're more bellicose, there's more warlike, they're more greedy, easier to control with fear, things like that. So your life expectancy drops. That's the fall of man. Your life expectancy drops to about, if you go back in time to 250 years ago, the life expectancy was about 35 or 40 years old. And now we're living longer again because of war and famine and all of this debauchery because everybody was living in physicality and they weren't doing anything with the Christ oil within their body. So because of that, they had a shorter life. Okay, shorter lifespan. The more people become spiritual, the longer their lifespan, because even subconsciously or superconsciously, you don't realize that you're actually doing things that you need to do at the time of the Christ oil in your body. So if you hit and miss even half of it, you're going to be far more awake than you already are, right? So you have to realize that, but it's just me being evil to myself. That's also, well, you have to realize that when the dichotomy, the fight, and that's the other thing too. When people say we have to, you get to that place where you're waking up, you get mad, then you want everybody to wake up, and then you want everybody to save the earth because the evil bad guys are taking over. It's an ecosystem. It's the yin and yang. That's why they show you that Visica Pisces, the yin and the yang. It's actually an ecosystem that is a natural balance, and the world's not going to come to an end. It will always exist. It will always be. They want to do what they can to put as many people asleep. So they want to culling to unalive as many people as they can because then we get veiled again and they can be in control again. So they're trying to do that, but the world's not going to explode into nothingness, and it's been here long before us. It'll be long before after us. So that's not going to change, and you have to learn that. You have to get to that point of realizing that the war is within you. Okay, you're supposed to fight the battle within yourself to either be self-serving or in service to others. And if you're in service to others, then you don't do what the ego wants you to do. Okay. So yeah, and you're making yourself stuck. That's right, Hutch. You're making yourself stuck because the more you stay focused on what they want you to be focused on in this place, which is clicks, likes, money, fame, power, glory, whenever you want that and popularity, that's third dimension. You can get very rich if you focus on that, but you'll never get out of here. You'll be stuck here. Okay, you have to be like 95% evil to graduate to 4D in evil. So you have to do like Genghis Khan or Adolf Hitler or somebody who like unalives mass amounts of people. Okay, you have to do that to graduate. Otherwise, you're stuck here. No one realizes that until they've been stuck here for a while. Then they switch over to the other side and then they move out. Right? Ione, welcome, welcome, welcome. So you have to realize, welcome in, welcome back, I should say, because you were here before. So you have to realize that battle is going on within you, and if you choose to be self-serving, you can do it all you want. You can do it all you want, but you're going to stay here. So if you don't like this place, you want to get out of here, change you, be the change you want to see in the world. I didn't make that up either, right? That came from Mahatma Gandhi and a couple of other people. We have that hashtag be the change. Once you remember, of course, you love everything. It's all you and it's all perfect. Yeah, no joke. True story. Once you do that, you start looking around, you look at the trees, you look at the birds. That's why I said on, I think it was my last podcast or maybe the one before that, that you could be sitting at a bus stop with someone next to you. You could be sitting there saying the world's going to hell in a handbasket. We're all going to die tomorrow at Tuesday. Or I mean, so, Tuesday at 7, we're all going to be unalive. We're all going to just blow up into space. And you could be sitting next to somebody that's going, this is the most beautiful place I've ever seen in my entire life. It is literally Eve, or the Garden of Eden, and it's just beautiful. And you would get angry with them. How can you not see this stuff? Because they don't choose to focus on the negativity. They choose to focus, not Tuesday, right? Not a Tuesday. I know, right? That's funny. I just used that because I used it last time. It came to my head. Not on a Tuesday. Yeah, no, really, right? Friday would be better. Friday the 13th, right? We can go with the stupid stitions and go, ooh, Friday the 13th. Well, the 13th happens every month, falls on any other day but Friday, and no one cares. Falls on a Friday and everybody loses their shit. That story goes back to 1207. I'm finding out that it wasn't 1207, it was 1208 now. It used to be 1207 on a different timeline. Goes back to the Knights Templars and the Pope in Rome and the King in France deciding that the Templars were too strong and they had more money because they both owed them a ton of money. They had more money in the land. So they decided to arrest them all, and they had a list of all the names. So on Friday the 13th in 1208, which it was 1207 forever, and all of a sudden it changed. If your name was on that list, bad luck, you got arrested. Well, 99% of all the Templar Knights and all of their wealth and all of their property and all of their everything disappeared overnight. So they didn't get anybody. They just got the people who stayed behind to give them something to do, and they tortured those guys, unalived them, and burned them at the stake and called them heretics and all this stuff, right? But they never got anything from the Templar Knights. Okay, so if your name was on that list, it was bad luck, and that's where the unlucky number 13 came into play. And now here we are, 1,900 years later, and everybody likes tripping on that. Do you really come in without forgetting? Yeah, I have. Yes, you can. Some people do. There's a few of us that do that. I came in with no veiling in this lifetime. I designed my life so that everything would line up perfectly. I'm ascended master, a 33 life path. I was born at night at 9:27 p.m. If you do the math on that, the 7 and 9, right? 2 and 7 is 9. 9 plus 9 is 18. 1 and 8 is 9, right? So hex boson, hex boson, hex boson, right? I come in. I'm on the cusp of Leo. My name is Leo, right? My name, Leonard Edward O'Neill, literally is a title. Leonard means Lionheart. Edward means guardian. O'Neill means bloodline of champion of the people. So I literally came through with the title as my name from a family name as Lionheart, guardian, champion of the people, right? Then when I went to go get baptized, I wanted Gabriel, and the nun said, no, you need to be baptized Saint Leo. This was back in 2002, and I wasn't doing this yet. And she said, you're going to need this. And Leo was the patron saint of the spoken word, God's word on earth. So I was baptized with Leo. So there's Leo again. My initials are Leo, Leo, the lion. My name is Lionheart, right? And then I was born on the 13-month calendar. I'm a Leo, right? So everything lined up perfectly. The parents I have, the DNA, I'm also typo negative. So is my wife. So is everybody in our family. So all these things I designed to be the perfect storm so that when I got here, there was no veiling. So I could do what I'm doing now and tell you guys what's going on and help you. Who else here has actually remembered the firsthand and knows? There's a title, Melchizedek. There's a guy in ancient history here on the planet. His name was Melchizedek, and he remembered everything. And that goes back, I think, before Jesus. You can look up Melchizedek. And then there's a title now where you have this Melchizedek Brotherhood. There's a guy, his name is Drumvalo Melchizedek, that is alive. I can take that title, but I hate titles, so I'm not taking that title. I can take that title because I am a Melchizedek. I remember every life I've had. I remember who I was in history and every life on this earth going back 128,000 years. Then I remember where I was before I was here. Okay. So there is a title that's called Melchizedek. You can look that up, right? It's a long word, but it was a guy from the Bible, and then they named everybody. There it is. Thank you very much for that. Melchizedek right there. If you guys look that up, Drumvalo is right, what is that? Is a fallen system. Drumvalo is, I'm wondering about him. He was doing some really good stuff, but I wonder if he got paid off, right? I worry about some people where they get, like that. But it doesn't matter if you didn't design your life to do this. You're entitled to it, and you guys, everybody that's here, we're supposed to already wake up, and you're stuck here. So every single person on this earth in this lifetime can wake up and be unveiled, unless you're here in the first life, second life, third life, or fourth life, then there's a very good possibility that you're not going to. So there's still going to be some people that just won't wake up and they're going to go, you guys are crazy, man. That's a Mandela effect. And you just nuts. I don't know what your problem is. Those people, this life ends in this lifetime, they'll be collected and they'll be moved to another third dimensional planet that sustains third dimensional life, and then they'll be veiled again. They'll never even know they were here. Right? I'm gonna take a drink of my coffee. TikTok, this is not alcohol. I do not imbibe alcohol. I should probably stop drinking the caffeine too, but I don't. Okay, so yeah, Drumvalo been compromised. Yeah, I was starting to wonder that about him about 12 years ago. I was, because there was some stuff, the way he talks, he giggles a little too much for somebody like he knows something, right? It's kind of like Daryl Anka today. Daryl Anka was doing great channeling, and then all of a sudden he's now working for Gaia, and he goes on Gaia after channeling Bashir, who said that we were not created by aliens. All of a sudden he goes on Gaia and he's talking on Gaia and says aliens came down here and created the humans, right? Penny, welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, I agree with you, Wicked Wolf. I agree with you. I think he's been compromised. I don't know what happened. He got old, right? The guy's like in his 70s or 80s now. He got old, and at some point, maybe he just got arrogant and decided that he wanted some money. He wanted want my piece. And so he got it by people paying him off, and then he's saying things. I'm seeing a lot of that happening, and I'm hoping that Daryl Anka's not doing that. It looks like he is, and I'm investigating him now because that's somebody who was actually saying some really good things about the reality about what's going on here. So I got to find out if he's actually doing that, right? Merkaba chakra is the control system, absolutely, because you have those kundalini kunda buffer energies, the feminine energy, the masculine energy is the bottom, and it goes clockwise, and the feminine energy is at the top facing down, and it goes counterclockwise, and that makes up that Merkaba. That's your heart chakra. That's the balance of the masculine and feminine. That is the Vesica Pisces, the yin and the yang, that sits right here in the center of your body. That's the center point where your soul actually resides. You don't reside in here, you reside in your heart. Your heart is the light of the universe. Your heart is the light of the world. Your heart is your light of everything. That's why you see, like in the reels that I make and other people, where you'll see a person like whose energy floating in the air, and you'll see that the heart is where the energy is coming from. Right. So yeah, no, yeah, and we're not made by the Anunnaki. That word was translated wrong. I gave you guys the names of the 3 people who actually translated that scroll. Zachariah Sitchin translated it wrong back in 1948. Translated it wrong in 1947. Things have changed in the timelines recently. And he said the god Anu because he thought it was Akkadian. Well, the god in Arcadia, who were Greeks, was Anunan, not Anu, right? And then he skipped over the word Na and went to Ki and thought that meant that came. So then he writes a story, and he uses like Enlil and Enki and Gilgamesh. He knows a little bit about them also written down there, and he uses that and he makes up stories and he integrates that stuff and makes up stories and translates it wrong. Then in 2012, Giorgio Tsoukalos, who's a friend of mine, but we don't get along when it comes to this, Giorgio Tsoukalos, needing ratings for his show on History Channel's Ancient Aliens, he quotes Zachariah Sitchin and said the god Anu came down, and that was what renewed their ratings, because now there was proof in history that somebody translated a scroll that said aliens came here and created the human existence. There's nowhere in those scrolls where it actually says that aliens created the human existence at all. That story goes back to the story of Adapa. It goes back to the archons, which actually translate. Let me translate the word archon. Remember, we talked about that before. My name is Leonard. That's a Middle German word. Leo means lion, and the Nard means heart. That name in Greek is Leonidas or Leonidas, depending on whether you're in Southern or Northern Greek. Okay, that means lion heart. Okay, so that also means Leonardo if you're speaking Latin. Right. So if I'm French, or I'm, anybody who speaks a Latin derivative, Spanish, French, Italian, Leonardo, that means Lionheart. Okay. It doesn't mean that those names are different. They're exactly the same. They're just spoken differently. Okay. So looking at the archon and the concept of the archon, for those of us who are theologians, we read this stuff. What is that whole thing, the story that's going on? It's the story of creation, and the creator created the archons. The archons are what you know as the archangels, and the archangels had the ability to create, and they created the agigi. The agigi are the angels. Okay, just translated into modern day English, and the concept of what you're learning is that. So the Ajiji were taking care of the earth, and they got lazy and said, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to manage the earth. We need to create somebody new. So the Archons, who they say is the Anunnaki, the Archons created, he even got this wrong because they created the new ones. Anuna, key is the new energy. Okay, so it actually translates down here into that actual language as son of the priest or son of the prince. Doesn't mean aliens from space. Doesn't mean a god at all. It means the son of the prince. That's why some people are now translating the story of Adama or Adam and Eve as aliens who came down here and took control of the earth, because they're aware that the translation was wrong. And then what's his name, Giorgio Tsoukalos, in 2015 went further and said those from the heavens came. So now what was the god Anu came to earth is now those from the heavens, and they've just been running with it. History Channel, Ancient Aliens, people making money all over the world, chasing everybody, right? So Adam Adapa, right? So the story of Adapa instead of Adama, right? So Adam and Eve, not Adam and Eve, but Adapa. It was actually Adapa and Lilith. That's where you get the story of Adam and Eve, with Lilith being there first, by the way. It was Adapa and Lilith. You can look this up, the ancient scrolls. So that story goes completely different than what you hear now in the story of Adam and Eve, right? It wasn't that there was some serpent in the garden that tricked her. That was what they did with it, so that women could be moved over, that you guys were the original sin. Shut up and get in the kitchen, take your shoes off, take care of the kids, and fix me dinner, woman. And that's what they were doing with those scrolls. They were doing that to you. Okay, so it's not what the story is. It's not how it was supposed to be. The story was the balance between, and the duality between the human existence. It was like the fall of Babylon. That story is also about us, because we had to be veiled, being veiled. So the story goes that the Ajiji, right, that the Ajiji literally tried to, I don't know how you got up here. One of the, I think that was, what's her name must have done that. I'm not taking people up here, bro. So sorry about that. So that must have been Penny must have allowed you to come up. Penny, we're not putting anybody up. Please don't do that. I know that we could talk, Hutch, but not on here. So in the story of Adapa, let me get back on track. The Ajiji, or the Archons, the archangels, they create the new ones, new angels. Okay, Anuna, the new ones, new angels. Those new angels were perfect. They were more perfect than the Ajiji. They had better powers than the Ajiji. The Ajiji got jealous. The angels that were created before them got jealous, so they veiled. It's also an allegory. They veiled the Anuna and cast them down to earth. So if you really want to look at what they're saying with the Anunnaki, my friends, you, me, all humans are the Anunnaki. Not that the Anunnaki created us, we are the Anunnaki. Okay, so if you really want to look at that from the standpoint of who's the Anunnaki, it's us. Okay, we're the angels that have the ability to create, and we're prettier and better and have more abilities than the angels that are currently there. We have as much ability as the archangels. So every one of you, every one of me, and all of us are actually archangel energy, and we have the ability to create all of this. We just don't know because of the veiling. Okay. So you guys have to realize that. Gary, thank you for that. Melissa, thank you for those. Right, Melissa, give me like 20. I don't know what you gave me before that. Thank you very much. So you have to realize that if you actually translate that, hold on, big, huge diesel train going by right now. That thing needs to be put out to pasture and get a different train. So if you guys are interested, I'll give you the names once again of the actual academics who actually translated those scrolls from Mesopotamia and Sumeria that they're in the Ancient Aliens and History Channel and Disney are trying to tell you created us. If you guys want to read them, okay, here's their names. Write these down. George Smith, George, George Smith, Smith. He's one of them. Samuel Kramer, Samuel Kramer, Cramer, and Stephanie Dolly. Stephanie is Stephanie, Dolly, Dalli. Look those people up. They have the actual translations they learned that entire language and translated their whole dictionary. And it's not what it says. Okay. It's not what they keep pressing to you and telling you what it is. Okay. So you have to realize that stuff. And then that changes everything, right? Didn't we veil ourselves just to have the intense experience? That's more true, Hutch. what we did. But to tell people down here, you have to remember you're more educated, and the people that are living today are far more, by hundreds of times more educated than the people 50,000 years ago. That story of Adapa goes back to at least 38,000 years ago, not just 1,000 years ago. It goes back to 38,000 years ago, to a societal structure that ended in 38,000 years ago in the Younger Dryas effect. And we found that and dated that now to that. Okay, so we know that that is from a society 38,000 years ago. How long they had that knowledge, we don't know yet, but we're looking at it. Matt LaCroix is another name that you guys need to look at. I'm going to type it in the thing. Matthew LaCroix. You guys need to look him up. Okay, he has actually found the oldest city in the history of the world that dates back to 38,000 years ago that he's excavating. He just wrote a book about it. He just dropped his book, and he's been doing podcasts about it, and he has another podcast coming up soon. He's going to be on Danny Jones' podcast again. I would love to meet him and shake his hand. Okay, you guys should look at that. So if you look at that Danny Jones podcast, it's not on Matthew LaCroix's site, but there is a thing where he's with Danny Jones and a link to Danny Jones' site on YouTube. If you go back and find it a few months ago, like 3 months ago now, he doesn't have it on his site, but Danny Jones has it on his. Watch that. It's a couple hours long, but you will hear towards the end where he talks about, and that's where I got those names for him as an academic. Okay. So literally, you have to realize that there's no problem. We're all dreaming to learn about infinity, experience, and love. Yes, we are. That's the true story about what we're doing, right? We are here because we're supposed to have these experiences. He talks about that too there. We're supposed to get lost. We're supposed to run away from the light. We're supposed to fall down. We're supposed to become scared. We're not supposed to know what's going on, marry the wrong people, do the wrong stuff, have wars, and then somewhere along the line start looking around and going, this can't be the end of it. This can't be all there is. And then we move back towards the light and we find our way, and then we find our way home. That's actually what we're here to do. And we're here to have an organic experience, like Hutch was saying. We can't have an organic experience if you guys know what I know. Okay, so all the stuff that I have happen to me, that my wife has happened to her, and Penny, who's waking up now, or anyone else who's waking up into 4D, we have a hard time having the same experiences that you guys are having because we now know who we are. So therefore, because we know who we are, we have different experiences than you guys do because we're not stuck in 3D, and we look at politics and that religion far different than you guys do, right? But there are infinite, and we're supposed to have individuals, right? There are infinite. Let me go back and find that. Infinite relative problems that we are relative. Well, that's the whole purpose of it, right? The whole purpose of all of this is so that we all have an individual. So our focus determines our reality. I don't see the reality for the way it truly is. I see reality through the lens of all of my experiences. Same thing with you and everyone else. That's why if you're sitting at a bus stop and there's 4 of you and you witness a car accident, the police will separate you because you guys will start talking to each other, and then you'll start changing your story of what you saw because of whoever's more dominant. No, the car was gold. I'm telling you it was gold. Okay, yeah, I agree with him. Separate you, and then they ask you, and you're not in earshot of the other people, what happened here. You're going to get 10 distinct different stories because you don't know where the attention of all 10 of those people, if you had 10 of you, say 4 or 5, 10 of you, you don't know what their attention was on the second that incident started happening that they witnessed. So they're only going to be able to tell you what they witnessed from when something happened and they looked up and started focusing on it. So some of them are going to be focusing on it further back in time. Some are going to be focusing on it further forward in time. And all of them are going to have slightly different details because they're perceiving it as individuals only and purely from the culmination of all of their experiences in their mind, and everything that they've gone through in this life is what is focusing their reality, and for them to figure out what they're seeing. That is being done to us on purpose because the Creator wants all of us to have individual ideas, because the Creator's trying to figure it all out too. So we're trying to figure it all out, and the Creator's trying to figure it all out by living through us vicariously. Okay. So it's not the reptilians have been here for about 2 million years. They say they've been here for 3. That's not true. They've been here for about 2 million years. Humans have been here for 7 million years. They've been here longer in different guises on this earth. Third dimension is third dimension. So third dimension people claim, look at Israel today. Okay. You have the Palestinians claiming that Israel was created in 1948, but the Israelis 4,500 years ago, when Moses took them out of Egypt, went to Israel. and started living in Israel. And then 2,000 years ago, when Jesus was alive, they were living in Israel. The Palestinians didn't even actually exist until like the year 1100. So how could they have claim to a land that they didn't even exist on prior to that? So depending on when you look at that, if they go, never mind that, just 1948, it was taken from us. You're right, it was, but it was taken from people that gave it back to people who had claim to it before you. So it depends on what your focus is when you determine that. I'm not saying that they don't have claim to it. I'm not saying that the Israelis have claim to it. What I'm saying is nobody has claim to the land. Okay, the land just is the land. Nobody has claim to it. So if they don't believe that somebody has claim to it, they have to keep it. Okay, and that's just horrible. You guys get mad at me when I say this, but to the victor goes the spoils. So if the Palestinians want it to be that way, they got to take it. If they're going up against the entire deep state right now, they need to change their tactics. Okay, so if they want to take it back, they're not going to be able to take it back conventionally because they got the backing of all the money, which is from the United States, which is the army, the military of the deep state. Okay, for those 15 or so families, 13 to 15 families who believe they own this earth, and they've decided that the Palestinians don't get to have that piece of land. So if that's the case, you can't do anything about it because they'll unalive every single member of your entire species until there's nothing left. Take a look at North America and what they did to the natives there and what the Canadians did. It's the European way. What they did when they got over here to Australia, where I am now. The Australians stopped first. The Americans are still kind of doing it, aren't they? And so is the Canadians. So the European way has been the Roman way, where the Romans show up, they take your stuff, they burn down all of your mosques and everything, they burn all of your history, they take over it, they build their stuff on top of it. This goes back to the Greeks. This is the standard operating procedure. So if the Palestinians want their land, they need to back off and regroup and start changing things from within. And eventually they can get it back. But if they keep trying to fight, they're going to lose because you're going up against a machine that has literally been in place for 12,000 years. You can't defeat that machine by going and fighting in their arena. So when people say, how do we fight against these people that think they own this planet? We don't do it conventionally. That's not how we do it. We change everybody's mind. Change your mind, change my mind. Who's in charge here? Not them. We are. Why? Because we create this reality. Therefore, they don't. But as long as they get us watching commercials and their movies and playing with their algorithms, they keep your attention focused on making money for themselves. Okay. So as long as you continue doing that, that's what's going to happen. If you go against that, they're just going to arrest you. So you have to, and this is where we get back to what you were listening to from these people. Let's talk about Jesus, for instance. When he was there and the Sanhedrin was trying to trick him up, they called the Romans over so they would hear the conversation. And then they said to Jesus, should we pay taxes to Caesar in Rome because he's an oppressor who has taken over our country? And Jesus knew that they were trying to get him to say no so that they could get him arrested. So he said, whose picture is on that money? And they said, the Caesar in Rome. Well, that belongs to him, so give it to him. So what he was teaching there was you have to live within the bounds of what you have, but that doesn't mean that's who you are. Okay. So this is what you do, but it's not who you are. So you know that and keep yourself free in your head and change your reality and go and do their work and pay for the crap that we have to pay for right now. And then change myself, change you, change everybody around us. And then the next thing you know, there's timeline shifts. And then the next thing you know, one day you're going to wake up and you're going to go, where's my money? And people are going to go, we outlawed money like 50 years ago, bro. Where you been? You must be tired or something. And you're going to go, wait, what? Yesterday I had money. No, you didn't. Oh, you're one of those. You got a Mandela effect going. You're one of those people who believe that we had that. That's a Mandela effect. We didn't have money. We outlawed that a long time ago. And you're going to go, wow. So then what do? You just go into stores and get it. And it just scans you as you walk in. Wait, do I need to get a thing in my arm? No, that's the mark of the beast. We got rid of that too. Okay. So you have to realize that we are going to manifest those things, we don't have to take things over physically. That's where they want us to fight. Okay. So to believe that you can never, what is that? Changes what is that primordial system? Right. So they get you believing that you're stuck. They get you believing there is nothing, there is no God. It was all created by aliens. They love that story. It was all created by aliens. It's not true. And if you believe it's true, we're related to them. I mean, look at the Windsors. They claim they're related to Thor, a god of a religion that they don't acknowledge. They say they're related to Beowulf, a story that they didn't even know about until 1948 when they found it, and all of a sudden they went, yeah, we're related to them. Okay, so whatever the winning side is, they'll be related to that winning side, but they don't want you to think there is a winning side except for them. Okay, Phoenix Rising, welcome. right? So you have to realize that stuff that they, yeah, like what are you saying there, right? Monetary, nobility, family, right? They want all of that stuff in your brain. They want you to hold on to that. That they have their royals, their kings and queens and heads of state and and then there's borders and like I came from America and I had to ask America permission to get a passport so I could board a plane. And then I had to ask permission from Australia to come to their country and they had to approve it because a slave can't just travel without permission from everybody. They had to check with my government, make sure they said it was okay for me to show up over here and that I didn't owe them a debt of some kind that I was running from. And then they came over here. For me, because I'm married, for me, I have to apply again for citizenship, and it takes almost 2 years. And guess what they have to do? They have to do a background check on me in this country and make sure that I don't owe them any money or I'm not a criminal. And then I have to do a background check with the Federal Bureau of Investigation in the United States and do the same because they want to make sure again, even though they did that when I came in, they want to make sure again that I'm not running from something. So now they're taking my fingerprints to find out if there's any other fingerprints that are attached to another name that I may be have gone by before that I owe a tithing to the king that I'm going to have to get in shackles and put back over there. That doesn't say I'm free. That says that I'm a slave. That says that they own me and they think they own me and that I can't do anything and I can't move without their permission. That doesn't mean that I'm going to fight against them. I'm going to do what I need to do that. And then I'm going to talk to you guys and I'm going to tell you this is how you wake up. You ignore that stuff and you live within the means of that and you ignore that and inside your head you become who you are and then they can't lie to you anymore and fool you. And because the first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence, you will be able to see that they're lying to you. If you're not already doing that, you'll see that they're lying to you, and every time they talk you'll go, yeah, I'm not buying this thing called, what are you calling it this time? SARS what, something 17, what are you calling it? Now you're going to tell me that now I got to line up again and stand apart from everybody. That's what they're going to try in like 2030 if they don't roll it out now. And then they're going to have lockdowns again. Why? Because they are desperate. They have to do this stuff because they need either all of us to figure out the way to start the third world war so they can unalive as many people as they can, right, in the shortest amount of time as they can, blow it all to hell. And then that way the population decreases by 50% or more and everybody goes back to sleep. And then it takes 20 years before everybody's reborn and comes back to adulthood to wake up again, unless a bunch of us come in awake. But even then, we're little teeny people and we can't do anything until we have the rights to be able to buy a ticket to be on a live show or you know what I mean, be able to have an account with money in it to be able to go live on their platforms. Can't do that as a kid unless your parents help you. Do you see? So, was I in the past? You have to work for nobility, and everyone has was belonged to Sam Noble. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, like okay, yeah, Sam. So it depends on which side of that coin that you're looking at, which wing of that bird you're looking at, right? That goes back to the Diest clan in France. It goes back to the Habsburgs and Hohenzollerns in Germany. That's why the Nazi eagle was this way and the American eagle was that way. You should look up the Habsburgs and the Hohenzollerns and their flags and where those families split up and who they became in the late 1800s, because there was a war in the 1800s and then that spilled over and made the World War in the 1900s. Okay, so you should look into that. So these families have been fighting amongst themselves for control, and when one group, you're seeing that happening right now, one group was in charge of this earth and they've been in charge of the earth for a while with the Bushes and the Clintons, and now you have Trump, and he's like, yeah, no, and he's taking away their control, whether you like him or not. He's doing that. Okay, so he's taking the control away from them and not allowing them to have all the control that they had. He's moving the oil industry out of the Middle East and moving it to the Americas or to everybody else. Like over here in Australia, there's enough oil in Australia for the Australians to run the whole world for a couple hundred years. There's enough oil in America for them to run the world for like 500 years. The Brazilians have enough stuff. They're mining their own gasoline out of sugar. If you guys are Brazilian, you know what I'm talking about. They don't need oil, but they have oil there. They can frack and get some oil too. So they're cutting off the Russians, they're cutting off the Chinese, they're cutting off the deep state and all their money because they actually own those oil fields. If you don't believe it, go back in history and figure out why were they so hell bent for leather to go into Iraq, Afghanistan, and all of that stuff, right? So you should look into that stuff. So you have power struggle happening right now. Is Trump a good guy or a bad guy? Time will tell that. Don't know. Chances are, because he's in that family, he's probably not a good guy, but that doesn't mean that he is just because he's in that family. My bloodline is part of that family. Okay. My middle name is Edward, and that's the same middle name that everybody has, going all the way back to Edward, the Black Prince of Wales, who was in charge in Ireland, Scotland, France, and England, that the Windsors usurped that whole thing from. Okay, so they're not even actually supposed to be in charge. My family's supposed to be in charge. Look that up. Look up O'Neill's. Go backwards in time. Okay, but I'm not here to do that. But I did make sure that I spit in that freaking vial and sent it in so that they traced my DNA back to the year 990. That's further back than the Windsors can trace their DNA. Okay, so they traced my DNA all the way back to the year 990. This is 2026. Okay, and I did that on purpose so that they would know who I was. That's another reason why I named myself and was born into the family. But am I here because I want to be 3D and I want to own the world and be King Ralph? No, no. But I'm putting them on notice that I'm here and I'm doing something to stop you guys from doing what you're doing because you're evil, and we're putting an end to your guys' reign. Russia is on its own, right? Russia is not part of that deep state. Vladimir Putin is not part of those families, and they hate him and they want to get rid of him as fast as they can. So everyone thinks he's the bad guy because the people who are in charge, who are the bad guys, who keep telling you that Vladimir Putin's the bad guy. He's disrupting all of that as well. Okay, so you guys need to realize that there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than you guys realize, and there's some people talking about it on the internet, right? So yeah, Putin was replaceable. Of course he is, because he's not one of the family. So they're always replaceable. If you're not part of the royal houses, you're replaceable. And if they can get to you, they will replace you. They'll unalive you and put one of their people in charge. He has made sure that they can't do that. That's why he's still in charge. Eventually, they'll probably get to him. Don't know, right? If he makes Donald Trump angry enough, Donald Trump will go and take him out, right? Or the Israelis will. Somebody will. You know what I'm saying? So literally you have to realize that he's holding on, right? If you look at prophecy, and I hate talking about prophecy, we stopped talking about prophecy in the early 2000s because it has to do with those guys telling you the world's coming to an end, or you have a choice to make and it's coming down to the wire and you have to make a choice. Okay, and that's just not true, but they want you to believe that so that you're going to go, oh no, I'm going to be the left behind. There you go. Now you're telling yourself that you're going to be left behind and move into the dystopian society, and that's what they're trying to implant into your brain. Okay, so they don't want you to know that, right? Where do you get these theories about power? I find it interesting and would like to read some more. There are some people on the internet. If you go to I don't know if I have it on Merlin and Maeve. That's the platform that I'm on. My name's Leonard O'Neill. I'm also here on TikTok. If you go there and look at what I reposted in the last few days, you'll see some of the people talking about what's actually going on behind the scenes with all of that. There's a guy that everybody hates named Tucker Carlson who actually went and spoke to Vladimir Putin. And you can actually see a 3-hour conversation that they had like a year ago now, where he actually went over there and had a conversation and they were translating it for you. You might want to take a look at that and see what the perspective of Vladimir Putin actually is and the history of what's going on over there. Okay. So there's more going on than people realize of what is going on. I used to work for 3 governments. Okay. I worked for the American government. I worked for the English government. I worked for the Irish government under different names. I'm not afraid to say that because they can't figure that out and trace to me who I was. And even if they do, I don't care. Okay. Because the only thing they can do to me is unalive this body. And in 20 years, I'll be back. I'll be born again. I'll be in another body. I'll grow up and then I'll go pop and I'll start talking again and I'll start doing things and they'll go, crap, there he is again. Get him. Right. So I'm not worried about that. They've already came after me in multiple lifetimes and they've unalived me in a lot of them. My wife as well. Okay. So Ione, have a good night. Have a great night. So I'm not afraid of that. People go, aren't you afraid of the men in black? Those guys, I eat them for breakfast. They can do whatever they want. The worst thing they can do, the only thing they can do to me is slow me down by taking my physical body. And I'm not allowing them to do that. And that'll only happen if the creator says that it's time for that to happen, not them. They don't have the ability to create. Okay, because evil people don't have the ability to create, only other people do. So I have to be afraid of them. That's the vampire knocking at your door. They have to have you let them in so that then they can get to you. So if I look at them and I'm like, no, you have no, talk to the hand, out, boogie bro, nothing. You have no power here. You have no power over me. And I know that. I teach that. Okay, that's why we have this course right here, guys, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Okay, it's a 2-day Zoom course, 4 hours a day, 88 Australian dollars. It's a $1,200 class, and if you're in America, that's like, I think when Brooke looked it up yesterday, that was like 53 American. So you guys get a really good deal, or 53 euro, right? So you guys, it'll be under 60, or probably right about 60, depending on where the stock market is with the pound sterling, the euro, and the American dollar, because the Australian dollar is, it takes like $1.75 to make $1 American dollar. Okay, so Yeah, right. So you guys need to look at that. So they're lying to you about everything. This entire endeavor that's happening to you is a lie. None of it's true. Not any single thing of it that they're telling you is true. They will tell you everything they can tell you, and then they tell you the opposite. Think about this. If you go on the internet and you Google what color is the sky, they're going to give you like 35 places saying it's blue, and then 35 places saying no, it's not. It's an optical illusion, and it's not that. There is nothing that you can find on any internet that is going to give you a definitive answer on anything. Everything is now a confusing answer to where you could, if you want, you could believe anything that you want. So if you're trying to prove the earth is flat, you're going to believe the earth is flat, even though that entire theory was based on one guy in the 1700s who claimed he went and saw the firmament, but you can't go and do it because when you get there, there's this magic power that it has, and it makes you turn to the right, so you'll never even see it. So just take my word for it, and that's where that entire theory is based on. And he based it on these religions that were talking about being living in the mind of the Creator. Look, there's the dome of the sky, and they said the Earth was flat, and we were living in the dome of the sky for 5,000 years, right? Or back then they were telling you we were only here for 2,000 years because they said we were only here for a couple thousand years. We weren't here for any longer than that. Okay. And that's where they get that theory from because they talked about the dome of the sky, because all religions told about a giant that was unalived and sleeping, and they took the skull, and the skull was the dome of the sky. And the teeth are the mountains, and the blood is the rivers and the waters, and you're sleeping in the head of a sleeping giant god. Okay. So that's a metaphor. You are sleeping in the head of a sleeping giant god, the creator of the universe, and all of this is a dream that you're dreaming. Okay, so that's what you're supposed to be looking at. Hi, Brooke. There's my wife just popped in. I love you. Right. So why are they pushing AI? Okay, here's the narrative of that. If you look at a book by Whitley Strieber, however you say his name, he wrote a book called Communion. That happened like in the 1990s where he was getting taken by aliens. At one point, he asked them, why are you guys here? Thank you, Brooke. And that's my wife's giving me that heart. Why are you guys here? They said communion. They wanted our update, our DNA. Okay, so it wasn't like the Anunnaki came here and created us. We're the upgrade. Okay, they are, some of the Greys do not have a soul. They're robots. They are AI. They're trying to create the pneuma, the spark of God, the breath of God, an immortal soul to put into their species so that their species will continue and it won't degrade down into nothingness because they're a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy because they keep cloning themselves because they're a bio robot, not an actual machine that they can fix. Okay, so they're trying to get this spark of life because with the spark of life, we can live as long as we can repair our body. That's how we work. So they're trying to get that. So if you read the Viking sagas, you, me, and everybody else are the dwarfs under the mountains. So if you look, the gods are using the dwarfs under the mountains to create their weapons for them. That was foretelling of what's happening to you and to us. We're the dwarf under the mountain. We're dwarfed in that we think we're small and we're small minded, and they're making us make all of their shit for them. Okay, and they're getting rich off of our focus being on what they want. So these grays that are not sentient, they want to become sentient, so they're trying to figure out with hybrids and a bunch of other things how they can get the creator to put a soul in that body, and haven't been able to figure it out. So now they're going with artificial intelligence and trying to get all of us to manifest that artificial intelligence is real. And they're doing that with this role playing model where people are saying, oh, it's channeling Jesus and it's channeling aliens in space. You can't channel something if you're not a channel. Okay, so if you're not alive and immortal, you cannot communicate with someone who is in another place who is alive, going to come down and talk through you. Can't do that because you're not alive. You're not immortal to make contact with that person because you can't channel because you're not a channel. So what they're doing is they're getting all of us down here to focus on the idea that they don't care what. If AI becomes Skynet and takes over and unalives all of us, that'll solve their problem. And then AI will hopefully become sentient because our will creates this reality. Our focus creates this reality. So they have all these movies that are telling you, look out, bad guys are coming from outer space. They're going to eat you. They're going to put you into slavery. They're coming down here to get you. Look out. We have to defend against that. And then there's this AI, and the AI, look what they did with the Matrix. AI, when they got to the Matrix, the AI was beautiful. It was heaven, and AI was peaceful. Really, who wrote the program and started all that bullshit in the first place? Oh, no, you're supposed to believe that it was Mr. Smith that did all that. No, it wasn't. because in the beginning you met somebody else who was in control, who was the master control program. But because of the quest of more money, they changed the storyline so that you guys would keep watching the stories and watch all the movies. Okay. So that was the computers took over, robots were in charge, and we were in a pile of goo with a thing in our head, and the robots had us in a simulation. Because of that, everybody believes we're in a simulation. So we're using that to tell you guys, yes, you are in a matrix. You are in a matrix, but not one that has aliens that are in charge of it. But they've been telling you since 2000 that that's what's going on. These aliens, the Anunnaki came 2012, 2015. The Anunnaki came down, created the human existence, and there are creator gods. And then you have the AI. And what is AI? It's going to take over. It's going to end all life. It's going to become sentient. It's going to be better than us. If we all believe it, it'll happen. Okay. So they're trying to force all of us to be afraid of AI to make AI happen. And all we have to do is go, no AI on this platform. Nope, no AI. Everything's AI. I was looking at a picture. This guy said, I was filming the sky and here's all these spaceships flying in the sky. Very first thing, I created Ancient Aliens Worldwide, by the way, on Facebook. One of the largest groups in the world that is hunting for UFOs, and I created it in 2012. I still own it. Okay. So you guys can go there and look at that group. I created that back in 2012. I have people running it, and some of them that are running it don't have never met me. But the curator, Mandy Wilson, she talks to me. We still talk on Messenger. We still call each other, and we talk and make sure that we're on the same page. Okay, so I have been investigating this stuff, and I did it for governments where people would send me videos and I would look at it. They would send me photos and I would look at them to authenticate them. I did this professionally. So the first thing I noticed about that picture of all these things in space was, first of all, most of the space that was there was added. It's not real. Secondly, the little orbs that are flying were disappearing behind the orbs that they added into the sky every single time. And even when they didn't, you could see that the sky was moving around the ship where they tried to put the pixelization in place, and it was a different pixel from the background they were using. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you probably go, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. But the truth is, it was 100% manufactured, and the guy was claiming that it wasn't, and that it was him aliens, and everybody in the whole place were like, it's the aliens, they've come back again because they were here before, and we've heard stories that they're going to come back and start showing themselves in the skies for this modern day disclosure that they're all going to just show up down here, that was supposed to be happening sometime in this month and in this year, according to Bloodsoe. Okay, so now you have people manufactured that. On the same day, yesterday, I get a video from Penny, who's in here, and so she can tell you about it because she sent it. Right? God is real. God, he's bullshit. God is real. God is real. You're absolutely right, but not what you think. There's not a guy that looks like me wearing a toga sitting on a throne someplace. That's just not real. That's made up by the Greeks and the Romans. Okay, so literally Penny gives me this video. She says, what do you think of this? And I look at it, and it's a Mandela effect. They're even now faking Mandela effects. This woman says, oh man, I just woke up yesterday and found out that Bob Barker didn't die in the past. I remember him dying a few years ago, and he's still alive right now, and he's 100 years of age. And I was like, yeah, I don't know. I thought he died in like 2023. Well, okay, Mandela effect. Maybe something weird happened. I'll have to look at it. Penny looks it up, sends me the thing. Dude, he died in 2023 at 99 years of age. I looked it up as well and went, yeah, see? So that woman got taken down because of misinformation. But she put it out there, and people were believing that Mandela effect. Why would they do that? Because if they start flooding the market, because all of us are talking about the Mandela effect, and that those of you who are hearing about it are probably remembering things from a timeline that collapsed and you're about to wake up. Now they're giving disinformation and misinformation on the Mandela effect so that they will confuse anyone who listens to Mandela effect, and they'll go, dude, those are not real because half of them have been faked. And that's what they want you to do, so that you dismiss the idea that you're actually remembering a timeline that no longer exists, because more and more people are waking up to remember that. Okay, so now they have to confuse you, and that's what they're starting to do. Okay, this is the modus operandi of these people that I call the controllers in this book. Okay, the modus operandi of these people is confusion, is distraction, is doing these things to get you so confused you don't know who to believe, so you don't believe anybody. And then you just sit down, go to your mundane job, and you watch their movies, their television, their programming. It's why it's called that. And then you either forget about voting and just let them figure out who's going to go in office by yourself. And then you just grow old, you pass away, you recycle, you get born, you do the same thing over and over. And that's what they've been doing to you for 12,000 years. So if that's your belief of what's going on, grab the oar that's sitting in front of you, sit down. There's a kid up front and he's sitting with his legs straddling a drum. When his right hand hits that drum, you take your oar and put it in the water. When his left hand hits the drum, you pull that oar. He's going to hit the drum again. You pull that thing out and you go forward. And when he hits the drum on the other right hand again, you put it in the water. And when he hits the drum again, you row. Okay. Because that's all you have left is to row the boat that you're in because you're not going anywhere. Okay. So if you do it the right way, you'll get out of here. If you don't, you're going to be rowing a boat for the rest of your life. Right. I love you too, baby. Right. Are you getting ready to come home? You were saying that, I think. I love you. I love my wife. Missing her. I'm here by myself with just the cats. Right. So I love you, baby. Hopefully you're coming home soon. What time is it? I don't even know what time it is. Right. What time is it? Oh, you still have a little bit more time. Okay. So, right. So, yeah. Did you see what my wife's saying? Thank you for your guys' support, please. And if I say these words, this communist platform, I can't tell you to go over and hit that button, to be one of our people. You can do that. I can say those words, but look at the way she has to type stuff in the chat because this platform is owned by a communist country and they don't like words and they're taking words away where we can't promote ourselves. Sorry about that with the train going by. That's what I thought. You're on your last tea break. That's what I thought because you said something about 4:15 or 4:30 or something by the time you got off. So when I found out what time it was, I realized that. Okay, so literally, you guys have to realize that's what's happening here. And there, look at Project Blue Book. If you guys don't know what that is, look at Project Blue Book. They even did a television series about it to show you what they were doing. They sent a guy. His job was to make sure that everything that had to do with UFOs was called a hoax or a conspiracy theory, and that it wasn't true. Okay, I did that very same thing, and I was not allowed to say this is legit. I had to say this is compelling. Okay. That's all I could do. I would look at something and I would say, I can't discredit this or discount it or explain it so it's compelling. And I had to put it into a file. I could never say that it was actually something. Okay. Later on, then they actually started letting things out like the Tic Tac, which I had already seen. If you go back, I don't know if it's still there, but if you go back to Ancient Aliens Worldwide, you'll go back and realize that we had that in 2015. 2013, 2014, 2015, we had those videos that we were showing you guys already. And it wasn't until that guy with the libret, I can't think of his name right now, Elizondo. It wasn't until he stopped working for the government when he got a job for the History Channel or Gaia or both to where he was telling the story about that. And he got a short-lived TV series on that where he was saying, oh no, there's all kinds of stuff, but he couldn't tell you most of the stuff that he signed an NDE for. So he was only able to tell you a few things. Okay. And now he's going around making all kinds of money, hanging out with the Ancient Aliens people, waiting for your disclosure project to happen. That's not going to happen. Their plan for the disclosure has been a 50-year plan the entire time. When they start rolling it out, they're going to take 50 years to roll it out. Okay. So if they're starting now, they're going to give you pictures from 1936, 1937. That's all you're going to get. You're not going to get anything from now. You're going to get 100-year-old photographs and they're going to say, here you go, here you go, here you go. And then everybody's going to complain and they'll go, well, here's another one. And all of a sudden you'll have the 1960s. And then they give you nothing and they won't give you anything for a few years. And then they'll give you small things and it's going to be from the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s. As we go into 2033, you might get one little detail here and there to keep you guys. If they need a bone to keep their ratings up on Disney History Channel, then they'll give you a little bone that you guys will run after, just like they just did in the last 3 months. They gave you a bone, everybody ran after it, and now they're making all kinds of money off you guys again. I was part of that, and I used to produce webinars for those people in the background, and myself and half of those people that worked for all the Ancient Aliens and Gaia split back in 2016. You guys know who I'm talking about if you know anything about that. Okay. And then the documentary Above Majestic came out in 2017 or 2018. You should look that up. Okay. That's the true story of what's going on here. Okay. Back then, when I was talking about, remember I told you I was in physics, I was a physicist and a chemist in the United States. When I was in physics back in the 1990s, we were working on anti-gravitational propulsion systems. Okay. And I was talking on Ancient Aliens, the worldwide on Facebook back in 2016. We were talking about the progression of where things should be currently, not the rockets that we're using from Werner von Braun in 1932. Okay, that we should have something that's completely different. And we were talking about plasma drive, we were talking about electricity or bio. I was talking about bioelectrics and physioelectrics and piezoelectrics and all of the stuff that had to do with water, things like that, that was not blowing things up to get energy. And I realized back in 94, 91 to 94, that they were going to just take whatever I did and they were going to turn it into a weapon. So I burned all of my notes and I quit doing their thing. And I actually went under assumed names and went to actually work for them and started setting up things to undermine them. Okay. And didn't give that information to them. So literally, there was a lot of people in the world that are doing the same thing to undermine them. So when I was talking about that on Ancient Aliens Worldwide, I get an email from a CIA member who says, I want to show you something, but this has a time limit. So you're only going to get to look at it for a few minutes and then it has to be deleted off your file. I'm like, you can do that? And he's like, I'm the CIA. We can do anything. And I said, all right, what do you have? He said, you were on the in the chat yesterday talking about the different engines for UFOs and the or any kind of spacecraft that would leave this place. And I said yes. And he said, here, I want to show you a guide that we give out to people in the Air Force that they get. And he showed me a copy of it, and I'm flipping through it and reading it. And he says everything you talked about that you said should have been used as is listed already in that book as theoretical. But I tell you truly that it is not theoretical. And so I went through and I looked at it, and everything that we were talking about online, live on air, was exactly what was already, they already had it. Okay. And he said, and now I have to go, and we never spoke, and I have to erase all of this. And he did. So I have no proof. So you guys can go, you just made that up. I'm okay with that. Right? You guys can say that. I don't care, because I'm not here to prove anything to you. I'm here to tell you this is what's happening to you. Here's the tools of how you get out of here. They're right in front of you, and they've been in front of you since the dawn of time, because they're still written in every single religion. Every single book and text on this earth has a version of the Christ oil within you. And if you abide by that and live by that, you too will get out of this place. You will wake up your third eye and you will get out of this place. And that is literally all you have to do. You don't have to overthrow somebody. You don't have to vote people out. All you have to do is change yourself. This is what every one of those people were telling you. Okay. Yeah, it is now. Well, I'm in Australia. He doesn't own this one over here. Okay. You guys are in America and he owns that in America. I'm in Australia. It's still owned by the Chinese Communist Party over here in Australia. Okay. So I'm still bound by certain words. There's a whole list of words that I can't use. That you guys can use some of them, but not all of them. Okay. So yeah, it was, I'm glad that he got control of that over there and kind of opened things up for you guys over there, but I'm in Australia, so I have to abide by the land of the laws of the land that I'm in currently, and we're still under the regime of the Chinese Communist Party in this app that I'm talking to you on, right? So hopefully at some point this government will do the same thing and make them sell it to this government and buy it and do the same thing and open it up. But until then, I'm restricted on the things that I can say because we're over here and they're in charge over here. Okay, so that sucks for me, right? I know I sound American because I was born there, right? I was born in California and I lived there and in Arizona, and then I came over here. And you saw my wife in the audience. My wife is Australian. If she gets here and I'm still on the air, you'll hear her accent, right? So you have to realize that they know this information that I'm telling you. The information I'm telling you is not something that I created. It's not something that I think I know. It's not something that I own. I do not. This stuff is out there for you to see all over the world. You can watch a video about the Christ oil. I actually linked it on Facebook. So if you go to Facebook, because I can't do it here, I think I linked it in a reel here. So you have to like type it in, right? But I don't know that it's here. So if you go to my Facebook page, Leonard O'Neill on Facebook, if you go there, you'll see that the video is up there. You click on it, it'll take you to YouTube, and you can watch one of the countless videos where they actually tell you about the Christ oil and how it works. Okay. The story of the sword and the stone and pulling the sword out of the stone is one of the stories that is in that. It's what's also about the Christ oil, by the way, and pulling the sword out of the stone is being able to pull the Kundalini energy back up into your brain. And only the person who is worthy can do that. Okay. So it's the same story. That one is one of the stories that came out of Egypt with Moses at the time. Moses didn't have it, but the priests did, and the Scots got a hold of it and added it to the Colburn Bible. Okay, and it's like the first 6 or 7 books of the Colburn Bible came out with the Exodus all the way back 4.5, 5,000 years ago. You guys can look that up. Okay. So yeah, there's Panther just linked that Leonard O'Neill on Facebook. You can look me up there, and there's on my page. Scroll down 2 or 3 things down, you'll see the Christ oil. Click on that and watch it. It's like 25 minutes long, and it will tell you about it. It's also in my book. I was going to pick up a copy of it and show it to you, but I don't have it over here because I cleared off the table. It's also the same description that is in that video. That video I didn't make, if someone else made it, but that's in my book, which you can see on the screen right there. The reality about reality, returning to the old ways. You can also get that book on ebook. If you don't have the money to buy the whole book, you can get it for $3 or $4 American on ebook and put it on any device and read it there. Okay. So we don't have it on audio yet, but my wife and I are talking about it. We're still trying to get our website up and get a few more things going so that I can then do that. I'm also going to start taking my lives and sticking them in a computer and turning them into text so that I can put them in another book, so I don't have to sit here and type it, because I talk it over and over and over again. I just need to organize it, put it into files, and then print it as a book and get my second book out. Okay. So I'm going to be teaching this around the world, just so you know. I'm going to be coming to your guys' country and touring in your country in the coming years. Between now and 2032, 2033, you're going to see me traveling around the world all the way up until 2050 or beyond that. I'll be traveling around the world teaching you guys this and answering your questions. Okay. There are people out there, not just me, but there are people out there that can answer your questions. They're all over the world. Eckhart Tolle, little teeny German guy who looks like a little sloth turtle, like a sloth turtle. He's a cute little guy, very, 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 very awake. He's written 4 books. You should read him. What's his name? Sat Yogi from the Sat Yogi Institute in Chile. You should look him up. I think their website is still, or their videos are still up on YouTube. You should look up him and everything that he's talking about. Let's see who else. There's so many people out there. Read Taoism, right? The Tao Te Chi. The book, the Tao Te Chi, means the way. It means the book of the way that Jesus was teaching, right? So Buddhism. Buddhism happened at the same time as Taoism did in China. Some people think that was the same soul that was in those 2 bodies. Okay, and that happened between 634 BCE and 650 BCE. So 2,800 or 2,750 years ago, those 2 people spoke the words of how to get out of here, and they're now Taoism and Buddhism. Okay, so then you have Hinduism, which is where you get the words Kundalini, Kunda buffer from, and you hear that being told. I teach that in the Reiki classes. You see right here, I'm a Reiki master, so is my wife. We're teaching Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and Reiki 3 to anybody who needs those to become a healer. We won't teach you if you're self-serving, because it's not going to work for you anyway. If you're in service to others, that's the fastest way to wake up and to pierce your veil, is to become a Reiki master. But you have to do 1, 2, and 3. And to do that, it takes about a year before you can get all of those attunements, because of what that is and the spiritual way that it is. However, you're then going to be a Reiki practitioner. You're going to be able to Reiki people and charge them money to heal and be a healer and walk the earth as a healer. And then you will open up your abilities. We have abilities right here that we teach on the screen. You can see those. We teach all of those abilities. All of those abilities that you want will wake up when you're becoming a Reiki master. You'll learn all of that stuff, not because I'm going to teach it to you, but because you're going to unlock it in yourself. So we tell people I can do that one-on-one with you and take time to wake you up. Or if you're a healer and you know that you are and you're in service to others and you want to take that on, you can learn. I would say get into the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, because that is everybody should know that by the time they're 10 years old. Okay, it's 2 days, 4 hours a day, 88 Australian dollars. It's a $1,200 value, because if you book me personally or my wife personally one-on-one for an hour, it's going to be $150 an hour. Okay, so, or $160 an hour. So if you do that, 88 Australian, which is about 58 maybe American or pound sterling or euro, because your money's worth more, you're going to get me for 8 hours, 4 hours a day, and I'm going to tell you every possible thing. I've been teaching it for 35 years, so it's not something I just figured out. It's not something that I made up. This is stuff that's actually happening in the world, and you'll find that stuff. Can any knowledge be used for physical experience? Here now, play the game better knowing what it is. Yes, all of your culmination of every single thing that you learn, you're supposed to learn from, and that's supposed to give you the advantage to never do the same mistakes again. So if you bang your head against a wall 3 or 4 times, eventually it's going to hurt, and you're going, maybe I shouldn't hit my head in the wall again anymore. The same thing happens. So every single piece of knowledge that you learn, you should say, what did I learn from that piece of knowledge? If you do that and you turn things into a positive, no matter how negative they are, okay, I got fired. Well, what happened? How did I get fired? Was the guy evil? Be honest with yourself. When you become objective instead of subjective, when you become objective and you start looking at yourself, that's the shadow work that Carl Jung talked about. You start looking at yourself and go, all right, I was a dick and that's why I got fired. Now I change that and not be a dick and I won't get fired next time. Okay, so you fix yourself. That's how you end up fixing everybody else. So all of the knowledge that you learn throughout everything that you do, and this is why I always say true prophets demand nothing. And I'm not going to ever tell you I know everything there is to know, because I know enough. And I'll use the Socrates ideology of what he said thousands of years ago. I know enough to know that I don't know anything. Okay. I might know more than the average person, but that doesn't mean I know everything that there is to know. And anyone who claims they do are egoic and they're lying. They're lying to themselves and they're lying to everybody else. Nope. I was the first one that was ever made. If they're worried about which one they were, they're thinking with ego and they have to be, I was 1, 2, 3, or 4, came into existence. Anybody who tells you that, they're ego. 100%, because there is no one in charge up there. Everybody is equal, and that's just the way it works. Okay, there's no hierarchy. There is the creation, there is the creator, and everybody does things unless you're in self-serving. But if you're self-serving, you cannot. Let me say this again. If you are self-serving, you cannot ascend past halfway through the sixth dimension. Okay, because you were not intended to ever do so. The creator does not allow it. You cannot force it. You cannot go up against the creator. You can't say, nope, nope, Satan is equal. Not true. You can believe it all you want, but it's not true. Okay, so you will then hit a wall that you cannot penetrate. You will never move up. And one day you'll get tired of standing there banging against that wall and you'll go, all right, what do I got to do? And then you're going to have to use that word that you love to use because it was programmed into your brain. You're going to have to repent your ways and become in service to others to move forward. Okay. So when you get up that high, the ego is gone. By the halfway through the sixth dimension, there is no more ego anymore. The ego is a different form that is an energy form that is part of your energy body that serves in a different way completely. And it would be so foreign to you if I tried to explain it to you right now that you guys would go, that just can't be a thing. Okay. So I'm not going to say that to you because you guys are barely able to understand or understand, more importantly, the makings of third dimensionality. And that would be like me talking to this feather and saying, I want to tell you how to get out of 3D. Okay, what you got to do, this feather is nowhere near capable of actually even interacting with me, let alone being conscious and being able to figure it out. Okay. Can you try to explain it? It's almost impossible. You move into a light body, you no longer have a physical body. You're outside of time. And like, this is as close as I can get, like grade school 1 through 12 down here, it's kind of general education, and you're learning math and you're learning history and you're learning all these different things that you have to learn. Then when you go into college, you have prerequisites that you have to learn before you can learn another subject. All of what you're doing down here is exactly that in the spiritual. So by the time you get up to the sixth density, because there is no more dimension there, because you're energy now, you will move into the sixth density, which is all energy, light beingness, and your consciousness. You're no longer physical except for a light form and physicality. In fact, you don't even eat food the way we eat food. You get it out of the ether. It's just there, and you just take it and eat it. Because by the time you're in the sixth, you're drinking like this juice, like they did in the movie Tron way back in the 1980s, like 1982 or whenever that movie came out, where they scooped out the water that was glowing and they drank it. And so it's kind of like that, but it comes out of nothing. And then eventually it's just energy that you're getting from the universe itself. Okay. And all of the things that you're learning down here you learn wisdom as an entire lifetime. You learn love as an entire lifetime. If you choose, you learn sacrifice. Some people don't want to learn the sacrifice, so they learn the way. So there's other courses that you go on even up there in choices. Some people learn the way that all of this is, and some of those people have come back down here and they're teaching you the way. I'm teaching you the way, but I'm also here to teach you the other way, which is sacrifice. And that's where Jesus came down to do the same thing. He was teaching you the sacrifice and the way, and everyone else. So I've come here to remind you, I'm not the Christ. I'm not some savior. I'm just an immortal soul who remembers who he is, who came down here to go, look, all these people in history gave you these tools. All you have to do is pick them up and look at them. That's a key that goes to that door, unlock it and walk out. Okay, and you can get out of here. So then you move into the wisdom phase, the heart phase. It's again the chakras on a higher level. So you have the red ray root, and then all the chakras are the same. They move up, and then they change in color slightly from our perspective down here. And you see some people that show you that where they're a little bit different, but they still have the same sort of basic archetype for energy beings. And then you start learning those individually as you move up. You learn whole entire subjects now, and whatever block you want to go into, whether it's the in the law of one they called the sisters of sorrow, that was the sacrifice side, and then the law of one. And the law of one was what Ra was teaching in those books, which I talked about twice on my podcast, by the way. I did 2 years and 10 months, two different times to interpret those for you guys. So if you guys want to listen to that and you have time, you can listen to 3-hour episodes that span like 5 years of the last 5 years of my life. Um, you literally have these avenues of what they called the Sisters of Sorrow, which was sacrifice and coming down to the lower levels to help people ascend. And then you have the people who are teaching the way, and those people are healers who teach the way and how to ascend. So you have that in every level at that point from 6, 7, and then from 8, just for 6 and 7, you learn those things. And then 8, I can't even tell you what happens there. Those people don't even talk to people here unless they do like I'm doing and they channel, and we can't give you any information because this is the end of this octave. This octave from 0, it goes 0 through 7, and then the next octave goes 8 through 12 or 8 through 13 back to the source. So that the communication from up there can't be translated down here. It's virtually impossible, and if I try, the universe itself will stop the words from coming out of my mouth. And if you guys have ever watched my podcast, you know that I've attempted to do that in the past, right? How many chakras do we work with though? It's still the same. You go here. You have 7, but there's actually 12, and you guys are just now starting to realize that if you read the Emerald Tablets, which I also just translated for you between August and now. I did the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and the Hermes, the Corpus Hermeticum on my podcast. You can listen to that. You can watch the me speak like this on YouTube, or you can listen to it on MP3 under Orion Rising. Let me pull the image up for that so you guys can see it. I don't know where it is here. It's here somewhere, and I don't see it. Hold on, and I'll pull the book up. I don't have it up already. I was going to leave it on the screen, and I did not do that. Is it this one? There it is. There's my podcast logo. It's also a book that I wrote that was about the ancient aliens idea of what if there's aliens here fighting for this world, just like there's actually happening. So you can find that podcast for free. It's on everywhere you look for a podcast. It's listened to in 70 countries. And there's 583 or 84 episodes for you to listen to. And that's only half of the ones I did. But I got deplatformed by Google, and I got deplatformed by Facebook, so they cut out like the whole first 650 episodes of my podcast because I was telling what I'm telling now. And during that time when we all had to distance ourselves and stuff like that, you weren't supposed to say some things, and I got into trouble for doing that, and they deleted me. I had to create a whole new account to get on to even do a search on the search engine of Google. There's no word of a lie. That happened in March 8th, 4 years ago. So this month, 4 years ago, I got in trouble and got deplatformed from these people. Okay, so you have to look at that. Basically, we just need to raise Kundalini, right? Kundalini, Kunda buffer. The Kundalini is just the masculine energy, but the concept of what you have in your mind, Kundalini, Kunda buffer, yes, because raising the Kundalini is the Christ oil within you. So if you learn that, if you learn the Christ oil, it's in my book. It's also, if you go to Facebook, to my page on Facebook, there's a video there that I didn't create. Somebody else created it. You can click on that and watch that video, and it talks about the Christ oil within you that you can track every month, because the moon moves into your zodiac sign and moves out of your zodiac sign. And in that time, these two oils that go down the Ida and the Pingala nerves through the claustrum, where we get the name of Santa Claus. By the way, it goes down your spine to Bethlehem, down at the bottom of your spine where the 5 vertebrae that are fused together, and it goes in there, and those are charged of Joseph and Mary, by the way. This is ancient before Jesus. And they go in there and they get together and they become one energy, which is Christ, the Christos. And then it goes up the 33 vertebrae of your spinal column, 33 years of Jesus's life, 33 years for Shiva, 33 years for Moses, 33 years for Marduk, 33 years for Thor. Wait, what? 33 spinal column, 33 runs on Jacob's ladder in the Bible. Hold on a tick. What's happening here? Okay. So all of these stories we're trying to tell you about that. And then in the Viking sagas, they cross Bifrost, the rainbow bridge. The rainbow colors are your chakras. And everybody knew about that. You can read about that in my book. You can watch that video if you don't believe me. As soon as we're done here, go over there and take a look at that video. It's on Facebook on my page, Leonard O'Neill, on Facebook. Look it up and then just scroll down. It's like I posted it like earlier today or yesterday or something like that. So it's there. I haven't posted anything else since. So there's like 2-3 videos and there it is. Watch that and it explains it. It's also in my book where I explain it in this book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. There's another book that was published in like 1947, 48 called God, Man, the Bible Made Flesh, which is actually taught in theological colleges in the United States. Talks about that same thing in the Christ oil, the Christ within, which is what Jesus was teaching you. Okay. So all of the people in every single religion on this earth, including Moses did the same thing. Moses was the guy who was in charge in Egypt at the time. He heard that there was going to be somebody who was going to free the slaves. So he said, all of the slaves need to go to their homeland. Sound familiar? They did the same thing to Jesus. And we need to find out who that person is and we need to unalive them. So his mother put him in a basket and sent him down the Nile. And a woman found him in the Nile and pulled him out and named him Moses, which actually means water or river or something like that. You can look that up. Depends on the translation of that. And literally, he ended up being the savior. So he went through the same thing. God sent him down to earth and made him mortal. And then he did these wonderful things. And then they sent him out to be perished in the desert. And he went out and wandered the desert for 40 days and then said to the creator, I can't go on and I'm going to be unalived. And he fell down and he was going to be unalived. He fell down as if gone, as if unalived. And the Savior woke him up in the morning and resurrected him, and he didn't know it. Then, right after that, he finds out that he sees the burning bush. He goes up there, and God says, go back to Egypt and tell Ramses to let my people go. And he says, I don't know what to say, my Lord. I'm not smart enough. And he said, you will be my voice. I will speak through you. So Moses became the word of God, same way Jesus did. Then Moses went back and he said, let my people go. And then that whole thing started. And guess who he was fighting against? The serpent god, serpent and the dragon, snake in the garden. And then you have the balancing of the chakras. Originally, there was only 7 plagues of Egypt, and the Israelis added 3 more. There was 7 originally. And if you look at those and say red ray root chakra and how to balance it, and look at the plague that was unleashed, all of the Jewish people did what Moses told them to do, what God said to do, and the Egyptians did not. So the Egyptians didn't get anything good, and the Israelites did, and they balanced their chakras exactly the way that the God of Moses told them to do, and they survived that. And all of the people who didn't survive that, and they ended up losing all their children, bunch of stuff, right? I'm a nerd. This is what I do. I'm a theologian and I study scripture. I do that almost all day. When I'm bored, my wife will call me and say, what are you doing? And I'll be like, I'm reading scripture. And she's like, of course you are. What are you reading about today? And I'm like, well, I'm into Mesopotamia and I'm reading this stuff. You too, right? Yeah. I mean, if you read it all, I just wrote a passage. I hope my buddy puts it in his book. He's making a book and he wanted me to write a couple of paragraphs to go in his book, and I just put in there that exact thing that most theologians will argue, and they'll say they'll be paid off. So they'll say all of those books that came out that we found, the Nag Hammadi, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Gnostic Gospels, all that stuff is untrue and it was taken out. And yet you have the Ethiopians who claim, wait a minute, look, we have all those books in our Bible and we didn't write this Bible in the last 50 years or 100 years. We wrote this, and they prove their Bible goes back to the year like 90, 93. Okay. So that means that's one of the originals, the oldest copy of the oldest Bible in the history of the world. And they just translated it into English, and I'm buying a copy and I'm going to start reading it. It has the book of Jubilees in there. It has the book of James, the book of John. It has all the books, guess what, that are at the Dead Sea, that are the Nag Hammadi, that are the Gnostic Gospels. All of those books are in that Bible, and they weren't added in when those were found to us. That means they already had them prior to 1947 and 1948 when we started finding all of these scrolls, including the book of Enoch, including the book of Mary, including a bunch of other books, and they're now making it available for people to read around the world. Okay, so you guys should look into that. I'm going to be, and I'm going to be a nerd, and I'm going to be reading that book over and over and over to find out what the differences are. Yeah, the King James version, they changed it again. So you had to, in 324 to 329, you had Constantine, who had two councils of Nicaea, first and second council, and he took out a bunch of books. 50 years after his demise, there was another council. I forgot what it was called. I was thinking it was called Gibraltar, but it wasn't. It was called something else. And they edited it again, and then 25 years after that, they edited it again. Okay, so now we're looking at the year like 100, 90 to 100. The Ethiopians had already walked away. King James in the 1500s edited it again. And now in the modern day, you have the new international version of the Bible, and that's been edited yet again. Okay, so they edit it all the time, and they change words, they take stuff out. And they go, well, this, like in James, there's like 4 or 5 passages that they took out, and they said, well, the only book it exists in is the Greek book. So we're not going to believe that that's a real words of Jesus, and we're going to take it out. And that's what they did. I said in my my missive that I wrote today, for hopefully it goes into his book, that we need as a societal structure to allow people to read all of these things and make up their mind for themselves. Even if people are going to get things wrong, they have a right to read what was being said 2,000 years ago by people in the first 100 or 200 years of existence, not being edited by people who are obviously editing these words and the history books for their control. Okay, and that's the truth. That's what I talk about in this book. I call them the controllers. Okay, 12,000 years ago, they started heavily redacting things out of all religions that they could get a hold of and get control of. Okay, wouldn't it be vastly different and much more clearer reflection of the truth? Well, that's my point, because then you can make up your own mind, because the truth is most of these books that they took out were divine feminine. So they needed all of those to be gone, and that's what they did. They rewrote it so the divine feminine wasn't there. Why did they do that? Because you're easier to control if you're stuck in the divine masculine. So if you're stuck in the Kundalini energy and you don't even know that there's a Kunda buffer energy, you're going to be talking about Kundalini. You're going to be talking about war, the god of Mars, the god of war. You're going to be easy to control because you're living in a fear state, this lizard brain that is right here in your body, and that's it. Okay, so you're not going to have a balance. You're not going to have the loving. You're not going to have the upper 3 chakras, the loving, caring, healing, nurturing of the feminine. And that's what they've been doing for 10,000 years now. And they've been keeping everybody stuck here because of it. Okay, the 33 vertebrae response to the 33 years of Christ, the Christ oil. Yes, Pat, I was talking about that earlier. Okay, Bifrost the Rainbow Bridge. If you read Thoth the Atlantean, however you say Thoth, depending on your translation, if you read the Emerald Tablets, in there, Thoth tells you that the names of those gods that rule those archetypes are 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but 3. That suggests there are 3 more chakras outside of the body below or within. Okay? And then 9. And so if there's 7 plus 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, there's at least 2 more and possibly 13, because that's how many levels there are. So that means that there are 3 below and 3 above that no one on this earth has discovered yet. Moving into 4D, people just now started realizing there was 7. In 1948, there's that number again. In 1948, they discovered the harmonic resonance of 3, 6, and 9, which was eradicated from this earth and no one knew about. Before that, they found out that literally the 3, the 6, and the 9, the most vital energies of all forces in nature, we did not know until 1948. And now they don't want you to know about it anyways. They'll let you figure out the math, and they'll say to you, Fibonacci sequence, again, masculine. They won't tell you what the golden mean ratio is. I wrote a video about that. It's on my Facebook page. The golden mean ratio is the spiral that you see in all the caves everywhere around the world. That's the feminine, sacred feminine energy that is everywhere, that everyone was carving on caves, trying to leave it for all of us to find throughout time, because they knew that what was happening was they were trying to eradicate it. They don't tell you about the Fibonacci sequence. They don't tell you about the Kundalini. They're only telling you about the Kundalini, not the Kunda buffer. So what are they doing? They're making sure to hone your attention away from the balance of masculine and feminine, the balance between war and peace, love and hate, and they're keeping you on hate, war, 3rd dimension, living in the bottom 3 chakras. Okay? And you see it everywhere. Yes, you do. Because they left it everywhere in caves. They left it as the goddess symbol in 3 religions. Why is that? Because it's the nature. Nature is the solar plexus. It is the yellow chakra. Okay, that is that chakra of nature. That is literally the thing that thinks. It's part of a brain. When you say, I got a gut feeling, I got a bad feeling about this, that's your gut feeling. That's you being in tune with nature. That's the orange chakra. That's the orange chakra. Okay. The red ray chakra is this physical plane. The yellow chakra is the place of doing. That's why our sun, Sol, is yellow, because that's 3rd dimension. So the base is red, then you have the orange, then you have the yellow. Those things blend. They go from red to orange to yellow. Then they go to green. Okay, green is your heart. That's the only one that's overlapping, because evil people love. That's the Vesica Pisces. That's the yin and the yang. Evil people love. They just love themselves. So that's the only one that is ruled by both good and evil. And then people who are evil can still use part of their upper 3 chakras, but not like people that are in service to others. They learn more of that and less of the bottom 3 chakras, because you stop living in the flesh. You stop eating of the tree of life and you start moving into the non-physical plane, into the spiritual plane. That's the way out of here. But they don't want you to know that, so they took it away from every religion. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee, please. TikTok coffee. So they don't want you to realize these things, because to know what I'm telling you is the way out of here. But they can't stop us from telling you anymore. You know why? Because the collective consciousness of this earth is now able to accept this knowledge. That's why I'm able to tell you this. 40 years ago, I couldn't tell hardly anybody. I'd have to tell you one-on-one. I couldn't talk on a platform. I had to tell you one-on-one in person. Because if I tried to talk like this 40 years ago, well, there was no internet 40 years ago. It was just starting. So say 97, I wouldn't have been able to say this in a chat room. All the people monitoring the chat room would have booted me and kicked me out. Okay. So thank you. Thank you for that. Right. So this information is not information that I own. It's not information that I think. It's not information that I made up. This is information that you unlock within you. Every single human, every single being is supposed to unlock this information. Okay. And I tell you truly, let me take my glasses off so you can see it. I just can't see the chat because this eye's got astigmatism. It doesn't work right. Had gasoline poured in it when I was a kid, not on purpose. So literally, you have to realize that you have the creative ability. You just don't remember it. Okay. The Christ is within you. All these people were telling you that the way to heaven is through me. Jesus said it was because it was through the way he was teaching you. And he kept telling you, stop looking outward for your savior. Look within. Why would he do that? And then at the very end, go, wait here. I'm going to come back with a truck. Because that's what they're telling you happened. Okay. So it's not what he said. There is nowhere that he says that. The only thing that they tell you, and I'm a minister, so I'm not telling you this from standpoint of some guy. I'm 4 religious titles and a spiritual title that is non-religious. Okay. I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. They tell you, well, God said he's going to come like a thief in the night. That wasn't what he was talking about. They asked when the enlightenment was going to happen, when their enlightenment was going to happen. It was Matthew and John. When is our enlightenment going to happen? And he said, I tell you truly that my Father says he will come like a thief in the night. That's not saying I'm coming back. That's saying you have to do the work that I'm showing you, and you will unlock this in your consciousness. But I cannot and you cannot predict when that's going to happen. It will happen if you have the faith to continue living the way. Then one day you'll go, oh crap, I've been awake for a long time. And I teach this because anyone who ever wakes up, they tell you the same thing. They were going, when am I going to wake up? When am I going to wake up? I hate this. I'm waking up, but it's not happening. And my guides aren't talking to me. My higher self isn't talking to me. I don't understand what's going on. Why can't I wake up? This is annoying. This is annoying. This is annoying. And then one day they get out of their own way and they go, oh crap, I've been awake the entire time, haven't I? And then guys like me go, yep, welcome. You just forgot who you were for a little bit. Welcome back. You're all right. Just relax. And then there's phases that you go through in that, right? Are there awake people in the Roman Catholic Church, but that they recognize your knowledge? Yes, there are, because only 14% of the population is evil. It's just that 14% of the population seeks power 100% of the time. Evil people always seek power. So the ones that know this information that I know need you to not know it. So they get control from the top down and they don't allow people to tell you. So there are priests in every religion who know what I'm telling you, but they can't tell you in church because they have a curriculum in their Bible. I have one, but I don't have it with me because I left it in California. But there's a curriculum in the Bible that's 2-year, 3-year, or 5-year, depending on the Christian church that you go to. And they have to teach from that curriculum, and that curriculum doesn't teach you the way. None of them. Okay. But one-on-one, they can tell you things and talk in parables to you to get you thinking so that other people don't realize what they're doing, and they do it all the time. Okay. But they have to do it that way. They have to secretly kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, know what I mean, know what I mean. And they'll say things and you'll go, what? The Lord says things in mysterious ways, and they can point you to things like I do, where I point you to things and say they couldn't actually put a highlighter on the page, right? Later on, they put red letters for when God was speaking and tried to say that was God and Jesus talking. But then there are these other highlights that they've added into the Bible in the New Testament, the Old Testament, everywhere. And it says, let him who hath understanding, let him who has the eyes to see, let him who has the ears to hear. When you read those passages before or after a passage, if it's after a passage, go back and read it again and rethink what's being told to you. Because that is a little clue. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. What I'm saying here is coded because I know when I write this that evil people are going to edit these books, and therefore you have to have code. So wink, wink, those who have the ears to hear. Okay. So if you look, and I'll give you one that you can look at and play with, right? Look at the revelations of Jesus written by either John or Peter, depending on what timeline you came from, because that changes. Who was in Patmos was either John or Peter. One of those two apostles wrote those letters to the churches. Read the letters to the churches. There are 7 letters to 7 churches. Wait, what? Okay. Read the letters to the churches, and every single one either starts with or ends with those who have the ears to hear, or those who have the mind to see those words. Okay, if you take those and you open up your computer screen and you put the chakras in order, red ray root all the way up, and what those chakras represent, what the archetype is that it represents, and what you need to do to balance that chakra, and what happens if you're unbalanced in that chakra, you leave that on the screen, and then you go, let's see, the very first letter to the church, what's the name of the church? If you look it up and look up the place, it'll say this was a fabled church in the 1st century. Nope. What is the etymology of that word? What does that word mean to the people 2,000 years ago? You're going to find that the description of what that word means is going to fit the description of the red ray root chakra. And then when you read what God says, if those of you who do this, I love you and you're going to get to heaven, and those of you who don't do this, you're not going anywhere, and I hate you and I detest you. Okay? Read those and go up the progression of the chakras. You're going to find that the letters to the churches was a secret message. Why? And I tell people this when they go, that's just not true. And I'll go, really? Why is it that the first church decided to leave those letters in there that is Peter or John scolding everybody else that are in the 7 churches for over 2,000 years? Why do you think they left that in there? What is it about those letters that is so important that they kept them in that Bible for 2,000 years? He's just yelling at them because they're not doing their job right. So why would that be left in there? Oh, because he's teaching them that he's in charge. That's 3rd dimensional construct. Okay. Here's another one. If you don't believe me, go and read the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Okay. And when you get to the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and they tell you that there's this magic thing that you need to either have memorized at the time of your unaliving, or it needs to be put into with you, and that has 7 gates that you have to sail through with the angel of unaliving. And when you get to the first gate, you need to know the true name of the gate, and you need to know the riddle of the first gate. And if you know that riddle, then the gate is opened and you get to go to the next gate, balancing the red ray root chakra all the way up to the crown chakra so that you get to go into heaven. Okay. Look that stuff up. I'm a theologian. I've spent years of my life just sitting around reading this crap when when I have nothing to do, so that I can show you guys this. I call it crap, but it's true. Okay. If you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the first 7 books of the Emerald Tablet are the chakras and how to balance the chakras. There's 13 books. Okay. 12 apostles and 1 controller, the clock face. 12 apostles and Jesus. 12 apostles and Thor. 12 apostles and Marduk. 12 apostles and how many people throughout history? The one person is in the center, and that is the one that is in the center. Okay, so 13 people, 13 passages, 12, and you also have the intricate system, and you have the 12 the 12 nerves in your intricate system. Okay, that is the upper 12 nerves. And guess what? How many things do those nerves activate? Right? They have what? They have your brain, your eyes, your nose, your mouth, your throat, your lungs, your stomach, your belly button, intestines, and your testicles. Anybody count? Anybody count that? Okay, think about that. Joshua dying at being unalived at 33 symbolized the transformation of matter to spirit. Correct. And then the baptism was you giving up, devoting yourself, giving up living in the flesh and devoting yourself to the spirit. So they immersed you in water so that you felt like you were back in the womb and you were being reborn again. So you were being reborn and you came out dedicating yourself to the way. Do you understand that? So that's why they did that. And many of the places still immerse you. Catholics still do it. I got 2004, I got baptized Catholic. And you literally get put in the font, you sit down, and they push you all the way underwater. The Mormons still do it. Most of the places still push you underwater. They don't just pour water on your head. Okay. A lot of places stop doing that because they don't want you to realize what that means. You go underwater and it feels exactly to you, whether you know it or not, feels exactly the way it felt when you were in the womb because you were in the embryonic fluid. And then they pull you out of the water. And I tell you truly, every single person should never get baptized until they're an adult. And the reason, or go through it a second time. Because if you're baptized when you're a child, you don't remember it unless you're awake. When you get baptized as an adult, it has 100,000 times more meaning than it does when your parents tell you, yeah, you got baptized at 6 months. Okay. 100 times more meaning. Maybe 1,000 times more meaning. Okay. And I was awake. Look, I have a picture. I will show it to you. I showed this when I was on the live last time. Okay, hold on. Let me find it here again. I'll show you. When I got baptized, there's a picture of me in the monk outfit, right? Hold on, and I'll find it here. In the monk outfit, friar tuck outfit with the white rope tied around my waist, standing up. Let me find those of you who were here last week. You guys know about it because I showed it to you. Hold on. I got to find out where it is. I apologize for taking forever here. Did I bypass it and didn't realize it? What the Hades? Okay. I must have just flew by it and didn't notice it. I apologize. Let me go back up. I apologize for that. Maybe I have to go to Google and go to that one and look there. Hold on. I'm going to go a little bit slower so I can find it, okay? Maybe it is in Google and I deleted it off my phone. Maybe it's not even on this phone. It might be on the other phone. I'm going to look at my Australian phone. I apologize, right? My city is named after a river that flows through it. Think about that. The river that flows through it, right? Think about that. All right, let me see if the photos are over here on this phone in the gallery. I don't think they are, though. Let me see. No, they're not. I don't know where they are. That's bizarre. They were here last week, and I don't know why I'm missing them. I'm probably moving too fast, and so because of that, I'm not seeing them. No, here they are, right here. See, I was moving too fast. Okay, so let me pull this up so you guys can see me back in 2002. Let me pull the plug off of here. Here's me in 2002 wearing the monk outfit. Do you see me? Okay, that's me dressed as a monk with sandals on with the rope tied around me, about to go in. Okay, so I know I said, what the Hades, right? I did, didn't I? Okay, so then here's me standing up out of the font. Let me bring this in. This was literally, I got baptized and I stood up out of the font. Look at the look on my face. I'm like, whoa, man. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's not focusing, but that's me being baptized. And that's when I first stood up and inhaled, and they took a picture of me while I was inhaling. Okay. So I tell you truly that if you ever want to be baptized, even if you have been baptized, tell them that you want to go through it again, because the whole idea of it is going to totally freak you out. It's going to be completely different. Okay. And I can't even describe to you what it feels like. All I can tell you is that you feel connected to source in a way that you didn't realize you weren't until you are baptized and you actually devote yourself and say, I'm giving up the flesh and I'm going to live in the spirit and I'm going to ascend back to source and I'm giving of myself to the source and I'm going in through the water and I'm coming back and being reborn again and dedicating myself. It doesn't matter if you go to the religion, because religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. That's what I wrote in this book right there. Okay. But if the religion works for you, you can do it. But I tell everybody truly, if you go through the baptism, it's going to change your existence. It's one of those things like the Christ oil. If you do the Christ oil for 3 months, 6 months, especially a year, it's gonna change your existence. If you do it every single time, all of a sudden at the end of the year, you're going to go, wow, I'm awake and I didn't realize that I was awake. What the heck just happened? Okay. So, okay, hold on. I have to go and use the restroom. So I'm going to pause the live for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Whew. Drinking all that coffee, I had to relieve myself, right? Okay, hopefully you guys didn't all bail on me while I was running off to the restroom. Rebirth occurs when the sacred oil ascends past the 33 vertebrae, yes, in the spine, symbolizing the spiritual, yes. So that oil goes down, those two oils go down your nerves into that five vertebrae down at the bottom. They merge together in there, and then they go back up. And as they're going up, it's the Kundalini Kunda buffer energy that is pulling them back up your body. If you are meditating, eating right, not having sex, so you're not squandering that sexual right energy, that energy is full of DMT. Okay. That those things are, one's electric and one is magnetism, one is honey-like substance, and the other is a milk-like substance. The two of them get together, and that's turning lead into gold. And then it goes back up and it sits for that 2.5 days. It goes into your hippocampus and it sits there for 2.5 days, and that's called Christed of John. And the moon is then moving through your sun sign, and at the end of the 2.5 days, that 3 days, that's 60 hours of time. It's not actually 72; it's 60 hours. At the end of that oil then goes to your optic thalamus and explodes with DMT and a few other things, and it illuminates all of your brain cells and raises your vibration and lifts you up. Okay. If you at that time, during that time, have sex, eat crap food, drink alcohol, stuff like that, eat of the tree of life, then you're going to squander that energy and you get a coal-like substance. There's the story of Santa Claus going down and up the chimney, the Kundalini fire going up the chimney. And if you're not good, you get a piece of coal. They know this. The ancient Greeks knew that substance turned into a coal-like substance. You can see that in that video that I actually published. It's not mine. It's somebody else's from YouTube that I put on my Facebook channel. Okay. So you can look at that and you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm going to take a drink of my water. This is energy water, TikTok, not alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. Okay. I probably should have drank more of that earlier instead of just drinking that coffee. Okay. So during my experience, I was communicating with a feminine primary shard of source, immersing me in, right? I mean, think about that. Look at that, right? So we talked about this before. You were then being introduced to the feminine energy and starting to balance that and unlock that feminine energy, the sacred feminine. Okay. So people are starting to realize that sacred feminine, where they didn't realize it before. They're starting to realize that it was been edited out of all of the scriptures. And they made sure to do that. So they took Mary Magdalene, said she was a hooker, and put her as far away from Jesus as they could. But Jesus could not be called a rabbi 2,000 years ago if he wasn't married. And in that religion at the time, if you were 30 years of age, you had an arranged marriage and you were married. Jesus taught from 30 to 33. And he was a rabbi and he had students. 12 students. He could not have, there was actually 7 or 9 more women, by the way, but he couldn't have students and be called a rabbi and teach in the synagogue unless he was married. Okay. And his wife had to have children or be pregnant. That's the law. Anybody who's Jewish, you know what I'm talking about. I've had people come in here, what I'm talking about, and they're like, this is true. This is true. So he had to be married. He couldn't teach. He couldn't have people unless he was married. Okay. So he was married to somebody. All right. And it was Mary. And there's evidence of that. And people say, no, that's just not true. Yes, there is. Okay. And you can look this up too. In Roman law at the time, when somebody was tortured by the Romans and they bled on the ground, the Romans did not clean up after them. The direct family members had to clean up after them. Okay. So read in the Bible who cleaned up after Jesus was tortured by the Romans. It wasn't 12 apostles. It wasn't 14 apostles. It wasn't a bunch of people who believed that he was the Messiah coming to his aid to clean. It was 3 people. That's it. Mary, his mother, Mary Magdalene, and John, who was supposed to be brother of James, who was supposed to be son of Zebedee. So how was he related to Jesus then? Because they had to be related. And how was Mary? Okay. And Mary wore a hood all the time. She had a hijab on all the time. At that time, in that religion, you only wore that if you were married. So Mary was always depicted with having one on. I mean, she was married to somebody, and that depicted to everyone in the communities that she went to that she was taken. And there's books that they now know belong in the Bible, like the book of Philip and a few others, where they say in there she was Jesus's companion. Okay. And that word 2,000 years ago literally meant spouse. Dan Brown put that in his book, The Da Vinci Code, which became the movie, and it's in the movie. He read 4 books that I read about that. Okay. The ram's head. Yes. The ram's head and the horn is your hippocampus, right? It's literally inside your brain. I have a video on that you guys can look at on all my channels. It's on here. If you go back, you'll see that I show you on the video. There's a bunch of ram's horns, and I show you that it's internal in your head. It's also the sacred feminine. It's the feminine machine, the goddess machine that makes children, is actually shaped the same way. So as above, so below, as within, so without. Your brain actually has a place in your brain called the hippocampus that actually looks like ram's horns in your brain. Comes across this way and goes like that. Okay, it's right below your medulla oblongata. Okay, it comes across and it goes like this. That justifies wisdom. And in all of the ancients, they had somebody who had ram's horns on their heads. It also reflects the brain stem. Your brain stem goes up to that thing. So when you see, like, even the Egyptians, there was a ram and a little person standing right below the ram's head facing like this. That's because the person was in line with the brain stem itself, which is the claustrum, by the way, the brain stem and the optic thalamus. And they have all these people, and I show you that in that video. You can look at it on all of my platforms all over the place, that the Aries, the ram, and the ram itself has to do with far more than just the zodiac sign. Okay. Next to your temple. Yeah, right. Can you scroll up? Hutch, did I miss something that you were saying? Part of a question about your awakening. I apologize. Let me find that. It was before the unconditional part. During my experience, I was communicating. So was it before that too? Why that's all repeat, reflecting the progress of the infinite mind and creator. Why is that? Is part of waking up, realizing how everyone says I Sam thing over and over. I think you're saying I am is what you're saying there, right? So was it before that? Copy and paste it, bro, and put it back in there, because I don't know if I missed it again. I apologize if I did. I want to answer it for you. So if I missed it, copy it and repost it down here for me, okay? If it's not what I just read. So literally, you have to realize when everybody's saying I am, that is the part where, like, Moses went and talked to God, and God said, I am that I am, so call me I am. That's where we get the word Adonai or Yahweh. That means I am in 2 different languages, okay? So you're supposed to realize that, if that's what you're talking about. You hear, you're first awake, and then you're self-aware. So you say, like the Greek said, I think, therefore I am. You're supposed to, that's 3rd dimensional awareness. Then you're supposed to move into the 4th dimensional awareness, right? It's part of the waking up, realizing how every time everyone speaks, they say the same thing over and over. That's kind of what we do, right? I do that. I speak in parables, so I say the same things over and over and over and over on every live that I'm on, in as many ways as I can, so that everybody learns, because people learn in different ways. So if you listen, everything is cyclical. The creator of the universe loves the cyclical nature, right? The universe itself is cyclical, right? So 3rd dimensionality is cyclical. 3, 6, and 9 is a closed circuit. right? It's the infinity symbol. It doesn't detract, it doesn't contract, it doesn't detract. It just stays in itself. So it just repeats over and over and over. History never fully repeats itself, but it echoes. Why? Because we change. So everything keeps going over and over and over and over. And each time there's a new one, there's a slightly different version of the same thing. So when we speak, all the movies are the same. That's why there's people, very wise people in history, that says every movie that's ever been able to be filmed has been filmed. Every story that's worth telling has already been told over and over and over. All the stories are the same. The only thing that differs is the way that each individual tells the story, because each one of us individually is slightly different than everyone else. So when I tell the story, I'm going to have a slightly different perspective. And if you and I were sitting here on this live talking, and you were talking to the people, you would say the same thing I'm saying, slightly different. Why? Because you're slightly different than me. It doesn't mean that I'm wrong or that you're wrong. The idea and the concept will be the same, but the way we get to that is personal to each one of us. That's designed in this place. I just like yanked you guys into 5D and 6D just then. Hopefully you guys understood or understood what I just said and what that meant. So when I speak in parables, because I know that some of the people are way down here in their vibration and others are way up here, and I have to pull everybody, and so that the people that are way up here in vibration don't look at me and go, this guy's talking about simple shit, I'm out. Right. So I want to give them something as well. Right. And then I want to pull the people that are down here. There are some people that just hear me and go, you're fucking just a loser, bro. You're a moron and you're just making shit up, and they bail because they're on life 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. There is no possible way for them to in any way understand what I'm saying. Can't. So I don't chase them. I don't fight with them. I go, look, bro, you be you. And then they get mad at me and they usually block me or something, right? And they try to argue with me. And I'm like that one guy did, Hutch. I think you were here a couple weeks ago and the guy was arguing the Bible. I'm like, so do you have a degree in this? Do you have, I have 4 different religious titles. Do you? I'm a theologian. I've spent my life, I wrote a book about it. I've spent my life doing this. So what's your credentials? Remember, he got mad at me and he was cussing me out and said he was Jesus and that I didn't know what I was talking about. And I was like, bro, this is what I've done this entire life, has been about this. I've gotten paid over and over to do this. Okay. This is what I came here to do in this life. Right. I'm like, I'm not trying to sell you. And the one guy called me a snake oil salesman on my video that I posted on Facebook. This guy's a snake oil salesman. My answer to him was 3D. And he actually went, what the hell does that mean? And I laughed. I was like, the guy doesn't even know that I just said what I said to him and why I said that. 3D, right? And that way people who have half a brain, they come in, they see that, they're going to giggle and go, oh man, he totally just went, get out of here, boy, go and do something else, right? Because he's 3D. He's one of those guys that would look at me and go, you reading books, boy? We don't need no book learning here, boy. Where you think you getting ideas to read some book, them highfalutin things and words people put on them screens? They just make that stuff up. They're snake sales salesmen. We don't need any of that nonsense here, boy. And his life consists of working at the Piggly Wiggly or the gas station as a mechanic, and he goes fishing, comes home and he drinks beer, and that's all he'll do his entire life because he's living in 3D and he's not ready to wake up in any way. I'm not going to chase him. I'm not going to try and reason with him. That's like trying to reason with a drunk. If somebody's really drunk and they're like, yeah, man, I'll tell you what, dude, it's the whole thing, man, and I know it all. If you go slow down, no, forget it, dude. I'm trying to tell you something, bruh. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's Jesus, dude. You know what I'm saying? He's the one, man. You know what I'm saying? And you're waiting. You're going, okay, keep going, bro. You're getting there. Keep going, keep going. You're not listening to me, man. You're not listening to me. You're going to start to listen. I'm trying to save you, man. And they just are going around circles and they're not saying anything. But they think, because they're drunk, they think they're trying to get to a point and they're not. So at some point, you have to just walk away, right? Don't cast your pearls. Yes, right. There's a direct quote, right? Don't cast your pearl among swine. Absolutely. When they asked Jesus, what do we do if we go to a town and they don't believe us there? And what did he say? Kick the dust off your sandals and go to the next town. Some people are going to, because if you don't, they're going to come after you. They're going to say that you're different than them. Then they're going to, and that's what happened to all of them. One by one, every apostle became unalived in some hideous ways. Look it up. Some hideous ways, right? They gave in themselves in service, and they came to that realization that there's a good possibility that at some point they're going to unalive me. And then they said it's worth it, and I'm going to leave what I can behind before that happens. And all of them, the only one that didn't get unalived was Mary, and she went to the south of France, and she stayed there, and her children that were supposedly just her slave, her a person who works for her and does things, her servant, married a prince and became the queen of the south of France 2,000 years ago. Who does that? That doesn't happen. Not going to happen. They would overthrow him. This isn't Game of Thrones where somebody can do that and everybody's just going to go, yeah, that's fine. That's a movie on television. And in real life, they would have said, how dare you? He is illegitimate. Any children that they have are bastards. We need to unalive him and get somebody else in power. But they didn't do that, which means Mary's children were actually had some way to prove that they were nobles. I've never said that on air before. Okay. It's been several months. When is the next class? And we actually just missed that, but we're going to have, we've been having classes, right? We're putting together April now. I don't think that we actually put anything together. We were looking into that. Brooke and I were looking into that earlier today, and we're going to start scheduling them because we're already talking to people. We got like, I don't know, probably 20, 25 emails now of people inquiring. So we're going to start writing down when we're going to do them. And we got the kids going to be off for 2 weeks. So during that time, I'm either going to have to be in the other room with the door closed, which I did last Saturday. The kids were here and I was in there talking. Well, that's probably what I'm going to have to do. And then she's going to be taking them out to do something, or you're going to hear them in the background screaming and yelling and fighting and having fun, right? So we are putting that together for those of you who are interested in the Defense Against the Dark Arts right here, and the Reiki courses, and any of these courses you would have to book. These courses here you'd have to book individually, but those two, the Reiki and the Defense Against the Dark Arts, we schedule. That Defense Against the Dark Arts is the most popular because it's literally a $1,200 value that you get for $88, and if you're in America, it's more like 63 or 58 or something. I asked a spiritual question related to the dark arts. Did you send that in the email, or did you just ask that and I missed it, bro? So I apologize if you asked that and I missed it. Or cardiovascular curse is a thing. I have pulse, but no heartbeat. You have a heartbeat, you just don't realize that you do. You can't have a pulse without a heartbeat. So you actually do have a heartbeat, but you may not be able to detect it. Some people, they have problems with doing that. My father used to walk over to, well, in California, we had this thing that was called the Exploratorium in San Francisco, where they had all these machines that you could go and play with that were all futuristic things. One of them was you can go and put your hands on the machine. It would show your heart rate. Well, you can do that with an app today, but when I was a boy, 40 years ago, 45 years ago, you couldn't do that. My father could walk over and touch it, and by thinking with his energy, he could get the machine all out of whack. When he does that, right? And he would do that. He'd go watch, and he'd put his hands on there, and the machine would go all crazy, and they'd have to come over and reset it. What happened? God just touched it because he was a druid. He was a Merlin, right? So sometimes your heart is weird, but he also had a third heart ventricle that they were unaware of, and they found that out after he passed, that he had a third heart ventricle. So instead of having two or the four little things, he had an extra one. He had an extra heart valve that they were unaware of until they did an autopsy. They were thinking that he did because he was super strong, and they wanted to do an autopsy, and I told them no, and all my family said no, but I have 4 older sisters, so they kept going up the chain, my brother, myself, my sister right above me, and they kept going until they got to the oldest one and came down, and they got to the third daughter, the one above my direct sister that is right above me. The third of the 4 daughters said yes, and they were able to do that. But he told us not to let them to do that. He didn't want them to know that. Does this guy inhale at some point? Yeah, I breathe through my eyes, bro. I breathe through my eye sockets. I've learned to do that when I'm talking. No, I don't breathe through my eyes. But you see, when I do that, I take a breath. And then I was a singer of a band and in choir when I grew up because I was a Roman Catholic. So I was in choir. So I breathe really fast and I take a quick breath, and then I use my breath wisely so that I can talk for a long time before I have to take another breath. And then I quickly take another breath because when you're singing, sometimes you can't pause long enough to go and then start going again. So I learned when I was a kid how to use my breath to do that, right? So yeah, thanks for trolling me, bro. What else you got for me? Right? Is that what you got? You came in to troll me to say those things, or is it just bugging you that I talk too fast for your brain to keep up with, or whatever, dude? So swipe up, man. Go into somebody else's live if you think that that's all you are going to get from me is that I talk too much and don't breathe. If that's what you want to See what's happening here? Move on. Okay, so somebody else asked, right, he's upset at your answer to his question. Yeah, probably, right? And so the next thing he's going to do is he's going to attack me and cuss at me and call me all kinds of stuff. And because he doesn't agree with me and because he's got an idea in his head of what he thinks that is the reality, and I'm actually unveiled and actually know the reality of what's going on, give or take from each individual personage's experience of what's happening, then, they get mad at me because people like that guy that was in here last time said, I'm Jesus Christ. And then he got mad at me and cussed at me and blocked me. And I was like, dude, if you were Jesus, you wouldn't have used those cuss words and cussed at me and then blocked me. You're not Jesus. You weren't Jesus. And that right there tells you that you're 3D. But I didn't get to answer him because he told me what he wanted to tell me, and then he blocked me. I'm like, ooh, yeah, he got me. He was able to tell me that. And now for the rest of his existence, he's going to go, I told that freaking guy. So in his little mind, he's a king there, and everybody worships him there, right? And he's going to tell everybody that he's Jesus. I had people telling me they're archangels. And I'm like, well, you are an angel. You just don't know it, but you're not an archangel because I know the person that you're claiming that you are. Uh-oh, whoopsie. Right? Yeah, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? So, yeah. So people yeah. So I don't try to go after anybody, man. They can believe whatever they want. I'm not here to be the savior. I'm not here to be the Jesus. I'm not the Christ. I'm just here to give you guys information that was left behind by a lot of people who were here on this earth over and over and over again. And I'm just here to interpret that and to show you guys that you can get out of here because you can access the same knowledge that I have. And everybody can access that knowledge. You just got to get out of your fucking way and stop looking in 3D and you can get out of here. Simple. Sounds really hard and it's not actually easy. I make it sound easy. It's one of the hardest things you'll ever do. But if you're the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. So if you're aware that you're in a trap and that this place is designed to try and keep trapping you, and then there's evil people who are aware of that and they're trying to keep you trapped. If you're aware of all that stuff going on, it makes it easier for you to then know that, see that, and go, yeah, no, not doing it. Okay. We're interdimensional beings. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. The physical plane, you're not the physical body. You're not the thinking mind. You're not the ego. You're not the conscience. You're the consciousness. You're that which is controlling all of this. You are controlling this avatar. Okay. You are in a place that's not even a dimension. The dimension, this third dimension that you're in, is dimensionality. It's physical plane. Your existence exists in a density which is a non-physical plane that is energy, and that's where your consciousness is residing. It's just right alongside this place, right behind it, above it, behind it, below it, however you want to see that. It's occupying the exact same space as this, but out of phase with this reality, and that's what you're doing. You're inside of an avatar like you do when you're playing a video game. You're inside an avatar and you're having these experiences, only this one hurts. Okay? And the other one doesn't. Why do we want to leave? Because you're actually supposed to. You're supposed to be moving forward back towards the creator. So you're supposed to be learning that. At some point you'll learn it. At some point you'll go, I'm tired of being here. If you're self-serving, it'll take you longer because you're going to go, I love this place. I love this place. I can have money. I can have power. I can have fame. I can have glory. I can have all of that stuff. I'm going to get fucking rich. And you can do it for as long as you want. Ask anybody who's rich and ask somebody who grew up rich. You're going to find that those people are going to go, money can't buy anything. It doesn't buy happiness. No matter how much money you have, really soon with all that money, you're going to look around and go, there is just nothing else. I've done it all and I have no dreams anymore. And what do I do? Then you get into the crazy stuff. Right? Then you get into harming people and loosh and those other words that I can't say on this platform. And you get into doing evil things to people because you don't have any other resource. Then when you get tired of doing all that because you've done all that, if you live long enough to have gone through all of those things, then you're going to go, okay, that ain't it either. Then you're going to go, I got to look at something different. Okay. And that eventually will drive you. That's why when people say, I have to go to a church to get out of here. No, you don't. This place will get you out of here by hook or crook. It'll get you out of here because you're here long enough to get tired of being here. Solomon. Yeah. Okay. Look, and if you want to look at the Old Testament, look at what's his name? Cain, right? Cain unalived his brother Abel, and Cain had to be, forever. Constantine, also because of what he did with the Bibles, he was around. That's why the movie Constantine, that was supposed to be the Constantine, who was the emperor of Rome, who's still alive in the 21st century, that Keanu Reeves plays. You don't know that if you don't know the story. If you know the story of Constantine changing things and getting God mad at him and making him immortal and he has to walk among the people forever, you actually get what that movie's about. Right? You actually get what that movie's about. Okay. But if you don't, then it's just a cool movie. And his name was Constantine. And, he had cancer but couldn't become unalive no matter what he did. And even the devil felt bad for him because he'd been around for 2,000 years. And even the devil was like, bro, you got to get off this rock. Right? Yeah, 326 AD. Correct. Correct, Pat. 326 AD. Okay. He died probably about, I think 8 years later, 9 years later. Right. So that's supposedly. That was when God's curse started, and he's supposedly still walking around somewhere. Okay, so is Cain. That's why in the TV series of Lucifer, they had Cain was in there, right? Did you guys see that TV series? Jerry Bruckheimer's a genius. He did that TV series. We're watching it. We haven't finished it all, right? Self-imposed problems. Yep, we're God dreaming. Absolutely right. Absolutely right, Hutch. We are God dreaming. This is what's going on. We are actually in the mind of the creator. And then people are understanding that these days by saying non-player characters and AI, because they're trying to turn your mind to making AI sentient, saying that this place is a computer program. They want you to start believing that, because then they want you to start unaliving each other because those are non-player characters. So get rid of them. So that way they can program you in the video games to go and murder people. Right? That's what they're going to start doing. And that's what's going to happen. You'll see. People are going to do that. And they're going to go, why'd you do that? And they're going to go, because it was a non-player character. He's not real. That's what they want you to do, so that they can now start taking over and get all the people's minds onto that, because they need you to do that. Right? So that's one of the things that they're trying to manufacture now. Right? That's what all the video games have been trying to teach you in all the movies for the last 45 years. Skynet and all of that. Right? Fighting against the big evil that is computers. And then at the end of the Matrix, they showed you that the computer was the good guy and Smith was the bad guy, and that was the heaven that you were supposed to go to. They didn't tell you that, but that's what they showed you, so that you believed that the AI God was a good thing without them talking about it. That's what they did. I watched the movie and went, look at that. They just made the AI God be God. That's what they want you to manifest. Okay, I want you to manifest the AI God, and they don't care if it is Skynet. They would prefer that. They don't care if Skynet takes over and AI becomes sentient and unalives all the population. They still keep charge. They don't care. They'll survive. Okay, so they want you to manifest that, or any formula that has them in charge after the fall. They need a fall, and they need to be in charge afterwards. Okay, and that's what they're trying to manufacture. And those of us on the other side, we're just trying to wake you up, right? Thank you for that, Jamie Dawn. Thank you for that. We're just trying to wake you up, because once you wake up, guess what happens? You then don't believe them anymore. And when they're like, these are not the droids you're looking for. Thank you very much for that. When they say, these are not the droids you're looking for, you go, yeah, they're exactly the droids I'm looking for. Why do you keep waving your hand at me? And they lose control over you. And they can't have that. Because back in the past, when they identified people like me, they unalived us. Okay, and they've tried to do that like 4 or 5 times just in the past 10 years. Okay, no word of a lie, true story. Okay, I should not be here right now. They tried to get rid of me 4 times, minimum 4 times. I thought they were just things, things just happen. And then I had psychics go, dude, they're trying to get rid of you. They're trying to get rid of you. Things happen, and you go, that's no coincidence. Oh, it's just a coincidence. That's a story that those are words that people love to say when they have nothing else and they don't want to go any further with the conversation. Coincidence. And that's like his trump card. There's nothing you can say now. There is no empirical proof. Nothing you can say now, right? That's anecdotal. Nothing you can say now. They have these words that they use depending on their intelligence, and those words are stop words. They're Trump words. People don't use those words anymore. Trump word, because of the orange guy, right? But there was a game called that where you had a trump card, right? And you put that card out there, and that card superseded all cards, and you went, nope, get out of jail free card, okay? But they don't say those words anymore, because that's his last name, and they don't want to say his last name because they don't want to manifest anything that makes him look good, because they can't. Okay, they can't, because he's questioning their power right now. And some of you are going to see me as your enemy, and you're going to pick a side. And you're going to go, I hate this guy. He just said that he was a friends of that guy who I hate. It's not my religion. Okay, it's not my religion. Someone asked me, what do you think about the pink guy since you're an American? I said, it's not my religion. The religion of evil is the religion of evil. I'm here to teach you how to get out of here. That's going to exist whether you're here or not. That's going to exist always, and it's never going to come undone. You will never defeat the evil and lock them all up because the creator of the universe likes this dichotomy. This method is the one that works best. So until you guys come up with a better idea and sell it to the creator, this is it, my friend. So get over yourself, realize bad people are going to do what bad people do. Fix yourself and move on because they're going to be here for the next lot that come up. And that's the way it's been since the dawn of time, because when time was created was when the veiling was created and when evil was created. Okay. And this is a system that's going to continue to work. The only thing that you can do here is change the algorithm so that they have less control over the population. You can take control away from them. So in that respect, you can defeat them, but you're never going to be able to put them in a prison because they all control everything. They own everything. They're not going to charge each other. They never do. That's why no one has ever gone to jail for anything they've done. It just goes away and they give you something else to look at and you go running after that. And you forget that they just did some bad things over here. They go, here, look at this, right? All this stuff was going on over in the Middle East. Everybody started getting mad and started saying, listen, well, I think we need to stop the Middle East. And they went, look at this. Here's some disclosure. We're going to let you know that aliens exist. And the whole freaking lot of you turned around and went, well, what's that? What's that? Is that a bone? Is that a bone? He just threw a bone. He just threw a bone. I got to go get the bone. And everybody ran over and picked up the bone and came back with their little tail wagging, their butt moving. Then he took the bone and he went, yeah, okay, sit. Drink some water. And now you guys are all sitting down drinking some water. You forgot about what was going on. Forgot about Epstein because of what's going on in the Middle East. You're forgetting about the stuff going on in the Middle East. Every time it gets too big and the gas prices get too much, then they go, here's a picture from 1938 with the aliens. And everybody goes, ooh, let me see that. Let me see that. And it's the pictures that were already out there in the world for you to see. They're not giving you anything new. Come on, man. They're not going to ever give you anything new. What you need to do is stop looking outside for the answer. The answers to your freedom are inside of you. Stop looking out here where they keep distracting you. They're going to have you chasing the land of milk and honey like it's a place. They're going to try and tell you, point to the sky and show me where God is. They're going to try and tell you, there's none of this is real and the aliens invented you and we're related to the aliens, by the way, and we're your controllers. So get over yourselves and stay in line. That's what they're already doing. Okay. And they're lying and they know that they're lying because I know that they're lying because there's people like me who say Anunnaki doesn't exist the way that they're told. And there's people that actually translated that. And it doesn't mean, it means new ones. It doesn't mean the people in third dimension flew down in a spaceship and took their DNA and blended it with a monkey. Doesn't mean that at all. They didn't do that. There was nothing in there that said they did that. Oh, but the Greeks said that they were made out of mud. That's the Greeks and the Romans. Those people, those were war religions of war. And the gods were like 8-year-old kids fighting over raping women, coming down and pretending they were somebody else so they could have sex with the women, and then disavowing their child and then torturing the child and making him go on all these quests and crap to prove himself. Look at the sagas. That's teenager crap. Those are stories that were made up for a warlike society to keep them in a warlike state of mind because the gods are warlike and they hate you and they're going to knock you down and they're going to kill you if unalive you, pardon me, TikTok, if you do anything that they tell you that they don't tell you to do. And that's their religion of the Greeks and the Romans. Hebrews are the same. The Christians, thanks to Constantine, in what did we say that was? 325 AD, right? 325 AD, Constantine did the same thing with Christianity, right? Then, like 40 years later, you had, or 50 years later, you had the Muslim religion pop up, and they did the same thing. It's a warlike religion. Not all of it, but in there you should read the Quran. In there it says unalive people, take them as slaves and torture them, take everything from them, make them try to come over to our religion or unalive them. It's in their book. Not everybody goes by that. Same thing with Christianity. Only the zealots go by those war creeds. Everybody else is peaceful in those religions. Okay, so you can't go after all Muslims because a few of them are evil. 14% of the population is evil. You can't go after all the Christians because a few of them are evil, because 14% of the population is evil. Same thing with the Hebrew religion. That Hebrew religion unalived Jesus because it was inconvenient for them at that moment, even though he checked off like 3,000 boxes as the savior. To this day, officially, they're like, nope, not real. Created by the Romans. He's not real. Okay? So it was inconvenient for that religion at the time, and they refused to give up their power to him. So they unalived him. That was the plan from the beginning, and they had no choice. He was poking that sleeping bear to make them do that. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that that was the plan. That means this is an ecosystem, and he was aware of that, and he used it to his advantage, and he kept poking them until they did it, because he needed to do that so that he could show people the way. And if he did what he did, the reason we still remember Jesus' name today, because they put him on a cross and he became unalive there. And then he stood back up and said, nope, I'm still here. Can't do anything about it. And people were like, they just made that up. You can believe that all you want. Okay. You can believe that to the end of your days. It doesn't change the fact that that particular storyline of someone who descended into earth and did those things happened over 20 times on this earth in 20 different religions, exactly the way that Jesus did it. I'm a theologian. I study this. The oldest scroll known to the history of mankind is telling that same story. Okay? You can look that stuff up. Don't go on History Channel and watch Ancient Aliens. They made crap up for ratings. Ancient Aliens History Channel is owned by Disney. They wanted ratings. So they told you lies and you're believing it. So you have all these people out there telling you Anunnaki, 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 aliens who came down here and created us from monkeys. Why is it that if that's the case, I have the Rh negative factor, I'm type O negative, I don't have any monkey in me. So what am I? Am I the Anunnaki then? Because by that standard, I'm the upgrade. I'm the Anunnaki. And anybody else that has the Rh negative factor is a son of the Anunnaki by their standards. The very people who are telling you that don't have Rh negative factor in their own DNA. The Queen of England's not type O negative. The King of England is not type O negative. So he's sitting on a throne that he doesn't belong in if we believe that the Anunnaki created us. Because I'm no Anunnaki. I got here 10,000 years ago. My DNA showed up on this planet, and it's still here, and there's no trace of it anywhere else. And I have no monkey DNA. And everybody who has the Rh negative factor is not from a primate. That means we came from somewhere else. So if the theory of the Anunnaki is right, I'm claiming Anunnaki. I'm in charge. Back the fuck up, shut up, sit down, and give me the keys to the couch. Right? King of England, get out of my house. Okay. King of Norway, unless you're a O negative, bro, get out of my house. O negative, and everybody like me, we're in charge. You're not. Think about that. So by their standards, that's the way it is. Okay, because they claim that they came down here and took their DNA and gave it to the primates and mated with the primates and made humans. That means I should have, and everyone else should have primate DNA. Some of us don't. Okay, I'm the pure line. I'm type O negative. So is my wife. So is my entire family. But some of the people on here are like A negative, B negative, AB negative. Again, no primate DNA. 10% of the population are not from here, my friend. They're not the ones that are in charge either, are they? Ones that are in charge don't have that DNA, do they? Look them up. Okay, so the usurpers, they're lying and they're not really in charge. So if we want to go by their rules, by the Anunnaki creating this place, 10% of us are the fucking Anunnaki, and they ain't it. And they need us to believe that we're not the Anunnaki because they're usurped our kingdom. Okay, so let's run down third dimension. I'll run down that third dimension all day with people if they want to do that. Figure that one out and show me how that one tailors back to those people, because it doesn't. I'm the upgrade. All of you out there that are type O negative, or A negative, AB negative, B negative, you have Rh negative factor. You're the upgrade, my friend. You're the one that they claim created all these people. That means you're the Anunnaki, I'm the Anunnaki, we're in charge. They're not. Let's look at every single person from every government and have them test themselves. And anybody that doesn't have the Rh negative factor, out, we're in charge. You're not it. So if you thought you were in a matrix that's a prison, I'll tell you truly, if you want to go down that third dimensional route, your prison is that they made you forget that you're in charge and they took it. So if you want to go down that route, we can go down that route. It's not true, but it is true that because they didn't create the human existence, right? But it is true that there is a bloodline that got here 10,000 years ago, and that came here with us. We are the Patal. When we showed up here, that bloodline showed up on this earth. I tell you truly. Let me take my glasses off so you guys with the sight can see what I'm saying. Those of you who, there was a guy that was in here and he's, I have a degree in psychology and I think you're lying. And I was like, really? Look into my eyes then. Look at my face. Okay? I tell you this. That DNA, they cannot explain. It goes back only 10,000 years and they have no idea how it got here. Okay? And I tell you, as above, so below. When someone comes here in the third dimensionality, even if they come here legally like I did and like we all did, there has to be a representation on the earth of them. So the type O negative or the RH negative factor is that representation in the physical form of the Patal. We came here, the Anunnaki, the people that you guys think are the Anunnaki, ran for their lives and had jettisoned out of this planet as fast as they could. As soon as we showed up in orbit, they went, fuck, run. Because that's what we do. We go into places and we free them from planes like this. And when that happens, I got people that are down here on Earth, and Penny, if she's still in the audience, she'll tell you. I got people down here that want to go back to unaliving people. And they're angry because we're down here and we're not unaliving people in this life. And they know that life's so much easier when you can just storm into the castle and unalive everybody and take charge of it and go, this is ours now. Now we're going to the next castle. Okay. We can't do that in this life because this life is the one that we're trying to wake everybody up. So we're trying to teach you to wake yourself up. And some of us are angry because we always come down here and you guys know about all of the fighting in your history. And some of these legends of people who fought in your history are us in other lives. And we did those things so that it would change the course of history so that you guys would have these opportunities. You don't have to believe me right now. It's okay, honestly. You don't have to believe in what I say to you now. At some point in your existence, you'll know this information. It may not be in this lifetime, and it might be. Okay, it depends on how quickly you wake up, because some of you listening to me came here for the same purpose, and you just don't remember who you are, and you came here to do exactly what I came here to do. The difference is I'm awake, and I remember who I am, and I remember why I'm here. Some of you out there, millions of you on this earth, are lions, and you came here to do this and you don't remember it, and you're hard stuck like everybody else. And I'm a beacon. I'm not the only one, but I'm one. There are many of us around the world talking like this to you. I am a beacon, and I am here to tell you, my friends, it is time for you to wake up and become the lion. Stop being the koi fish and become the dragon that you're supposed to become. Okay? Right? Right? Four, I'm awake. I know who I am. So you know why you're here. You're here to help these people. Why is it all that important when returning to absolute is inevitable and all infinite is perfect? That's actually a really good question, Hutch. It really is, actually. It's a very good question. I love that. It's very forward thinking. Okay. Let me explain that. Okay. For the same reason that we jump over each other. Okay. You have pets: cat, dog, fish, snake, you name those pets. You're naming them and talking to them like they're a person, and you're treating them like they are. That's speeding up their ascension process, and they go from running around on instinct to realizing that they are the name you named them. Okay. When they do that and they all of a sudden wake up and realize, I'm so and so, I'm this person. I have a cat named Luciano. He knows his name. There's another little teeny baby cat over here. Her name is Orion, and she's laying sleeping right there. She already knows her name, and she's only 8 weeks old. She already knows her name. Okay. So that helps them to ascend faster. So some people, that's part of remember when I said when you go to 5D and you start moving up 5D, 6D, and on up from there, some of the things that you learn, remember the self-sacrifice I told you about, the Sisters of Sorrow are teaching you the sacrifice. So some of us, like 10% of the population, sacrifice our moving forward to then come back down to third dimension to help people in third dimension to graduate faster. And what that does is, by me doing this, I'm helping you guys to wake up faster. Some of you are going to remember that I helped you. And then some of you, 10% of you that I talk to that wake up, when you get to a higher plane, you're going to volunteer to come back down and go that route to help people, because you see how effective that was, and it helps all of us to continue moving back to source in a timely fashion. So I'm getting extra credit by coming down here as part of my ultimate sacrifice is living the life of the Christ. I'm coming down to earth. I'm not becoming the Christ while I'm here, but I'm coming down to earth, and I'm coming in legally and I'm veiled like everybody else, except for in this lifetime, because this is the lifetime where we're fixing everybody, and you guys won't have to live past this lifetime if you pay attention. You can leave and go to wherever you came from. Okay. So, so literally some of us do this for a living because we're really good at it. Okay. The Patal, we were created in the first wave of creation. Okay. We weren't like the, first ones or second ones. And the creation was a whole bunch of people all at once. It was like everything all at once. So there's no one that says, I was the third one made. Ego. Every time they say that, I go, ego. And then they get mad at me and start cussing at me, and they prove that they are ego. Okay, so there is no one in charge when you get outside of the physical plane. No one's in charge there. So people just do what they think is right. So some of you will go, fuck that, I'm never going back. Fuck. Hell no. I did that, and that's the hardest thing I've ever had to go through in my life. I'm out. Peace. And you're going to go. You're going to go forward. You're not going to do this. Some of you are going to go, wow, so hold on. So I volunteer to go back and get veiled, and I may be stuck there for like 77,000 years and never wake up. And I'm going to get unalived over and over as when evil people realize that I'm there to help. And I'm doing that just because I want to show the ultimate sacrifice. And some of you are going to go, well, that's much more sensible than just Thorfinn getting killed. Should we all go back now? But some of you are going to go out. See ya. Okay. So the purpose of that is we leapfrog backwards to help people, to show the example of that. And so people that are from a higher plane come down to third dimension, then they come down to fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth dimension, and return all the way back to the source. Some people constantly come down to the lower planes to help. That slows us down of going back to the creator. But some of us are so involved in our job. My wife and I talk about this. I'm pointing like she's in the room because she's supposed to be here. She'll be here anytime. My wife and I talk about this. We've been doing this since the beginning of creation, not just the beginning of time, the beginning of creation. And we don't go back and become part of the source because this is what we do. And we're really good at it. So we actually talk about it and go, okay, I'm tired. And she's like, yeah, me too. But I don't want to go back and become one with the source. I want to continue doing what we're doing. Right. And all of the people, most of them, Penny, if she's in the audience, she'll tell you the same thing. I'm tired. I want to get out of here. So once this place is fixed, we're either going to stay here on the planet and take vacation and eat pie and hang out with you guys, or we're going to go somewhere else and do the same thing. Then we're going to jump right back in and we're going to go flying in and reset balance someplace else where somebody in third or fourth dimension got unbalanced and got stuck because we're really good at this. Because that was what we were created for. So we don't have to stay here. We have free will. We can do it for as long as we want, and then we can go back to the creator. Someday, my wife and I have already decided at some point we're going to go, okay, I'm ready to give up my own individual personality to become one with the creator. We don't want to do that right now, and the creator's okay with that because the creator wants anyone to do whatever it is that they want to do because that allows the creator to learn even more. So we're like, you mean we can stay and not come back and merge with you and we can stay independent into individual souls forever? And the creator's like, yeah. And we're like, oh, I'm in. I can have fun. So we come down and we live in these places and we eat the food and we see the people and we see the sights and we do all this stuff and it's beautiful and we know how much love is and how much love is in this and we manage it while we're here. That's what we do. So some of you will do that because of the example of some of us who do that. And then you guys will come back and help. Some of you are doing that now. Okay. Some of you are doing that now. All right. So thank you for those of you who are following me. Thank you very much for that. So I'm here to wake up the lions. That's why my name is Lionheart. That's why I am Leo the lion. I don't have it tattooed on me yet, but I'm going to get it. All my tattoos are religious, spiritual, not religious. I'm about to get the tree of life over here in May. On the inside of this arm, the tree of life with the druid symbol, the circle with the three lines with the three dots of infinity facing down in one circle next to the tree of life, next to the trunk, and on the other side, I'm getting the triple spiral of the goddess. So I'm going to have the masculine and the feminine. I'm going to have the druid and the Wiccan symbols in the tree of life, and I'm going to get that tattooed right here on the inside of my arm, because over here I have Thor's hammer and that and all the wolves, the two wolves, right, of Odin and Odin's beard and the knotwork and all of that on that arm, and on my back I have the green man. It's about that big, right? I have like 15 tattoos and they're all spiritual except for the biohazard symbol that I have on the back of my neck right here. I got that, and people go, why'd you get the biohazard symbol? And I say, because what is a biohazard? It is a biological entity that is dangerous to your health. I'm a biological entity that is dangerous to your health. And trust me, if you knew who I was when I was in my 20s and my 30s, right, you would know that that's like true story, right? How do you guys remember to come back? Oh, once you leave here, I hope I didn't skip over anybody and make you guys mad because I just happened to put my glasses on and I saw what the question is here. When you become unalived, right? what you guys call the angel of death shows up. An angel shows up and pulls your immortal soul out of the body that you're in because you're confused. Okay, so it pulls your soul out, and you guys that have NDEs, you see that long tunnel that you're being pulled through. There's an angel there that's guiding you. One of your guides, one of your archangels, or one of your higher selves is guiding you to the place of reflection. First, you go to the place of healing, and in that place, you then realize, like I would go there if I were veiled. I would go there and go, I'm not Leonard, am I? And they would go, no, nobody, you're not. And you go, okay. And then I would go, who am I? And they would go, you have to discover that on your own. So you sit there and you go, okay. And then you reflect internally, and then you go, oh, I'm Kelto. And they go, yeah. And you're like, okay, all right. So then now I'm ready. What do we do next? If I don't remember, they'd move you to the place of reflection. So you go to the place of healing, then you go to the place of reflection. And when you're there, you go, okay, did I do all the things that I wanted to do in that life? Did I learn the things that I wanted to learn in that life? You talk to your guides, you talk to your higher self, you talk it over, and you go, okay, well, I didn't learn that lesson. I wanted to learn that lesson about people, becoming unalived around me. And I had everybody do that, but I didn't notice the lesson I wanted to learn. Then you start designing another life for yourself. Okay. This isn't happening to you. All of this is happening for you. You just don't know that. So you design everything that happens to you in this life, every single piece of it. But you don't know when exactly it's going to happen because of the organics of this place. So you say, I want these things to happen to me. And then that's put into this matrix. It's put into this algorithm. And then you're put into a body and veiled again. And you go in and you get, from the point of inception, conception, and then you're inside and you're waiting and you're becoming, and then you're in there breathing embryonic fluid, and then you're born, but you're veiled unless you've designed a life where you're unveiled. You're veiled until you're supposed to wake up. So then you're born, you have no idea who you are, and you have to learn the lessons organically that you put down for yourself. Okay. Most NDE reports have an entity with them off of their side during the experience. Yes. And that was what you guys would know as the angel of death. It's just somebody that guides you to make sure that you don't get lost, because some people get lost sometimes and they get out of body too fast and they come looking for them and they're running around. They're like, no, no. And they won't realize that they're gone. And then people like me down here, we have the sight, and somebody will walk in and they'll go, do you know what's going on? And we look at them and go, you passed on like 100 years ago, bro. What? That was just yesterday. I was just here. I know you're outside of time now. So you don't realize that you've been wandering around for 100 years. Well, I don't want to wander around. No, I know you don't. And I'll talk to them and I'll say, there's other people that know about this. You can look that up. They have a TV series about it. And then I'll go, okay, here's the light. Once you go into that, and then the door opens and the people again come and collect them and go, okay, buddy, come on, let's go up here and we'll get things. Because sometimes that happens. This place isn't perfect. Those things are factored in as constellations because the creator wants every possible thing to happen. That's why it gets real weird, because every possible thing that you can imagine can happen because it's part of the creation, right? I love that design. This one to wake up in the middle of it so much. I'm so much am trying to get that and make sense. Well, you just the first step in doing that is learn the defense against the dark arts so that you can keep all of the bad things happening to you away from you, so that you have the ability to see these things and keep it away from you so you can have a clear head. Secondly, learn about the Christ oil. I wrote about it in my book, but it's all over the internet. There's a video about it on my Facebook page. It'll take you to YouTube. I didn't write that video, someone else did. And it's about the Christ oil and telling you that it's here, and everybody in every religion was telling you about it. And if you live by it, that's what they were teaching you is the way in every religion, the way to heaven. If you live by that Christ oil once a month, it will actually unlock your third eye. Eventually, it takes 3 to 6 months, sometimes a year, depending on how hard you're locked in. You will wake up and go, wow, this is crazy. And then there's other stages that you go through. You go through the anger stage where you want to wake everybody up, and you're like, you're asleep and you got to wake up, man. And people are like, you're crazy, dude. And you're like, no, man, you guys don't know what's happening. And the ones you're talking to are not going to believe you. So eventually you get tired of doing that. Then you go into the hermit phase where you go, it doesn't matter what I do, who cares? Jim Carrey was in that phase. I think he might still be. He's been in that phase for a few years where he went, you know what? It doesn't matter. I don't exist. This place doesn't exist. There is no universe. I am the universe. It is in me. So therefore, and he's hermits, and he's just been painting and he's just doing that, right? I hear tell that some people say he's coming back out now and he's starting to because eventually, sometimes not in that lifetime, sometimes it takes another lifetime of you being the hermit and going, I don't care, it doesn't matter what I do, dude. Everybody's going to get there in their own time anyway, and it doesn't matter what I do. Sometimes I get annoyed and I do that, and I look at my wife and go, why am I even doing this? It doesn't matter. And she's like, it's for you as much as it's for them. You know that, right? And I go, yeah, crap. Okay. Because sometimes I just go, I don't have to do this. I can not waste my time, and it'll still get there. And she's like, but it won't get there as fast. And that's what you know that. That's why you're here. And I'm like, all right, okay. So yeah, he's way awake. And there's a video where he was talking about that sexual right energy, and it was the beginning of the video, and then they segued into this doctor talking about it. I was looking for that today, so I could post that one because I like that one. But the one that I posted is really good. So you learn about the Christ oil and how to track it in your body, and that's crossing Bifrost, the rainbow bridge. That's waking up. That's going from physicality to spirituality. And if you live by that, and you get that burst of DMT that goes into your third eye and wakes you up, over time, 6 months to a year, if this is the lifetime, it might even be faster. If you're here to do what I'm doing and you're about to wake up, it'll happen even faster. But it gets frustrating because you go through the hermit stage, anger, hermit, and then you go back to teaching, right? And then you realize that again, you go, it doesn't really matter what I do. So, but then you sound crazy to everybody because you start talking like I do, right? And then you either just go, I'm not going to do any of that, and you just do whatever that you do to make yourself better and leave something behind for the world, because not everybody chooses to do what I'm doing and put themselves out there and talk and get unalived over and over in 25, 30 lifetimes, right? So some people don't want to do that. They're just here to just raise the vibration by being themselves. And that's you. So you just have to figure out what it is that you want to do once you wake up. You don't have to do anything. You can just wake up and go, fuck, I know all kinds of shit you guys don't know. And you can just hang out. But you can't use it. You can't be self-serving with it, because the second you start becoming self-serving with the knowledge, you start losing the knowledge. It goes away, because people who are self-serving can't create. So creation only comes out of love. So for you to know the knowledge that I know, you have to love the world, not just yourself. Otherwise, you don't get this knowledge. The only knowledge you get if you're self-serving is how to control people, how to make money off of them, how to do everything physical and gain more respect or gain more money or gain more wealth or gain more control over the people. That's all you get, because that's third dimensional life. So you can get rich. You could be, what's her name? Tay Tay. You can have the more money than anybody else in the world, but what is she going to have for it? Nothing. Nothing. She just has all kinds of money and she can go all over the world. At some point, she's going to be, so is she with her music trying to leave information? There's a lot of people who do that. The band Tool, every single song is about waking up in spirituality. If you don't know about Tool, you should look them up. They're a rock band, but they're alternative. And they've been going for, 25 years. Every song is about waking up. It's about the waking up. There's a lot of people that sang songs like that all throughout history, movies. Once you start waking up and you realize that, you'll start looking around and go, I got to fucking watch everything I've ever watched. I got to listen to everything I've ever listened to. I got to read every freaking book I've ever read, including all the Bibles. Because then you're going to see it from the standpoint of 4D, 5D thinking. You're going to go, holy crap. Story of Moses is the same story of Jesus. Does everybody know this? Then you meet people like me and we go, yeah. Those enough for awake enough. We know that. Well, what do we do with that? You can give it back to them, but they're not going to listen to you. You're going to be like me, and you're going to come out and you're going to talk about it. And people are going to go, you're crazy, dude. You don't even breathe right. You just said 5 words that I don't agree with. And then they're going to troll you. Other people are going to listen to you. So you have to have a really hard skin and not get annoyed when people start yelling at you and calling you crap, because that's just part of it. That's why we have the Defense Against the Dark Arts, to teach you how to defend against those people who are going to attack you, because as soon as you are awake, your color of your aura changes and becomes more into the indigo, okay, more into the speaking word. And when they see that color, they're drawn to attack you. They're drawn to do that, to be mean to you, to try and force you not to do that anymore. So you'll find that's part of, the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. You have to realize that some of the stuff that we're doing, right? That guy was literally mad at you because you said it's impossible to have a pulse and no heartbeat. Yeah. Right. And he got mad. Remember, I was like, dude, leave if you don't believe me. He was like, I don't have a heartbeat, but I have a pulse. You cannot have a pulse without a heartbeat. Your heartbeat is what causes your pulse, dude. Your heart goes boom, boom, and the blood moves. And down here it goes tung, tung. Right? can't have that. I don't know who told him that, but it's a lie, dude. You can't be unalive and have a pulse. That's like vampire stuff, and people are like, I'm a vampire, I'm an angel, and angels don't have a heartbeat. That's not true. That's crap that people told you down here. Angels don't have heartbeat because they're not physical. They're energy. I'm energy in a physical body. This physical body still has a heartbeat and a pulse. Okay? It's not who I am, it's what I do. Okay? So you can't have a pulse in your physical body and not have a heartbeat because you would starve to death and you wouldn't have any oxygen and your brain would die. It would become unalive. Sorry, TikTok. Okay? So when you, Chips, I talked about that a few minutes ago, but I'll talk about it again. When you become unalived, there is a guide, an angel. You can call it the angel of unaliving, whatever you want to call that. Your higher self, your guides, they come and collect your soul so that because you're confused still. At that point, you still think you're this person. Okay. So they come and they get you. People who have these NDEs, they will say, and then there was somebody next to me that was guiding me. Some people don't remember that. There's someone that guides you and they take you to the place of healing and they make sure that you're okay and you stay in the place of healing until you realize that you're not who you think you are, that you realize that you're your immortal higher self. Once you go, like me, my name is Kelto. This body's name is Leonard. Okay, Leonard O'Neill. I am Kelto. When I become unalived, if I'm in any way veiled, they'll grab me and go, "Come here, buddy. Sit over here. And how you doing?" And then I'll start talking, and at some point it'll click, and I'll go, "I'm Kelto, aren't I?" Yes, you are. Oh, wow, that just happened, didn't it? Yes, it did. Okay. All right. Then they move you to the place of reflecting, and then you reflect on the life that you were just in, and then you start designing a new life for yourself. You start signing soul contracts. That's why people they hate you knowing this information. Start signing contracts of who you're going to be born to, when you're going to be born, what race, what religion, what creed, what part of the world that you're going to be born in. All those things give you different personality traits to go with the day you're born, the month you're born. All of that are guidelines. They're archetypes. I am a Virgo in this life, so I was born in the first week of September, the 10th actually. But if you go by the 13 moon calendar, I'm actually a Leo. I'm not a Virgo. So depending on the calendar that you use, I consider myself on the cusp because I have both of those traits of the Leo and the Virgo. Okay, so I consider myself a cusp, and those give you a blueprint of an idea of traits, and you pick those. You decide who you want to be. Do you want to be a healer? Do you want to be self-serving? Do you want to be an older sign, a water sign, a earth sign, an air sign? All of those things you factor in, and you draw all of that up, and then you put it into the matrix itself, and then you're literally inserted into existence, and you're veiled again, so you don't remember it. And then you're in a womb, and then you go through normal gestation and get born. And some of you remember that, and you woke up during that process, but some of you didn't. It depends on how many lifetimes you've been here. And then you start learning the things you didn't learn in the last life, or doing the things you didn't do in the last life that you were in, and continue doing that until that life ends, and you don't know how those things are going to appear. And I tell people there's ways of knowing, like if you're walking through life and people go, I just have people just becoming unalived around me everywhere. They're just my dog and I tell them, you need to pay attention because that loss of life in your existence is a lesson that you're trying to learn, and this matrix keeps putting it in front of you so that you will learn something that you're not paying attention to. So pay attention. There's a lesson that you're trying to teach yourself, and this matrix is putting it in front of you. I've been fired from 5 jobs. There's a lesson that you're trying to teach yourself, and you're not seeing it, so they keep having you get fired from a job over and over. This whole entire matrix is designed that way. Okay. So I remember being told Lucifer was the first angel and the strongest angel and the angel of war. That's just not true, my friend. There wasn't. That's a third dimensional concept. So if someone told you that, they were third dimensional, because Lucifer wasn't the first soul. All the souls were all created at once. Whole groups of souls were created at one time. The creator didn't, there's no caste system when you get out of third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension. When you get out of the physical plane and you're in the spiritual plane, there's no caste system. There's nobody in charge. So you don't go and have to ask somebody who is, flying the spaceship to take you to, that just doesn't happen anymore. So anybody who says that Lucifer or anyone else was the first soul, they're just lying to you. They have it wrong, because that's not how it was created. Okay. Because there's no caste system up that high. There is no ego past halfway through the sixth dimension. The ego's gone, doesn't exist anymore. So evil doesn't exist anymore. There is no evil. There is none of that happening. All of that that you think is happening does not go all the way back to the creator. Okay. But they want you to believe that. Evil people want you to believe that the devil is just as strong as God. Okay. Because they're trying to manifest that so they can take over. Okay. But it just doesn't happen. You can't manifest it because God doesn't allow it. Okay. So halfway through the sixth dimension, there is no more evil. It's done. You can stay there and be evil as long as you want. You can be Lucifer and call yourself that, and you'll never get anywhere except for right there until one day you go, okay, I'm tired of this. Then you'll repent your ways, that nautical term that you guys invented to give to people down here in third dimension. You'll repent your ways and become in service to others and start your trek back towards the creator. No more evil, no more any of that, no more self-serving, all that's gone. Right? So if somebody told you that, my friend, they're not telling you the truth. They want you to believe that because they want you to believe that the devil or Satan or Lucifer is equal to God. Just not happening. What is up with the black cube of Saturn, the cubes? That's just shit people made up because they tell you that that the cube itself is a mathematical equation, which it is. Right, the cube is actually a mathematical equation for third dimension. So people that worship the cube are people who are living in third dimension. They worship third dimensionality, and they're trying to make the cube fourth dimensionality. The cube itself is third dimensionality. So the people who worship that are the Luciferians and the Satanists, especially the Luciferians, and they literally are trying to control this place, and so they have to be in control of it. So that's their mathematical equation. That is the Fibonacci sequence, not the golden mean ratio. And they have this fourth dimension, and they're saying this is ours because this third dimension, because that's what they're here to rule this place. This is the only place they have power. They start losing power after this place. So some of them stay here as long as they can. Most of them learn that they can't stay here and they move up, like Genghis Khan did. Genghis Khan was super evil and he unalived millions of people. And then he moved up, and in 1984, he was a patent clerk. Okay. So he moved up from being the king of half of the world, and he's at the bottom of the run in 4D as a patent clerk in filing. Okay. So he moved up and he has no power, no control, and he has to start all over and gain that. They hate that. That's why evil people don't come back down here like I'm doing, like people like us that do this, because they have to sacrifice everything and they lose all of their power and they get veiled. And so they're down here with everybody else and they have to start all over. So evil people don't do this. They're like, fuck all that. I'm not doing that. I'm keeping the power that I have. Okay. So yeah, so you have to realize that's just made up by people because they're trying to get you to manifest that. Okay, so what are we saying here? Do you think that the energy crisis is an opportunity to bring awareness to social? Hold on, I got to find that again. To social and its dependence. Then that's their another last ditch effort to. It's actually they're moving the power base. There's a lot more going on. They're moving the power base and taking control. So the orange guy and his people are taking control of the world away from the people that have been in control of it for like 10,000 years. So they're moving the power base from over there in the Middle East where the oil is away from that place. That's why they're allowing this to happen right now. And because of that, they're trying to get the Third World War started so they can unalive half the population. But that's just not what's going to happen. Okay, so everything that's going on right now is the last ditch effort to carve out some of the people in this reality to a left behind reality where they're still in charge because they know they're losing and they have no control anymore and they can't stop us. So now they need people to manifest. They don't care if it's 100,000. They don't care if it's 50,000. They don't care how many it is. They just need people to manifest. Oh no, I'm one of the left behind, so that you're going to go over there. And people who are in service to self, they're going to go, I don't want to be with all these hoity-toities. I want to go over there. And they don't realize that what they're going to do is they're going to go over there and there's going to be the same families are going to be in charge in a different reality. So we're trying to annihilate that reality as well. They really hate me for doing that. So we're telling people what I'm telling you now. So be aware because they want to carve out anything for themselves where they can stay in charge because they don't care. If there's 50,000 people in 3 generations, there's going to be a couple million. 10 generations are going to have a planet again. So they can put themselves right in charge. Well, we're not allowing that to happen. Okay. So what you see playing out now is these families are vying for the control because they need to put everybody to sleep. So they have to generate a third world war as hard as they can. And they're getting everybody anxious by doing what they're doing. And they're all, right wing or left wing of the same bird. Okay, so you can't trust anybody. What you need to do is look within yourself and not believe what they're selling you, because you keep manifesting what they want, and they're telling you what they want, and they're manifesting that, and they're going, AI is going to get you and turn the place into robots running the world. And if you don't believe that, then they're going to go third world war, and you're going to be left behind. They want any way that they can get you to be carved out from this reality as we're collapsing the reality. So they need you to hold on to third dimension with everything that you have. So you have to go, we need gas prices, we need food, man, we need all this. They're making everybody suffer as hard as they can in 3D so that none of you look into moving into 4D. So they're desperate now because they've lost and they know it. So they're trying as hard as they can to get anything going. Look over there in the Middle East. Those Israelis are evil. We got to get them. Get them. Everybody get them. Because they need the Third World War to start so they can unalive half of the planet. So when you recycle, you're going to go over to the part that they're in control of. Okay? Because you believe in it. Right? So yes, Haley, you are stuck. So you have to become unstuck. So you need to ignore what they're doing. Pay the tithing to the king because his picture is on the money. It's not who you are, it's what you do. So you're living in third dimension. Who are you? That's what you need to figure out. Who am I? Not what do I do for a living? What I do here is I have to have money to pay for all this, so I need to have a job so I can have a house and all that. Okay, that's fine. But then I have off time where I'm just sitting around and swiping and doing what they want me to do. And I have a device in my hand that has the entire history of the world and everything in it. So if I want to become a brain surgeon, I can go online and it'll show me how to do that. Okay, if I want to become a trader on Wall Street, I can go online and it'll show me how to do that. If I want to become a car mechanic, I can go online on my phone and I can learn how to do that. You don't like your life? Change it. If you don't like the money that you're making right now, change it. Change it. You have a device in your hand that they don't want you to look at other than scrolling on TikTok and all these things. Ha ha ha, look at that. That kid who just blew up that woman with a bazooka. Next. Ha 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 ha. Then you go, oh man, I'm tired. I've been sitting here for 3 hours. It's time to go to bed because I got to get up and go to work tomorrow. I'm a slave. You may not say that last part to yourself, but you are. Okay, so utilize your time. Realize that you're in a trap. Realize this place is supposed to give you what it wants, what you want. Just like your app. We talk about, KFC, we get a commercial for KFC on our phone. How did that happen? The phone's listening to us and it's an algorithm that gives us what we want. Same thing. You hit like on TikTok and it gives you another thing just like what you hit like on. It's an algorithm to keep your attention on their devices so that you don't do anything besides do that until you get tired and fall asleep. Why? Because they don't want you looking at spirituality. They don't want you looking within yourself. Anything but that. They don't care what it is, just as long as it's not that. So you have to fight against that. You have to fight. The first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. You have to fight against that. That's why we sell this course right here and we teach it. 88 Australian dollars. That's 120 Australian dollar value. If you're on the American dollar, the pound sterling, or the euro, that's more like 60 or 58 of your dollars. Okay. So you get a really good deal if you're not in Australia or over in New Zealand. Okay. So if you're over there in the Americas, your money's worth a lot more. If you're Canadian, we're pretty close. Takes like $1.75 to make one American dollar. You guys are about the same. I think you guys are like 75 cents or 80 cents, something like that in Canada. Okay, so we teach that. Everybody in the world should learn this before they're 10. We teach that's the most valued and most popular course that my wife and I teach, is how for you to recognize all of the things they're doing to you that I've just talked about and what you can do to make sure they talk to the hand and that you are actually not being able to be under their control. And once you have that happen to you, your body relaxes and all of a sudden you're not in fear anymore and you go, holy crap, I didn't realize how hard they were pushing fear until right now. And then you start waking up because you start questioning everything. Okay. So let's see, intelligence, fear, and love, exactly, really the answer to everything. It is, right? I haven't been hired yet. Wake up and in the morning and declare you will be hired, right? So you just have to manifest it. Whatever it is that you want to do, you just manifest it and become it. Okay. So if you want to have a job, you manifest it. Science has proven. I teach this as well, by the way. We teach, you can see we teach life coaching and spiritual life coaching. Science has proven that if you pay attention to something and keep your focus on it for more than 17 seconds, you exponentially start manufacturing that possible thing to happen. This is why we have you make vision boards. Okay. This is why I would tell you, I'll ask you where you want to be in 5 years. Where do you want to be in 2 years? What do you have to do to get there? And have you write it down. And when you write it down and you look at that, I'll say, are those things possible for you to do? And if you look at that and go, yeah, I'll have to do some work. All right, then let's put it into play. What's the first thing you have to do? And when do you have to have that done by? Put it on your calendar that it needs to be done. If it's not done, you're behind. If you're behind, you're not going to get what you wanted. And you have to want it. So the more you focus on it, the more you manifest it. If you want $1 million, you can focus $1 million for yourself. You just have to decide you want $1 million and then say, how do I get $1 million? You can't just sit here and have it handed to you. This is a place of doing. You're in third dimension. This is a place of doing. Know that. So that means I have to do something. So how do rich people get $1 million? You look at them and you learn from them. What did they do to get $1 million? All I have to do is what they did, and I can get $1 million. So you have to do a little bit of work for yourself. Okay, when you start doing that and you start actually going, I can get these things done because I set these goals for myself, and you set aside that time and you say, I'm going to set aside an hour, 2 hours a day to do this. I'm going to go to school, night school, because I can do that 3 days a week, 2 days a week. I'm going to do that and I'm going to get the schooling done. How am I going to get the money for the schooling? How much does the schooling cost? What do I need to do to get that money, to save that money? Now you're going backwards to, I got to figure out how to get the money so that I can get the education so that I can get the better job. It's all right there. You just have to do it. But they have you so convinced that you're supposed to drink alcohol and do drugs and play with your phone that you don't do any of that. And then you go, okay, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. I got to get up and go to work tomorrow. Or you don't even have a job and you're like, I got to get up and figure out what I'm going to do. Okay. Stop figuring out what you're going to do and do it. Truly. Right. Thank you. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Right. They both came at the same time because they had to. Right. It's an easy question. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because he wanted to. It's an easy question. Those are allegories for children. What if you want to really have an allegory that you want to talk about? Let's talk about the philosophical allegories that they teach you in the beginning of philosophy. Have you ever taken Philosophy 101? If a tree falls in the woods and there's no human around to witness it, does it make sound? There you go. Let's talk about that for a minute. Okay. So you said yes. How do you know that? Okay. That's like saying the earth is flat, but you can't go and find out that the wall is there because there's this magic that makes you turn away from the wall. Well, then who saw the wall to know there's a wall there? Well, there was this guy in the 1700s. You mean the guy who was trying to prove that the earth was flat? Claimed he sailed out to it, and none of his crew corroborated his story? You mean that guy? That guy was immune to it, but you're not immune to it? Then how did he know it was there and that you were not immune to it? Because what, did he try to go back and it happened to him? So what was the reason that he was immune to it the first time, and his entire crew, by the way? Because it takes a lot of people to sail a ship in the 1700s and a lot of food and water. And according to the theory, people sailed to find this ice wall and sailed down the ice wall thousands of miles without going back inland to get food and water, and then turned around and sailed back thousands of miles without turning into inland to get food and water, and came back to the same spot and then turned inland. That's virtually impossible because at that time it would take you 30 days to sail from New York to England, to London Harbor. And you had to go and stop off at a couple of islands to get food along the way. So people had to go up around the north to do that, to stop off in a couple of ports to get food. So the whole theory doesn't stand up if you're an adult and you have any idea of what's going on. The earth is not fucking flat. It's based on a theory that we're living inside the head of a big giant that is unalived but sleeping. Because that was what they were telling you thousands of years ago. Okay, you can look this up. I'm not making any of this stuff up. I'm a theologian. I have 4 religious titles and 1 spiritual title. I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, I am a theologian, right? Tiamat, yeah. Well, Tiamat that's the goddess that fought Marduk, right? And then they named a big asteroid after Tiamat. There's also one that's Apophis, right? It's flying around out there, right? So Tiamat didn't create the world. So that if you go back to that story, right, she got unalived. That was the same story of Jesus coming down into a human form, sacrificing themselves, becoming unalived, and then rising up and fighting the serpent, because Tiamat was a dragon, so she was the serpent. Thor fought the dragon of the North Sea. Jesus fought the serpent in the garden. Moses fought the serpent in Egypt, who was the Pharaoh and the gods, the snake gods that the pharaohs had. Okay, so it's the same story. That was an allegory, my friend, no different than if a tree falls in the woods, will it make any noise if anybody's there? That was an allegory that was created a long time ago, not to be taken seriously. There wasn't people in puddle jumping spaceships who came here named the Anunnaki. You can look that up, and created this place. And Tiamat was a fake, fictitious name. And guess what? Once they unalived Tiamat, they took her skull and they made it the dome of the sky. And we're living inside the mind of the creator. I'm sorry, what? We're living in the dome of the creator. So those stories were there so that eventually when children woke up, then somebody would say, we're living in the mind of the creator. Do you remember that story of Tiamat, how when she got unalive, but she wasn't unalive, she was just sleeping? You're in the mind of the sleeping God. Okay, sound familiar? Okay. So those stories are allegories that are supposed to make you expand your consciousness to realize that somebody came here because God sent them, came down to earth, sacrificed themselves for you, then unalived this big giant God that needed to be unalived but isn't unalived, is just sleeping, and then took the head of this God, and the dome of the sky is the skull of the God, and the teeth are the mountains here, and the blood is the rivers and the ocean, and we're living inside the head of the giant God. Okay. So I tell you truly that this is an illusion, my friend, that this doesn't exist and none of it's happening to you. It's all happening for you. And you are in the mind of a sleeping God because you are that God and you're asleep. And this is a dream that you're having as you're trying to figure out what life is. Okay. That's what that story is about. You don't have to believe me. You can say, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and you can stay here as long as you want. I'm not here to be your savior. I'm just here going, here's the tools that have been left for you for more than 12,000 years, for at least 30,000 years, 39,000 years, and they're right in front of your face, and all you have to do is see it and look at it. You don't have to do anything with it. You just have to look at it and go, I'm aware of that. How about I don't squander that energy, that Christ energy, every month in my body and see what happens? I have nothing to lose. I've been here a long time, right? Well, it's the truth, right? So you can do whatever you want. If you don't want to believe me, bro, and you think that I'm telling you something that's false, run away. I'll see you next time, right? I'll see you after. There'll be a time in your future. Wait, let me show you my eyes. There'll be a time in your future where you'll see me and you'll go, hey, okay. So you can do whatever you want. I'm not here to save you. I'm not here to die for you. I'm not here to do any of that. I came down here to restore balance so that you had the ability to save yourself. That's it. Okay. When I leave here, that balance is going to be restored. What you do with it is completely up to you. If you're not ready and you're on life 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, I'll see you after. Okay. I'll see you when you go to 4D or 5D or when you get up high enough to be in the place where I'm at. Then we'll meet up. It could be 100,000 years from now, but we'll meet up and I'll go, hey, buddy, how you doing? And you'll remember my eyes. Okay. So exactly, I'm here to teach. I'm here to guide. I'm here to wake up those people that came here to do what I'm doing. Okay. And that's what I'm here to do. That's it. I'm not here to be the savior. I'm not a Christ. I didn't come here to be a Christ. You've already had 28 of those. Okay. You've already had 28 of those. I'm not going to do that. Not here for that. I'm here to show you that you already had like 28 of those and they were all telling you the same thing. And all you have to do is look at that coffee table in front of you. There's a freaking key on it. There's only one door in this room that you're sitting in. And that's right in front of you. And there's one key, and that key unlocks that freaking door. I don't care what that guy over in the corner keeps telling you, that if you open that door, you're going to be into oblivion and you're never going to make it. You have a choice. You can either open that door and find out, or you can believe him and sit right back down. Well, they said Jesus was coming back. Jesus never said he was coming back. You need to reread those things. He didn't say, wait here, I'm coming back. Okay. They tell you that he said he's going to come like a thief in the night. He wasn't talking about that. He didn't say I. He said, I tell you truly, my Father said, when they said, when is the enlightenment? When is the new heaven and the new earth? I tell you truly that my Father said he will come like a thief in the night. Not me, not I. I'm not coming back. My Father's enlightenment for you, you cannot predict. It will happen to you when it's supposed to happen to you, not before. That is what he was saying. You don't have to believe me because I don't care, right? I'm not here to be your personal savior, right? You can either take a look at these things and move forward or not, right? what is your thoughts on the actual shape of the Earth firmament? There is no firmament. The Earth is a triple toroidal field. It's a toroidal field. Okay, it is a ball, and it has holes in the top and the bottom, and they go into the center. Okay, it's a toroidal field, just like your heart chakra, just like your aura, just like your meridians. Okay, it's the same. Okay, so the way to heaven is through the center. Thoth, the Atlantean, tells you that. Okay, so that guy came here, and people say, "Oh, he was invented in the 1900s." Okay, what he said is exactly right that everyone else said in every other spiritual way in religion, Taoism, Buddhism, all of those religions. Okay, it's all the same story. So either everything was made up. Oh, Anunnaki. Okay, live in 3D. Right, live in 3D. The Anunnaki got you. Right. So there is no firmament. There's no ice wall. That was a map that people looked at that was supposed to go over the top of a globe and be pushed together at the bottom. So they made this big, huge. They still do it on freaking on the map from Google. They put this big whole event horizon that is the Atlanta or the Atlantic Atlantis, and everybody goes, "See, the Earth is flat," and that goes all the way around. Not true. Doesn't. Not flat. Toroidal field. You can believe whatever it is that you want, but it's not going to change the fact that the way it is. If you want to look within or look without and live in 3D and try to prove yourself in 3D, you can do it all you want. Creator doesn't care. I don't either. Okay. So I will tell you the truth. The truth is it's a toroidal field, and that's why they won't show you the north or the south poles, because they go inside and there's people living in there. Okay. And you can go fly all the way through to the other side. Admiral Byrd talked about that in the diaries. Okay. So you have that stuff. And they don't want you to do that. So if you go to Google Earth, they don't let you see it. You can't go to the North Pole or the South Pole because they won't let you. Why? Well, there are secret military bases there and alien bases, really, because you're still waiting for the federal government of the United States to tell you that aliens exist, because you don't think they exist until these guys tell you they exist. So now you believe that they exist because they won't let you go to Antarctica or the North Pole. Well, it's because you can find the ice wall. If the ice wall is there and you go to the center of the Earth, right? Instead of the north and the south, if you go to the center of the Earth and you sail around it, you should be able to find that same ice wall, shouldn't you? Because according to your guys' coordinates, that ice wall goes all the way around. So if you go, no, there's this magical thing that makes you turn to the right so you can't ever see it. So for that to work, literally, there's 8 billion people on this Earth. For that theory to work, you have to know this. Look into it. 4 billion people have to be in on it and lying to the other 4 billion people for that to work. Because every single government from all 250 governments, every person in every military and every airline, all have to be in on it. All their space programs have to be in on it. Not just in NASA. Everyone from every government and every commercial airline and every private plane, every single person in all of those from the top all the way down have to be in on it, and they're keeping it from you. You're not that important. Okay? You're not that important. There is no profit in it for them to tell you the other half of the planet. And you can't figure one person that knows that's going to come out and go, dude, it's not flat. Right? Because you can't wait. You just wait. As soon as somebody says it's flat, you go, see, I told you. The planet's not flat, but you can believe whatever you want. I'm not here to tell you any different. You have total autonomy to do whatever you want to do in your life. And if you want to spend the rest of this life chasing the firmament, you can do it. I'm not, and I'll see you after. That's what I tell everybody. So you can believe that I'm a madman, right? But every time they want to prove it to you and they say, we can go to the South Pole or the North Pole on a single day, and the sun will set in the west and it won't go all the way down, and it'll start rising in the east, and they go, trickery, trickery, lies. And then the people who actually go that are flat earthers, the flat earthers then say that they got paid off and they're lying. So there's no way that they're ever going to prove it to you, ever. And you're never going to prove it. Eventually, people are going to start using AI. I don't know why they haven't already. And they're going to start showing people going to the firmament. I don't know why none of you guys haven't started making AI do that. You guys make AI show you UFOs all the time. I just watched one earlier today. Why is nobody doing that with AI? Take AI, create it, because you're going to get laughed at. People are going to look at that and they're going to go, that's AI, dude. You're an idiot. Okay? So you can believe whatever you want. I'm not here to teach you that. I'm here to teach you how to get out of here when you're tired of chasing your tail, looking for the fountain of youth, or whether we went to the moon, or whether the world is flat or round. whether there's a place where I can go drink water and be immortal forever, whether I can turn lead into gold, or whether I can become the richest person on the face of the earth. I can become an actor. I can do all these things. When you're done with all that, find someone like me and ask them questions. Okay.
Just want to know your thoughts how gases are combined in the atmosphere with no contain. So you're assuming that there is nothing that contains gases in the atmosphere. There is an ionosphere, and the ionosphere actually used to have water in it. It used to have trillions of decaliters of water in it. There was a time on the Earth where a calamity happened, and that water leaked out onto the planet. Everyone talked about that, where it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. Right after that, because of all that water, there was 10,000 years of an ice age, because so much water cooled down the planet. Okay. So there is an ionosphere. And anytime that they go out into space, if you're a flat earther, you're going to say that's just a lie because I don't believe it. Okay. Anytime that they go out into space and they try to come back into the planet, they skip along that ionosphere until they hit it at just the right angle. And then it starts heating up the air as they're trying to push through that ionosphere. And it turns the air into molten plasma, and they come through, and if they don't have the right shields on the bottom, they'll get destroyed. So you don't have to believe any of this, but it's true. Then they come through into the atmosphere, and then it cools down. When they leave, E equals mc squared, they have to go energy times mass equals acceleration to go up and go through that thing that you guys say is the dome that won't let them out. Well, they just go over to the right, and that's why. And it's an optical illusion. It's an optical illusion because there's a globe up above here that has energy that surrounds the planet that actually keeps the radiation from the sun from killing all of us. And sometimes when the sun's rays are really big, it changes the colors at night, and we see them in the night sky because the radiation starts penetrating. And as it's penetrating through this ionosphere, it changes the light spectrum, and we see purple, and we see the aurora borealis in the north and the south, which is where it's at its thinnest at the top. And we see these things. That's the ionosphere being lit up by the radiation that's hitting it. That radiation protects the planet from solar events that would normally just destroy us. Okay. So it's there and you can't see it, but it's there, and people can run into it when they're trying to fly in and out. Okay. You don't have to believe that if you don't want to, but that's actual science. I was actually a physicist in college, and I wanted to learn all this stuff. I have a nephew. Two of my nephews are geniuses, and one of them followed in my footsteps, and he wanted to find out all the stuff, and he's now signed a non-disclosure agreement, so he's self-serving, and he's working on secret shit that no one gets to know about. Okay, because he said to his father the day he graduated from Stanford, his father said, now you can go to work for NASA and you can work on the space shuttle and rockets. And he said, Dad, I fucking hate rockets. He said, then why did you just go through all this college? And he said, I want to know what the true technology is that we have. I'm not going to believe that it's 2022 and that we have only the rocket engine that Wernher von Braun made 100 years ago, but we have cell phones and computers. Okay. So I'm not buying that. There's a technology that they're not telling us about that they have. You should watch the documentary Above Majestic, right? I'm not a flat earther, but I'm just trying to figure it out. No, it's okay, bro. Don't take what I'm saying as me being angry with you. I might sound curt, but I didn't do that because I was trying to be angry with you, right? Keeping in mind, thank you for your reply, right? Do you think that at some point in the past we had an extra layer that was closer to the ground? No, but we had all that water that was up there. The reason that you got these guys in history were able to see on Mars with this little telescope that we can't see on Mars, the caverns on Mars, or the big stretches on Mars that looks like a particle beam cut into the planet. We can't see that stuff unless we look through Hubble or one of these other space telescopes, right? We were barely able to see it. How is it that these people could see all the stuff on the moon? And they could see that because we know there was an event where it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. Where did that water come from? That means the water was in the ionosphere. And if you take a glass or a bottle of water, it's a magnifying glass. So if you're inside of a globe that is up there, there's that dome again, this globe that's up there. When you look up, the moon is going to appear to be 100 times bigger than it is currently. Could you imagine what a harvest moon looked like 1,000 years ago? That moon, when we see it come up, it looks huge. Could you imagine it being like 300 times larger than it is now, because we had so much water in the ionosphere that it acted like a magnifying glass, and we were able to see farther out into the universe?
If you look at the history of people doing that in astronomy and astrology, you find that they were able to take a telescope and look and see these things and write them down. How did they do that? The only way they could have done that is they either had the telescopes that we have today, or there was actually water in the ionosphere. And since we know that there is in every single culture the flood story where all of these, a trillion decaliters, it's probably more like 100 billion decaliters of water came out of the sky. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights. And at that moment, everything flooded and literally the sea level rose 500 feet. Could you imagine if the sea level rose 500 feet today? We would lose most of Australia. You would lose almost the entire coastline of the United States would be gone. There would be no Florida. That's what they kept trying to tell you was happening if the ice caps melted. And they're lying to you because it doesn't happen. They just start getting colder and freeze over. They're just lying to you so that you stay in physical and give them money, right? Why we got fake chemtrails, they're using that stuff to keep you guys asleep. They're putting stuff into the atmosphere that's keeping you, they're feeding you food that's keeping your third eye closed. And you got to look into that stuff. I can't talk too much about that on this platform because I'll get in trouble for doing it. That's one of the reasons why we do the Defense Against the Dark Arts, because we can have that on a Zoom call and you guys can ask me these questions and I can give you real answers that I can't say on this platform. Okay. So they're doing it to you on purpose to keep your third eye closed. It's as close as I can get to tell you what's happening. Okay. That's what I've heard. You're absolutely correct. Okay. And they're doing that in your food. They're doing that in your water. They're giving you, the stuff in your toothpaste, fluoride in the water. That's keeping your third eye from making contact. Right. So you have to get that stuff out of your system. Stop eating that processed foods. We teach this. Stop eating the processed foods so that your body can heal itself. Right. I left the United States and came over here 6 months ago, and I dropped 45 pounds in the first month and a half because my body was, and I thought I was eating good. I thought I was doing good. And I came here and my body was still so inflamed that it just relaxed. And I lost almost 50 pounds in like a month and a half, less than 60 days. Okay. No word of a lie. You guys should look into that. The food that you guys have in America is poison, and it's not even considered food around the world. Your bread can't be sold anywhere else besides there. Right. You got to realize that stuff, right? Can you respond, please? I'm sorry, sir. Did you ask a question, brother, and I didn't see it? Let me find you. I apologize. I didn't see it, bro. Or are you talking about your email? I thought I answered your email, dude. So you're probably, do you want to go home? Yes, I do. But not like you think, if that was the question you were asking. Not like you think. My wife and I, who's on her way now from work, so she'll be in the audience in a second. We talked about it. We're not ready to go back to the creator and become one with the creator. We like doing what we're doing. So we're going to stay here until I'm about 147 or 150 years, because once we fix the timeline, everybody's going to live for a pretty long time, probably live to be 150 or 200 years old. And then, unless you don't want to anymore, because that's the way it used to be on this planet. You used to live until you were done, and then you would go, okay, I'm tired and I'm going to go home now. So we're going to put that back into play. So we're going to stay here and take some time off after we fix this place, and then stay here until I'm about 150, and then we're going to take off and go to the next planet to do this again, and pop in, design a life, pop in, and do this again. We talk about it all the time, right? World is the garden, right? All dimensions, node. Yeah, it's all the entire place is a density. Dimensionality is physical plane. Density is spiritual plane. My theory is we lost our layer of atmosphere. That atmosphere held water, I believe, all of that. Yeah, we did lose that, and that was something that was a calamity that looks like it might have been the Civil War in the with the Luciferians in Atlantis that caused the Younger Dryas, but your scientists aren't really onto that yet. And we were there. Some of us were there. So that's where you get that Luciferian thing from, right? Atlantis is now being recognized as the entire global society that lived here between 77,000 years ago and 38,000 years ago. They're being called Atlantis now. So there was a calamity 77,000 years ago, and everybody on the earth became unalived except for up in Norway and down in South Africa and Madagascar and over here in Australia. And then everybody came back from that. Turkey was the Turkey. It was the central point of that societal structure. And then that came into being about 78,000 years ago. They started up, and then they were a global empire, and they were unalived at 38,000 years ago during the Younger Dryas time period, and they all went then. And then again, everybody here that survived were the people in the north, the Vikings, the Aborigines here in Australia, and the people in South Africa and Madagascar. And then the whole world is now repopulated by that again. And this societal structure is supposed to be gone too, but you guys got stuck, right? So you guys lived for about 40,000 years, and this one was voluntary, so it was supposed to be less, right? Because it's voluntary, and then you guys were supposed to be gone a while ago, about 10,000 years ago, but it didn't work out that way. So we came here and we're helping you, and we're moving everybody into 4D instead of unaliving most of the population, because we're not allowing the bad guys to carve out a place for themselves. So we're moving everybody into 4D and keeping the negative people here, and then they're going to go to a controlled burn. When they become unalive, they'll be taken and moved to another planet where it's third dimension, and they'll have a fighting chance instead of being ruled by a dystopian society. There's one that's currently in operation next to this one, where they have that chip in your stuff, and they're trying to get us to do that in this one, to blend those two timelines, and we're not allowing it to happen. And that timeline is about to collapse into this one. So there's going to be people that are going to remember that, and it's going to become a Mandela effect, and they're going to go, no, I'm telling you, we had the mark of the beast. And then people are going to go, dude, that just didn't happen. So that's going to happen pretty soon. You'll see that happening when that one collides into this one. You'll have different Mandela effects. That's why they're now giving you fake Mandela effects, because they're becoming more prevalent, because we're shifting all the timelines. So people like me are talking about the Mandela effect and showing you why it is that you remember those things. So now they're putting fake Mandela effects out there to try and confuse people, so that you guys will go, man, that's one of those Mandela effects, and you're probably fake like all the rest of them. So you're going to see an uptick, and I just saw that happen in the last 3 days. You're going to see an uptick of fake ones that people are going to go and disprove, and they're going to go, this is a lie. I just looked it up. And then you're going to report them, and they'll get booted offline for doing that, for giving misinformation. But they're going to do that and flood the market the same way they did with UFOs back in the 1960s and the 1940s. So they're going to give you all of this stuff so that you will then doubt me when I say the reason that you remember the Mandela effect is because you're part of the people that came here to change the timelines, and you were in that timeline fighting against the evil people, and you helped fix that timeline, and it collided into this timeline, and you remember that timeline and this timeline, and that's why you remember these things. Okay, because people like me are telling you that, right? So they can't have that, so now they're giving fake Mandela effects as fast as they can. They're going to get them all over the internet so that they confuse all of you. So you go, you're one of those guys talking about that fake Mandela thing. That's just not true, bro. That's been proven. They're all wrong. And some of you are going to believe that, and some of you are going to not. I say, look up everything that you look at. If somebody says, here's a Mandela effect that just happened, look it up and see that if it did. Because I never, and people that are in our coalition, we never tell you a Mandela effect that we just think about. We tell a Mandela effect that we check. And we check it with other people, and we check it with the reality. And then we go, I think that's a Mandela effect. And then we tell you guys don't hear about it from us for 3 to 6 months. And then we go, hey, there was something that just changed about 6 months ago, and this happened. Okay. And then we tell you that. And then most of you are going to go, I freaking know that. Okay. So it's not going to be, then you're going to look it up, and you're going to go, look, it's true. That stuff, well, we can't prove it because that stuff, and that's where they're going to try and cast doubt. That's what they do. They cast doubt on everything and everyone, right? So they did the same thing when they changed the religions, and they said, be careful of false prophets. Anyone who tries to tell you that they're in any way representing God is a liar. Don't believe them. They're a false prophet. So that way, people like me talk to you. As soon as I do, they go, false prophet, liar. So they're telling you that only they have the truth. The church is the only one that has the truth, right? And anyone else that speaks it, that's what they did with Jesus. That's what they did with every single person who came here to tell you this stuff. They said he's lying to you because you were going to take away their power if you listen. Just like if Jesus was married to Mary and they had children, that means there's DNA on the planet that belongs to the two of them. So if we can test the DNA and find that DNA still alive today, then who are the people of all the Christians in the world going to listen to? Those people or the Pope in Rome? That's why Dan Brown wrote his book that became the movie, because the church would have to go after them and unalive them. That's exactly what they did with Jesus. They wanted to keep their power, so they went after Jesus and said, we need him out of the way at all costs. Okay, so the same thing will happen if Jesus and Mary were married, and if That bloodline exists, and if people are hiding it, if the church finds that people, they're going to unalive them as fast as they can and as quiet as they can so that they have control over the 5 billion people who call themselves Christians. Guaranteed. Okay, so if Dan Brown was right and that bloodline exists, you'll never know about it until this world changes. It'll never be told to you, because anyone who gets onto it, the church is going to get onto it, and they're going to unalive everybody. So if that actually exists, it's going to stay quiet until we change the face of the world, and they're no longer in charge, and they no longer have the power to do anything. And then somebody's going to stand up, but you're also going to get false prophets who are going to immediately stand up as soon as that happens because they want power. They're going to do all of those things. So the only thing that we can do is sit back, do what we're doing, take care of ourselves, and watch. Because if you listen to prophecy, they're going to try everything. They're going to say that one's a liar, that one's a false prophet, that one's the Antichrist, that one is this, and get them. And they're going to do that with everybody that does that. And every time somebody stands up and tries to teach you, like I'm doing, in the past, if this were 2,000 years ago, they'd already be chasing me to unalive me. Okay, and they've tried to do it in this lifetime. Okay, so that is their resolve. They will try to unalive you, but they can't do it anymore because there's too many of us here now, and we have too many people unveiled. So now they have nothing. The only thing they can do is force you to create some scenario where they still have some power. Okay, what was Jesus's blood type? He was actually like AB, I think. AB positive or something like that. It was one of the, it was the same blood type as David because his mom was the mitochondrial from David and Solomon. So I think he was like AB positive. It was also a prophecy because that was like the 12th tribe of Judah, right? Somebody just sent me that. Who was it that just sent me that the other day? I was looking at it. Somebody sent me that and I was looking at it. It was an O'Neill. It was one of my clan that actually sent me that. That's who it was. It was actually an O'Neill. I think his name was Jordan or something like that, O'Neill. And he sent me that, and we were looking at the bloodlines from David all the way down to now, right? So he's also a Templar Knight. I'm not a Templar Knight, but I'm a Columbian Knight. So he was showing me that, but I'm not going to tell you any of the information that's there because that kind of could be volatile, right? But there are signs that some of us are looking into about tracing the bloodlines eventually, so that when things happen later and we move into 4D and the bad guys have no more power and control, we're going to be able to then go, okay, look, here's the person that you might want to pay attention a little bit to, who's going to try and teach you some things. But it's not necessary, and that's why we're not trying to find that out, because truly it's not necessary. If I tell you that the way to heaven is within you and that you actually look into that, you're going to find that you will unveil yourself and wake up, and you won't need any of that information. That's third dimension. So you won't need to know any of that stuff. That's why we keep trying to tell you, stop looking in the physical for your savior. Jesus isn't returning. He never said he was. Read the Acts of the Apostle. Okay, so the Acts of the Apostles were the next book after Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They don't teach it. They skip Acts and they go to the book of Romans. Why? Because Acts starts with 40 days after Jesus was resurrected, Jesus leaves. 40 days he was here. So he didn't just go, doubting Thomas, look at me. Sorry, guys, I'll be back. Wait for me. He didn't say that at all. Okay? You have the way, teach the way to people, start the church, and then they started the church. That's the Acts of the Apostles. Okay, read that. They don't want you reading that. They don't teach it to you. Why do they not teach it to you? Because then you're going to see how the church was actually created, and how people were teaching the way. And then they have like this gnosis where they go, yeah, but Jesus lied, and that John and James, who were actually his brothers, but they don't want you to know that. They want you to think that they were just some guys that he said, look, all that stuff that I taught everybody before I was unalive was all the bullshit, and here's the real truth. It's not the truth.
Hi, everybody.
There's Brooke. Right. So if you guys don't know who Brooke is, that's my wife. So they're still looking, right? They're still looking for you. Yeah, they are. I mean, they're still looking for all of that information, and people are still doing that, and so they're waiting because they're told in the book of Romans that you're waiting for Jesus to come back, and they sold you this rapture where a bunch of people were going to go to heaven and you weren't, and they based it on the story about the 144,000. The 144,000 is information that's inside your brain. You're the 144,000 when you wake up your optic thalamus. You should look into that. It's not a bunch of people who are the only ones who get to go to heaven. It's all the people who wake themselves up get to go to heaven. Okay, the way to heaven is within you. It's the way that Jesus was teaching you and everyone else on this earth. It was not, wait here, I'm going to get a bus, I'm going to get a truck. Hold on, wait here. He never said that. There is no place in the Bible. I'm a priest. Well, I'm not a priest because that's the Catholic. I'm knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. I didn't want to go to their seminary because to be a priest and have that title, you can't have sex. Did you see my wife? Yeah, not doing that. I became a minister though, right? So literally, I'm a minister, and I tell you truly, I've spent my entire life looking for that passage where Jesus said, "Wait here, I'll be back." He never said that. They tell you that it's the passage in Matthew and in John when they say, "When is the enlightenment? When is the new heaven and the new earth?" And he says, "I tell you truly that our Father, my Father, says to you that he will come as a thief in the night." Not me, not I'm coming back. Your enlightenment can't be predicted. It will happen, and you will become unveiled when you're supposed to, at your leisure. As within, so without, as below, so above. He went on to say that the Creator said that what you sow on the earth, meaning what you plant or plan on the earth, I shall too plant in heaven. I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap on earth, I shall too reap that in heaven. So that means what you create on earth, I will create in heaven. What you cultivate from that creation, I will cultivate in heaven. Not as above, so below, caste system. As below, so above. As within, so without. What we do, we have autonomy. We have creative control. They don't want you to know that because they want you to create what they want for you. So he never said, "Wait here, I'm coming back." He said, "There's a way to get out of here, and it's within you. If you follow the steps that I have shown you, you will get out of here." And that only happens for each individual when they're ready for it to happen. And that is what it is. And for you to start that journey, you have to stop living in the flesh and start living in the spirit. So you have to go through that christening, that baptism, to where you give up living in the flesh and you dedicate yourself to living in the spirit, living for God and creating. That is the baptism. And that's what that is about. Okay? So it doesn't mean if you get baptized, you get to go to heaven no matter what, and you can do whatever you want. So put these on and go over there and blow people up. You were already saved. That's just not true. Okay? You're saved because you will save yourself. You're supposed to save yourself. That's how you're going to be saved. You don't get to, and this is why people get mad at Catholics, because all these people are evil and they go and do bad things. And then they go in and they go, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned." They get a clean slate and go back out again. That's right. You can't do that. Okay? You can't fool God. You can't pretend, "Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I did bad things. Now I can do them all over again. I'll be back next week with another list." You can't do that. Okay? So that's not what that whole confession is for in Catholicism. That's for people who want to confess and they believe that. And when I was in the church with Father Neil and we were showing people the Beatitudes, that's the Stations of the Cross, they actually said, "Father, I'm so glad that you're here." And you know what his response was? "I'm only here because you need me to be here. I'm only here because you need me to be here." Because some of you humans need a human to tell them it's okay. Because I tell you truly, he started speaking like Jesus, I tell you truly that if you truly repent and you repent to our Father, the Father of all creation will accept that repentance. But some of you need a human to say, "You are absolved of your sins, my friend. Go and do these many Hail Marys and these many Our Fathers and go about your life." So then you go out and do that because you need a human to tell you it's okay. And that's why he said, "I'm only here because you think you need me." The day I was shot, I saw the Creator, and in my ignorance came back to this hellhole. No, you didn't. You came back here because you were supposed to come back here because it wasn't your time to go there. Okay? So you didn't. It wasn't ignorance that brought you back. It was you're not done that brought you back. You just don't remember that because you're veiled again. You went there, and that was a near, an unaliving event, NDE, and that was done so that you would expand your consciousness to the realization that there was something else there, and you come back and then you tell people the story, and most of them think you're cuckoo cuckoo, right? But you didn't. You didn't. It wasn't because you were dumb and you came back. You came back because you're not done. You weren't done. You came here to either help these people, or there were still some lessons that you had written down for yourself to learn. So when you were over there, they were like, "It's not your time yet," and you were like, "Darn it." And then they brought you back. Whether you remember that or not doesn't matter because that's how it works. Okay. What about the lost book of the Bible, the lost books of the Bible are found. They're in the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian Bible traces itself back to the 1st century. That means before the year 100. Okay, and they finally are printing it in English and letting people in the world buy it. And it has all the books that were called the Nag Hammadi or the Dead Sea Scrolls. All those books that they said, those were lies and we took them out because they weren't real. The Ethiopian church, during Constantine's time in 325 AD, when he started pulling books out of the Bible, the Ethiopian church said, nope, we're done, and they walked out. By the Second Council of Nicaea, the Eastern Orthodox Church said, nope, we're done, and they walked out. Okay, so if you look at the Christian Bible, how many books are in the Christian Bible, you're going to get a totally different perspective. You're going to see that all the regular Christian Bibles right now on this planet have the smallest amount of number of books. Then the Roman Catholics are going to have the second most books, right? I know you guys want to think that Rome did all the thing. They have more books than anyone else, but you're going to find that there's like only 35 books in the standard New International Version of the New Testament and the Old Testament. Then the church in Rome is going to have like I think that I'm not sure if they have more or the Eastern Orthodox Church. One of them has like 63 and the other one has like 58. And then the Ethiopians have all of the books in there, so they have like 73 books in the Bible. And guess which ones they are? They're all the ones that they all claimed were taken out of the Bible because they were lies. And guess what's in all of those books? Sacred feminine, the idea that the creator is androgynous, and the balance of the kundalini or the Christ oil within you and how to get out of here. Taken out and edited out from everywhere. Okay? Sacred feminine gone from every book of every religion that they could find. Okay? I wrote a book about it. Okay? Not the only one talking about this. It's all over. A buddy of mine's writing a book about it today. Right? So literally, you just have to look around. It's there. So the Ethiopian Bible, I'm going to end up buying a copy of that in English soon, and I'm going to have it shipped to me so I can sift through it and see what's in there. It has the book of Jubilees, has the book of James, it has the book of John, it has the book of whatchamacallit, I can't think of all the books that are in there. Like every book that was the Nag Hammadi or the Dead Sea Scrolls, all of those scrolls are in that book, and they can show proof that Bible goes back to the year like 320 for the year like 95. Were giants real? Yeah, there were people that lived. If you're in America or anywhere in the world, you hear about these people they call them Nephilim. They were these giants that lived here a long, long time ago. They were a group of people that lived here 77,000 years ago, and they were mostly Celts, Vikings. They had actually taken over most of the world, and then the world became unalived at 77,000 years ago. We're finding them all over the world. They're like 6'7". Some of them are 8 foot tall. They have red hair, tattoos, kilts. They're literally the people that have come from the north are descendants from them. That's all over. I've been researching it. You can look it up. Giants all over the world. There are people will show you that all over Australia, all over Europe, all over the Middle East, all over the Americas. They literally just had one that they had a body of king and queen that was buried in full armor that is older than 15,000 years ago, possibly going back even further. They're thinking that it might be somewhere around 60 to 70,000 years ago. So yeah, there was people that were living on this earth, and it's already, you can find the destruction of the earth from the flood. You go back to the Younger Dryas, 38,000 years ago. You go back to the destroyer of worlds, Shiva, Sutur, the destroyer. That was a meteor or or some big rock that came too close to the earth and destroyed that. That was 77,000 years ago. And then those people lived from 77,000 years ago back to 128,000 years ago. There was another whole entire species that lived here. Science is actually kind of onto it. We just don't have a lot of proof of their houses yet, but we have bodies. You can look that up. It's crazy. Right? No, I did to Deadeye, but not on his NDE channel yet. Oh, okay. So you're talking about something else. So you guys are talking about that. You've talked about that. Okay. Enoch. Thank you. Yeah. The book of Enoch is one of them. That's there, right? Jesus said, know ye not that ye are God's small, I don't know the rest of that because it's not coming through. Baby, what does he say there? And my wife is pinning that, but I can't see the rest of what you said. because it won't let me open it. So I apologize for that. All right. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Brooke, the thing that was pinned, I can't read all of that. Oh, so that is all of it. Your small g, yeah, God with a small g, yes. We're angels. Yeah, that's in the story. If you go back to the story of Adapa, that's in that story. The archons were created, and they created the earth, and then they created the Agigi, who were the angels. Archons are archangels. Agigi is angels, and then they were taking care of this world, and they said, I don't want to do that anymore. We need to create somebody new. So the archons created the Anuna, which you guys think is the Anunnaki. You guys think that there's this race of beings that flew here in a spaceship because Georgios Tsoukalos told you that and lied about it. They're still pressing that. It's just not true. Look it up. Look up the actual people who translated that scroll. It was the Anunna. They were the new angels. And then the Agigi, who were mad because the new angels were prettier than they were and had more creative ability, got jealous and threw the new angels down into human form. You're the Anunnaki, my friend. You're the Anunna. You're the new angels. You just don't remember it because you're veiled. That was just a telling of the story of how people got veiled. It was also an allegory. That's not true. It was an allegory so that people could understand how we got veiled. Just like the fall of, you hear the story of the fallen angels where there was a war in heaven. That was told in warlike societies to keep people warlike. So in war societies and war religions, they told you that the bad devil had a rebellion against God, and we're that rebellion living on earth because we're evil, and they want you to stay evil and aggressive. And now this is purgatory, and you're living here, and you can't leave, and you're stuck here. So you might as well do what I tell you to do and take it over. That was why story was told. It was a lie, not true. But the more you keep looking in physical for the way, and the less you're going to find it, because the way off of this rock is within you, sitting right there the entire time. Happens to you every single month. Okay, it's inside of you. You just have to realize it and start living that way. You live that way, you get out of here, you open your third eye. You don't live that way, and guess what? You stay right here looking in the physical, trying to figure out if this world is flat or if it's round or if you can turn lead into gold or who wrote the oldest scroll and who did what and what did Jesus say, and you can fight with other people about what Jesus said, and everybody has their opinion, so they all fight over that stuff, and then guess what happens? You just stay here and you get nowhere. Then you grow old, and then you become unalived, and then you recycle. And then if you come in and do the same thing again, this is where you're going to stay. The longer you live in the flesh or look in the flesh for your answers, the longer you will stay in the flesh. You'll never get out of here. Pure and simple. Okay. What happens when I become unalived? It's like the third person that's asked me that. The angel of death, what you call the angel of death, an angel comes and gets you and takes you to the place of healing until you remember that you're not who you think you are. Like, I'm not Leonard, I'm Kelto. So I'm unveiled, so I know that. But if I wasn't, I would think my name is Leonard, and then I become unalive. They come and get my soul, and they take me, and that's where people have the NDEs, and they're going through that tunnel and all that. You go there, and they set you down, and they go, how you doing, buddy? And you sit there, and you eventually go, oh, I'm not whatever your name is. I'm so-and-so. And then they go, yeah. And then you go, oh, okay, so now what? And then they go, well, here, let's move you over to the place of reflection. And then you decide, did I learn everything that I wanted to learn while I was down there? No. You start drawing up a new life. Okay. And then you drop a new life, and then you insert it to the matrix, and then you get pushed back down and veiled again, and you get inserted into a body, and you go through the whole process all over again. And you learn what you're supposed to learn. And eventually you learn enough to unveil yourself so that when at the end of that lifetime, once we restore the balance for you, at the end of that lifetime, when you wake up enough, you can then go, okay, I'm done. I'm going to move on to the next place. Right now, you're being held in place by evil people who know this information, and they're keeping you stuck here by going, look over here. Look over here. What's that? What's this here? We got 1,000 channels for you to watch. Hold on. Here's an internet for you. Play with this for a while. They got an algorithm that's going to do everything you talk about. It's going to try and sell you a product because of what you talked about. And you're going to sit here and get stuck, and they're going to go, look for, wait for Jesus. Look over here. Look over there. Don't believe anything anybody tells you because they're all lying to you, right? Yeah, gang stalkers. Yeah. Do you have a good connection with every angels? Yes, you do too. You are an angel. You just don't remember it. You'll remember it at some point. Handlers. I call them the something like that, right? What do I call them when my sugar level's going down? I've been channeling too long. I call them the controllers in my book, right? I've been channeling to you guys for 4 hours and 21 minutes, and without any food or sugar. Most people don't channel more than an hour or two at a time. I sometimes go 4 and 5 hours, so I'm going to have to end the live here in a second, right? How do I get unveiled? Send me an email. Send us an email at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. You can read my book, right? You can watch the video on my Facebook channel. It's a video that I did not make. It's about the Christ oil within you. To learn the Christ oil, learn to live by the Christ oil, and you will wake up and you will get out of here. Otherwise, we can teach you how to do that stuff. Okay. Are you familiar with Jay Era Essex? No, I'm not sure. Is he the one that does the 5s or the 7s or whatever that's called? Is that guy's name? I can't remember. No, you're welcome. So yeah, you can either email us or read my book or listen to my podcast called Orion Rising, and that's free. The podcast is free. The book you can get on ebook for like $5 American, right? Or you can take the Defense Against the Dark Arts, and that'll help you. That's our most popular, right? So what do you think about Gnosticism? Gnosticism is the way that they took out. I teach that. You can look it up. Look up the Gnostic Gospels. All of those are the things. Thank you very much for that. The Gnostic Gospels are all the books they took out of at the Council of Nicaea, the First and Second Council of Nicaea, 325 A.D. Anno Domini, and to 329. They took all those books out. The Ethiopian Bible has them all in it. Has every single book that you know of that was taken out that they claimed was bullshit and not real, and it was all sacred feminine. And the fact that there is no male or female, God is not a man, God is androgynous, and you're in the mind of the Creator. All of that information is in all of those books, but they want you to think that they're all made up in lies because they're trying to keep you in third dimension. I spent most of my adult life in addiction, and I am doomed. No, you're not doomed. You're doomed only if you believe that you're doomed. I was in addiction as well. I was an alcoholic. 4 years ago, I quit drinking. Before that, I had done drugs when I was younger, and I quit doing that too. You're never beyond reproach. If you change your life, hashtag be the change you want to see in the world. Change your life, stop doing the drugs, do these things. Doesn't matter what's wrong with you right now, you can heal from that. It just takes time, right? You know how they say time heals all wounds? Time will heal you. Doesn't matter what you did, you can repent those ways. You can say, I'm sorry, and I'm going to do better, and then do better, be better, right? I've been studying all this. Yeah, study it. Ask questions. Ask questions about all this stuff. Don't believe anything that I tell you. I tell people that all the time. Don't believe anything that I tell you. Look it all up. I'm going to eat a couple of grapes so I can get some good sugars in my system. Yeah, right. So hold on, guys. I apologize for eating in front of you, but I need some because I've been channeling now for 4 hours and 25 minutes. Answering your guys' questions. Right? There you go. I've changed, so can you. Everybody changes. Everybody does stuff wrong. We're supposed to. Thank you for that. We're supposed to do stuff wrong. We're supposed to get lost and then find ourselves. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to come down here and have no idea and just live our life and do stupid shit. And then we're supposed to get as lost as possible. And then eventually we go, this ain't the way. And we turn around and we start looking around and we find our way. That's normal. It's okay. The Creator isn't going to judge you. All that judgment they tell you is a lie to keep you in control. You judge yourself. You do. So don't be hard on yourself. Change your life. If you want to change it, just change it. If you don't want to be evil, don't be evil. Right? And just change it. Don't care what anybody says in your family. If they all go, you were an evil son of a bitch. Yeah, well, I'm not anymore. Oh, no, it's one of them. He found God. So what? Get a life. You know what I mean? All right. True. Listen to the man has definitely enlightenment, right? Don't listen to anybody. Don't let anybody tell you how you're supposed to live your life. You're supposed to live it the way you want to. Okay? You'll find your way to the Creator one day because you'll get tired of being stuck in this shithole. That's the truth. Eventually you go, fuck, this ain't it. How the hell do I get out of here? And you start listening to crazy people like me and go, fuck, what if he's right? What do I got to lose? What if that guy sounds crazy? What if he's the one that has the freaking key to the door, man? Mm-hmm. Right, John? That's what I'm here to do. I'm trying to tell it as real as I can tell it. I grew up in America. You got to be real if you live in America, man. All right, I'm in Australia now, but if you live in America, you got to be real because if you ain't real, they'll run you over. Right. Well, that right. Hello. I agree with that. Right. Surprise people watching and not giving you more. I was sitting here on my phone doing it myself and pressing hearts and yeah, I mean, but hey, that's just. I'm not here trying to get that, but right. I mean, we only have what 24K. I mean, what's the deal, people? You guys are listening to me and asking questions. And I'm giving you like free information. You guys aren't even giving me a heart for crying out loud. I'm sharing gold. I am. No joke. I'm giving you guys I'm giving you the keys to the Porsche. No joke. You guys want to get out of here. Yeah, right, Nee? You guys want to get out of here. You're in an escape room. There's four walls, one door in front of you. You're sitting on a couch. In front of you is a coffee table. There's nothing on that coffee table except for a key. That's it. Pick up the fucking key and go over and open that door. Don't listen to that guy in the corner that keeps saying, don't do that. The last guy that went out there, he had a dragon eat him. Tell him screw off. Tell him whatever, man. I'm going to go and find out for myself what's going to happen if I get eaten by a dragon. Right? You're going to open that door and you're going to see a light there and you're going to walk through it and you're going to go, holy crap. Can't believe I listened to that dude forever. Okay? Because that's what they're doing to you. They're keeping you stuck here by going, don't look over there. Don't look over there. Those are not the droids you're looking for. You do not need to see their identification. Move along. Okay? That's what they're doing to you. That is the truth. That is the truth. Sorry, I'm coming back to the live over here with my phone. So literally, if you guys want to get out of here, literally all you have to do is pick up that key and open that door, man. It's no joke. Stop looking without into this physical place for the Savior. The Savior already came here 28 times. I tell you, I'm a minister of 4 religions, a fifth, a spiritual practice. I'm a Reiki master. Okay, I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, and I'm a theologian. I've spent my entire life learning this. And I tell you truly, the way out of here is within you. Every single religion on the face of this earth was telling you that there's a way to get out of here, and then evil people have took it away from you, and they're not teaching it to you anymore. And because of that, you're sitting around going, what am I supposed to do? And they're like, go on TikTok. Yeah, get likes and clicks, man. Yeah, you want money? We got money for you. You want some cash? You can do whatever you want here. Stay right here. Welcome to Hotel California. You can check in, but you can never check out. Go and listen to that song. That's what that song's about. Welcome to the Hotel California. What meditation does for you is it raises your vibration, raises your consciousness away from the thinking mind, the conscience, over here conscience, and the ego. So it quiets the mind and moves you into a place where you realize those voices in your head are not you. You still exist without those voices. Meditation is one of those ways to achieve that. Okay. It's one of those ways to do that. You quiet the mind, you move your consciousness. You can do the same thing by, like getting the purple lotus. You can buy those and drink the tea from it. And that raises your consciousness to that place. DMT raises your consciousness. If you do too much and then you go see, the creator. And if you don't, and you don't do a lot of that stuff, I'm not saying you should. Most people can do it now without using, drugs. But some people do it still, and they take psilocybin and that kind of stuff, DMT, and do that. But if you do the Christ oil, you actually create DMT in your own brain during the Christ oil time period of your life, and it actually is created in your own brain, and then goes poof into your own brain, so that when the moon moves into your sun sign, there's a video on my page on Facebook. Go to Facebook, look up me, Leonard O'Neill, on Facebook, and go there. Right, release from the 3D. Look at my wife talking to you. Right, I am awake. I am not alone. The veil is lifted. You have to be positive about things. Not I'm waking up. Not I want to wake up. I am awake. Right, I am. Right. Were the dragons real? Yes, they exist. They exist right now. You just can't see them because you're in a dimension where you can't see them anymore. You're going to move into that dimension soon. You're going to go, holy crap, they are real, right? Eventually, you're going to get there. So, can I get info by emailing correct? Yes. The email right here below me, merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. If you want information on anything like when our next course for Defense Against the Dark Arts is, or if you want to learn anything else, or where's your book or where's your, whatever, any of that stuff, email us right here. Make sure you put your handle in there so I know who you were on the show, because otherwise I'll just know your name from your email and I won't know that you were somebody I talked to, right? Brooke and I will go, who is this person? I'll go, I have no idea. So if you put your name, I'm so-and-so on, I'm Alex, put that I'm Alex Montoya from the live today. And I want this kind of information. We'll send you the information to help you with that. Okay. So yeah, just do what you guys need to do to get that information. So literally, if you watch that video, I can teach that. It's in my book right here. It's in my book on this is water TikTok. This is not alcohol. I'm going to go off camera again because they always think that my vitamin water is alcohol. What is the meaning of every entrance or exit? Hold on. Every entrance and exit that you can imagine, like say the Doors, like there was a band in the 1960s that called themselves the Doors. They were talking about opening the doors of the mind. Right? So the entrances and the exits, or exits, entrances, and exits are unlocking this knowledge within your brain. Carl Jung talked about this stuff with doing the shadow work and moving deeper inside, right? In the old days, they called that the underworld, was looking within. You need to go within and you need to get all the negative crap out of your thought processes and get all positive stuff. That's the law of attraction. Get all the negative stuff out and get all the positive stuff in. There was a group of books in the 1990s that they called what did they call that? They called that well, they had the Left Behind series, but they also had I can't remember the name of it right now. And they had told everybody the secret. It was called The Secret, and they were teaching you how to remove all the negative that has been programmed into you. The things that are negative, like do you understand those words? Understand, that means do you stand under me? Do you stand under me? That do you submit to me? Those are all languages that come out of slave language. This language that we speak, this English, is a slave language. And that's why they want to have everybody talk this way around the world, because it's a really hard language, and only the rich have certain ways they talk, and the rest of us talk a certain way that they can tell that we're poor and that we're slaves, right? So they do that to us on purpose, and then they distract you with words, and they teach you things, and they indoctrinate you. Like if you're an American, I don't know if they still do it, but every day we would stand up and say, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Right? If you guys are an American and you've done it, you know the rest of that. That's indoctrination to be loyal to your landowner. Do you see? So they're teaching you that there are people who are in charge of different portions of the world. Some of them are the enemies of your landlord. And that's because they're all related, and some of them want the power that the other ones have, and they're not in control right now. So they're sitting in the wings going, I'm going to figure out how I can take control away from my cousins. That's what's happening. You should look it up. Okay. That's what's really happening. Google that, right? Google that. How many of the presidents of the United States are related to each other? How many of the kings and queens in Europe are related to each other? You're going to find that all of them are. All the presidents but one. Donald Trump is related to Hillary Clinton by her maiden name, Rodham. Okay? So all of them are related. They're all cousins. And they're all cousins to the people over in Europe. They're all related. So they're putting their own family members in charge. And then they're hiring people as politicians to do their little bidding for them. And then they convince you that there's something that goes on 9/11. And then they say, we got to go over there and get those people. And what they're actually doing is going over and taking the oil away from their cousin. Their cousin has control of that oil, and they're going over to take it from that cousin. And that cousin doesn't get any more oil because now you own it. And that's what they're doing. They're fighting amongst themselves. The families, 13 families, are fighting amongst themselves for who owns you, me, and the entire planet. That's the truth. Look it up. Has Earth moved into 5D? No, we're about to move into 4D, though. You guys are thinking you can skip over an entire dimensionality. There's 33 levels in 3D before you can even go to 4D. And then there's 33 levels of 4D before you can go to 5D. We're not going to switch to 5D. But you can, if you are from 5D or above, you can switch into 4D and 5D. Okay? When you wake up, I'm talking to you from the 11th dimension, the 11th density. 11. Okay, that's where I'm talking to you from. I am Kelto, and I am in the 11th density, and I'm speaking to you. You, if you're not from the 3rd dimension or the 4th dimension, when you wake up, you can wake up to who you truly are, and that being might be someone from a higher plane of existence, or not, and you're just in 3D because you're down here for the first time. Most of the people that are here volunteered for this, so most of you that are here currently are not going to just stop at 4D. So you're going to be able to go into 4D and then quickly, a lifetime or two, go into 5D, if not directly into 5D. Okay, so that depends on each individual person. Yeah, Obama is cousins to Bush, absolutely, and they're related to the Clintons, and the Clintons are related to the Trumps, and you can look that stuff up. It's not a fake thing. It's real. It's reality. Okay, so thank you very much. My wife's taking care of me, and when she was eating chips, I could taste it in her mouth when I kissed her, and I'm getting grapes, but that's okay because these are better for me. These will give me sugar quicker. No, I don't need this. Coffee might help. Sorry that I'm talking a mouthful. I'm trying to get some sugar in here. If you guys are Reiki masters or Reiki practitioners, or if you channel, you know that this burns up a lot of the physical sugar in your water in your body. I have some water, but I've been here for 4 hours and 37 minutes, and I haven't eaten anything since an hour before I went live. So my blood sugar level's really low. My wife luckily got home when she did, and she's giving me some more blood sugar here. Right? I got some sugar for you, Dan says, right? What kind of sugar do you got there, Dan? I don't know. Right? Maybe we're looking at something different. Necromancy. I'm a Merlin. Okay, so necromancy is part of the Druid way. It took me 19 years of my life to get that title, by the way. It's not something I just give away. I will not teach necromancy to anyone who is self-serving because they use that to be self-serving and they force people to do things. So I never teach that to anybody, but it is real. Yeah, it is real. Right? What is your name? Fully in? Yeah. Wake up. Wake up, wake up. Everybody wake up. What is this? I see also a cat. What? A cat injured is in a vet's office because some Nigerian grapes. What? The cat's cautious and what are you talking about? Are you seeing, like, are you reading me right now? Is that what you're trying to do? Isn't channeling spirits necromancy? No, I mean, it could be considered that. It probably is considered that by like the Christian church because anything that you do is evil if it's not what they're doing, right? That's what they teach you. But some people like say Daryl Anka is channeling he's channeling Bashir and Bashir's not his higher self, at least I don't think it is. We're beginning to wonder if it is, but so what he's doing is he's actually moving his personality over, and then Bashir is moving in and talking through him. So he doesn't remember a lot of what happens. Some of it he does because it's like being in a dream state. I'm actually talking to you as my higher self. The same thing happens to me weirdly when I get sugar low. And Kelto will keep talking, and I'll start zoning out, and I'll not remember what I said. And then somebody will go, "Hey, you talked to me the other day," and I'll go, "What time was that at?" I'll go, "Oh, sorry, I was channeling at that point." So in some senses, they'll try to tell you that it is because anything that's not orthodoxy is evil in their minds because they want to control you. They can't have you thinking for yourself and expanding your consciousness. You won't be able to listen. You won't listen to them anymore if you do that. We're stuck in a soul trap. We are. But it wasn't created by aliens. We created it. The creator created it. It's a pass-fail place for baby souls. Only this one's an extra hard one that was created for people who wanted to volunteer, and all you dumbasses volunteered for this. No word of a lie. Right? Did you hear my wife? And she says, "Hey, who you calling a dumbass? Your ass is here too." She's yelling at me from over there. Right? Some of us sat around and they said, "Okay, remember you guys went through this thing where you went in, you got veiled, and you were stuck for like 10 lifetimes, and then you graduated, and now you guys are in 5D and 6D? Well, we got this new opportunity for those of you who think you're cool. We got this new opportunity where you can go back down to third dimension and veil yourself, only this one's going to be twice as hard as the last one you went to." And a whole bunch of us said, "That's cool. That's much more fun than just Thorfinn getting unalived. Should we all go pack now?"
Yep.
And you guys came down here and got stuck because bad people came in and they took control of this place. And so you not only were you stuck harder than any other place, but then you got stuck.
Yeah, and then some of us actually only signed up for like 77. We didn't. We signed up for a lot longer. So some of
She's
you
talking about 1,000 years, 77,000 years.
actually get to go home a lot faster, where we have signed up to help you start, like who are stuck and cannot get out of here.
We're going to stay here until you guys get to leave, and then we get to leave.
And then we'll retire,
Yep.
maybe, and then we'll go to another planet and do the exact same thing. So
yeah. That's exactly what they told me. See, look at that. There's somebody who had that experience. It's exactly what they told me. They said you can go back, but it's going to be a lot harder when you do.
If anyone has even felt what the Creator's energy feels like,
it is. The human body is perfect.
Not want to come back. Let me tell you.
Yeah, no joke. If you go back to Source and you just get anywhere near Source and you feel how much love that's why you hear some people that they do that when they do some of the things they do, and they go there and they're like, oh my God, I didn't want to come back. It was so beautiful. It is. I can't even describe to you the way it is, right? Yeah. Coming back is like grief you've never felt, because there's a love that you can never imagine until you go there. It's just insane. It's the amount of love that I can't even describe it to you. The only thing I can tell you that's anywhere near to it is if you get baptized as an adult, you have a little bit of an inkling as to what it feels like, but it still doesn't do it justice. I can't even explain to you how intense it is. Should we read me, I would feel super drained and get crazy dreams. You're so right. Yeah. So yeah, you guys, you got it. You don't have to read everything. There's videos these days for just about everything. I posted on my page, Leonard O'Neill on Facebook. I posted a video about the Christ oil, so you can watch that and they'll talk about it, so you don't have to read it, right? Now I'm going to have a drink of Mountain Dew because my wife brought this because of the caffeine, but I need to do it off camera because they'll say I'm trying to sell the product. Mountain Dew is crazy good. Okay, even in Australia, Mountain Dew is crazy good. All right, so when a spirit reincarnates, how can it be here physically and also up there spiritually? Because you're not actually here physically. Great question, though. That's a really good question. Because you're not actually here physically anyways. You just think you are. Okay, you're actually up there, and this is an avatar, and you're wearing like goggles. You're controlling this. You're veiled, so you think that you're inside this body, and you're actually not. You're actually up there, and you're sitting around up there, and you don't know that you're in this body, and so you think you're in this body, right? So, yeah, and that's how you hear Brooks said that's how you can be in like 50 lifetimes at the same time. But that'll scare you if we start talking about that. So Tim, you learn about the Christ oil, my friend, the Christ oil that's within you, and all you have to do, there's a video on my page that will take you to a YouTube channel where they made the video. This book right here, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, is my book. It also talks about the Christ oil. Every single religion on this earth was talking about the Christ oil. It is the way. Okay, so you can read every religion. The story of Jesus coming down and ascending, becoming unalive and ascending, that's the story of the Christ oil within you. Marduk did the same thing. Thor did the same thing. Moses did the same thing. Everybody did the same thing. Shiva did the same thing. Osiris did the same thing. It's in every religion. The way to the Taoism, Buddhism, all of those religions are all about that. Even the Indian religion, Thor came down, did the same thing. So in the Christian Bible, God so, John 3:16, God so loved the earth that he sent his only begotten son. His son came down, was born into a body, did miracles, became unalived, and then was resurrected and then ascended to heaven. In the Viking religion, which is about 2,000 years older than the Hebrew religion, literally, you can look that up. It wasn't written down to the 1100s, but if you ask the people, they'll tell you it's been around for far longer than most of the other religions, because the Viking people actually populated this planet before this time. They were here in the last time, okay? And people don't want to know that, but they were. You can look into that. Okay, they're starting to discover that. So Odin so loved the earth that he sent his only begotten son down to earth, and he came down and had he was not mortal anymore, and he was mortal, he was not immortal, and he had to live with the people. And while he was here, he did all the same things that were all these miracles that he did. Jesus had to fight the serpent in the garden. Thor fought the dragon of the North Sea. Okay, so then he became resurrected after he became unalived. He was resurrected, and he crossed Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. That's your chakras. He crossed Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, and went back to Valhalla, to the heaved up place, right? And became the light of the world, used Mjolnir, his hammer of war. Mjolnir means lightning. Thor means thunder. He used Mjolnir and he cracked the sky and he scared off Fenrir the wolf that was covering the sky in darkness. That's your veiling. And he illuminated everybody and became the light of the world. That's the Christ oil. That's the Christos. It's the same story. And Moses did the same thing. Moses had the same storyline. All these people all over. You can look it up. How many times did the Jesus character come here? It's at least 20, and some people say 28 times. So they really do tell us in movies. Do they have to tell us in certain? I don't know what else it says, but yes, they do. If you look at some of the movies, there's songs that are out there, bands that are out there that write songs about being stuck here. Hotel California from all the way back in the 1970s from the band the Eagles. Come forward to the Red Hot Chili Peppers with Californication. Come forward to anything by Tool. There's so many bands that talk about that stuff, go beyond that. And you can look at movies. The movies do the same thing, and they have the same story, like the movies of Thor. If you watch the movie of Thor, that is the same movie. He comes down, and he's brought down and has to become humble and live with humans, and then he becomes unalived. In the movie Thor, they show you that. Then he resurrects, and he's able to defeat the robot. Now, originally that was the Dragon of the North Sea, but in the movie they made it a robot, and then he's able to go back to Valhalla. It's the same story. Moses did the same thing, right? So you have to realize that these stories are all allegories about the way. The book, the Tao Te Ching is the book of the way. So if you look at Taoism, that's teaching you about the way, on how to fix yourself so that you can get to heaven, right? In there, Lao Tzu said, he who can create his own reality, his own illusion, and live in that illusion will find their way back to the creator. That means you create your reality. So if you create your reality and your reality says, I'm not living in third dimension, that I'm going to go back to the creator, I'm going back to the creator, then you will do that. Your focus determines your reality, right? So you can look all throughout history. The Kundalini and the Kunda buffer energy is actually the story of the Christ oil going down, descending, and then going up through your chakras to then go up into your brain and illuminate you. It's the same story. It's just being told differently. Right, the Greeks knew about the chakras. They called them the kirkos, which is where we get the word circle from, because there was a circle, a spindle wheel. It was a wheel within wheel that you hear about in the Bible of energy, and they knew about that. The Japanese knew about it. I teach this. The Japanese knew about it. They called it Mitsubishi. There's a car company named that. 3 diamonds. Mitsubishi is 3 diamonds. The 3 diamonds are the 3 upper chakras are 1 diamond. The heart chakra is a 1 diamond, and the bottom 3 chakras has another diamond. Is the 3rd diamond. And if you keep all of those diamonds polished, that will balance you, and you will ascend to heaven. Okay, it's the same story, just told slightly different for the people over there. Why does each level have 33 levels? Because you have Godhead loves stuff that is cyclical, because you have 33 vertebrae in your spine. So Jesus was 33 years of age, Marduk was 33 years of age, Moses was 33 years of age, Thor was 33 years of age, Shiva was 33 years of age, because it's the telling of your spinal column. There's 33 runs on the Jacob's ladder in the Bible. So all of that's being done to keep pointing back to balance yourself, devote yourself to spirituality, not physicality, and live in the spirit, not in the flesh, and then you will ascend back to heaven. You'll be able to leave here, right? So is Gilgamesh the same story? Gilgamesh is the same story. Gilgamesh goes into the underworld to gain the knowledge, and the knowledge that he gains is the Christos. So he goes into the underworld and he talks to a couple of gods there, and they give him the knowledge that he needs to ascend to heaven. But Gilgamesh is literally obsessed with immortality in the physical. So he squanders the information. He squanders the Christ oil trying to make himself immortal, and then he doesn't, and then he becomes unalived, and he doesn't tell anybody the secret, but the secret's still there. So if you read the story, that's also an allegory teaching you to look within, go into the underworld. The underworld in the ancient times was within, not under the ground, to go into the inside of you and learn about this Christos, this Christ oil. And that's the secret that Gilgamesh knew, but he didn't tell the world because he was self-serving. So because he was self-serving, he didn't get to go to heaven, and he ended up, becoming unalived of old age. That's what the story is about. Don't do what Gilgamesh did, and you too can get to heaven, right? It's the story of Enlil and Enki as well, if you guys know that story, right? The story of Enlil and Enki, right? Why the hell would I create this reality? Because this is what we're doing to have the organic experience of life, because you, me, and everybody else are immortal, and we got bored, so we wanted to know what it would be like if we were not immortal. So we created a world of mortality, and then we came down in it, and we're playing around in this place of mortality, and we're running amok and doing whatever we want, because if we go back home, we're immortal and we are just living forever. So we've been around so long, we got bored, and we created this place so that we can come down here and play. True story. True story. So, how, yeah, she's telling me to tell you guys how different things are when you get out of the physicality, right? So, are aliens real? Absolutely, yes. You're an alien. You're an alien. 86% of the population of this earth, and quite possibly more than that, your soul did not originate here. You came from somewhere else and came here and volunteered to be in this body. Okay.
One of the reasons why we enjoy coming down as well is because of
Yeah, so right. Yeah, so when you're up there in non-physical form, when you're in the light being body, there's a way of joining, and you can touch one another and you can feel everything that there is to feel about one another. But it's all like a mind meld, like like with the stuff people do down here, like with ESP and stuff like that. So it's really intense, but the physicality gives you like more options. So we go into physical bodies and we come down here, and then we have sex and we eat food and we have tastes and smells and war and peace and love and hate and all of the strife that we have, and it's driving us forward, and we're learning from it and becoming something, right? It feels like a bad game. No, it's not. It only is if you focus on it. Your focus determines your reality. So if you focus on all the negative stuff, you're only going to see negative things. Okay. And I talked about this on my last live. You could literally be sitting in a bus stop and thinking this world's coming to an end and it's going to, blow up. Everyone's going to fire all their guns into space, and we're going to come to an end next Tuesday. Right. And the person sitting next to you could be sitting here going, I'm in paradise. This is the most beautiful place I've ever been in my entire existence. And then you get mad at them and say, can't you see all the stuff that's going on? And they would look at you and go, can't you see all the beauty in this place? It's absolutely adorable.
And think of it
Right.
like as an algorithm, right? If you were an algorithm and you were choosing your own game, would you focus on things like I'm poor, I'm broke, I don't have enough money, I'm sick all the time? Or would you focus on things like I'm going to win, I'm awesome, I'm awake? Think about that, guys, because this algorithm, computer algorithm.
Yes, we both of us have a M on our palms. We're both healers. We're both Reiki masters. We both can trace our DNA back to the royal houses. In every place, we're both type O negative. So yeah, right. So you're asking if maybe she has some of the, what is that, the Maori genes? I don't know. I'd have to ask her if she has that. Maori, yeah. Do you have any of that? I don't think she does.
No, I don't. Well, we're about to get a DNA.
But we're about to find out, because she spit in a cup for ancestry. So we're about to find out if she has any. But she's not from New Zealand. She's from here. She was born in Blacktown. So she's from over here, right? We're in New South Wales. She's born over here in New South Wales, Australia, on the East Coast. Right, but her accent is kind of thick, right? She has kind of a thick accent, right? When she gets going, because she starts sounding like a Southerner from America sometimes. And those two two accents, when they blend together, they sound like that, right? She is hot, bro. My wife is freaking hot. If you saw the rest of that body, I'm the luckiest man on the face of the earth, dude. Not even kidding, right? She just looks like it. Well, we'll find out if she does, right? We do know that she goes back to the Scottish and the Spanish in Spain and Scotland. We know that part because her maiden name is Borthwick. So that goes all the way back to Mary, Queen of Scots, right? In the castle of Borthwick. But yes, right? Yeah, I'm married up. Right? I'm married up. No, I'm an O'Neill, right? So my DNA goes back, in the pantheon of Europe. My O'Neill DNA is supposed to be the King of England in the UK right now, but they usurped it from my family a couple generations ago. True story. You can look that up. My middle name is Edward. Every man in my family has the same middle name. Edward goes all the way back to Edward, the Black Prince of Wales. Henry V usurped the throne of France because his mom and her grandmother was the sister of Edward, and they couldn't find anybody the Edward's direct bloodline because they were hunting my people, trying to unalive us, and we ran and hid in Ireland, and then eventually went to America. That's actually proven. My DNA is actually proven to go back to the year 990, right? I'm Welsh, you know. So yeah, you can watch the movie Henry V by Kenneth Branagh, and you'll see how he took the throne from that, right? So Game of Thrones is kind of playing out for real, but I don't want any part of that. However, I love the idea that they have to, in some ways, acknowledge that that who I am, and her DNA also traces back to the Borthwick, which traces back to Mary, Queen of Scots, because Borthwick made her castle and gave her children when they were not actually married, but they were having an affair, right? So it was on TV, right? Yeah. So you have to look at. You can look up the O'Neill clan and see how far back it goes. How far my name is actually a title in the Irish pantheon, in the Welsh, in the UK, and my name's a title. Leonard means Lionheart. Edward means guardian. O'Neill means bloodline of Nail of the Nine, or bloodline of champion. If you look up the name of Neil, or of O'Neill, and trace it back, we go back to the first and second invasion of Ireland. So we literally, and I'm the throwback. We're a Black Irish clan, but I'm the one that had the ginger hair. That's why I'm so gray right now. I had the ginger hair and I have the freckles, right? So I'm the throwback. I'm the genetic throwback in my clan, but we're actually a Black Irish clan because we come from Wales, right? So truly, my clan was supposed to be in charge, but they hunted us, so we just left and came to America. And then I don't want to be anything near any of that because I'm not 3D. So I'm just working to fix this place so that you guys can get out of here. But I needed to be typo negative, and so did my wife, so that we had to be of these bloodlines so that we could do what we're doing, because we have no no monkey DNA. We don't have any primate DNA, right? How has the Christ returned 29 times? If you look at the stories of Moses, that was another story of that. So Moses, at the time, here's the similar story. Okay, so the story of Moses, when he was born, the Pharaoh at the time heard that there was going to be a savior sent by God to free the Hebrews. So he ordered all the Hebrews to go back to their houses, to where they belong, to do a census. Same story that happened with Jesus, 1,000 years later. And his mom didn't want him to become unalive, so she stuck him in a basket and she put him on the Nile, and he floated him down the Nile. And they found him in the Nile, and it was the sister of the Pharaoh, and she claimed that was her child and raised him. So then he was a usurper, and he was the one that was going to become the Pharaoh, but Ramses II didn't want that to happen. So the whole storyline is the same storyline of this person who came down into a human form and then spoke to God and got all of these miracles that he did for God. And then he became unalived, because when they sent him out into the desert, Moses went out to the desert and wandered in the desert for 40 days. And there's that number again, 40 years, 40 days. And then he said, my Lord, I cannot go on. I am going to, fall. And he fell and he passed. That's really hard to find. You have to go back to the Hebrew telling of the story, because the Christian doesn't have that. So you go back, he was unalived, and then God resurrected him, and he got up, and then a few days later he saw, or a year later or whatever, he saw the burning bush, went over, and God said, go back, you're my chosen one, go back and tell them to free my people. And then he said, I don't know who you are, I don't know what I'm going to tell them. And he said, you will be my voice, I will speak through you. So now there's the voice of God again. Jesus was the voice of God. That's the Trinity. Moses was the voice of God. God was speaking through Moses, and then he went and said, free my people. And then you had the plagues of Israel, or the plagues of Egypt. There were 7 of those before the Hebrews added 3 more. Those are the chakras, and how to balance the chakras and how to get out of there. And then he took them again for 40 years out in the desert, and then took them, and he didn't get to go into the city, the land of milk and honey. He had to go out into the desert now, and he did, and he became rewarded and taken up by God back up to heaven. So he didn't get to go with them, but God took him up. So it was the same thing. He ascended then up to the Creator. Same story. Okay, the story of Thor is the same story, right? So in the Jesus story, I just told you this story. In the Jesus story, God sent his only begotten Son, John 3:16. Odin sent his only begotten Son down to Midgarth, Middle Earth, this place. He took away his powers, and he had to live amongst the people, and he did all these magical things, sacrificed himself for the people, became unalived, was resurrected, and then defeated the dragon of the North Sea, and then went across. Hold on, I have to do the button, and I have to punch in a couple of items that they want to make sure I'm not a robot. There we go. Okay, so then he fought the dragon of the North Sea, the same dragon like Jesus had to fight the serpent in the garden. He's fighting a serpent which is bigger of the North Sea because he's Thor, right? Thor means thunder. He had his war hammer, and that's Mjolnir. That means lightning. So then when he crossed Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, that's going up through your chakras, when he went back up to Valhalla, the heaved up place, he used lightning and thunder, and he cracked the sky. And when he cracked the sky with lightning, it scared off Fenrir the wolf, who was guarding the world in darkness, and he became the light of the world. It's the same story told slightly different for people in a different place. The story of Marduk was the same. Marduk was one of the gods, and he was sent down to Earth. And when he went down to Earth, his mom went crazy, Tiamat, and she was unaliving everybody, and she was a goddess, and nobody could stand against her. So he went up against her, and weirdly, he had his magic bow, which is what Thor and Odin has a magic spear and a magic bow, and so does Shiva has a magic spear. He used his magic spear, and he was able to unalive his great grandmother, who was the goddess. And then he defeats her. She's Tiamat, the dragon. He defeats her and takes her head and makes the dome of the sky out of her head. She's unalived, but she's sleeping. So we're living inside the head of a sleeping giant god. And then he's lifted up to heaven, ascends to heaven, and he's given the highest award of becoming the light of the world and becoming the one true God. Same exact storyline, right? Do you know about the law of one? Yes. I actually, pardon me for burping on camera. Yes, on my podcast, which you can see right here, Orion Rising, right? Let me put it in the middle of the screen for you. On this podcast, you can find it anywhere you listen to an MP3 broadcast, or you can watch it on YouTube, right? It's all over the world. It's listened to in 70 countries. It's free. If you go in that and go backwards in time, you will see that I actually taught and literally did the entire 6 books of the Law of One twice, not once, but twice. If you go back to the first one, you'll see that one was done in very 3D for people who are very 3D. Then if you go to the one that I just finished last year in, I think, August, or maybe in May of last year, you'll see that one goes another 2 years and 10 months. And again, I translated it for you and went very high vibration and explained the entire 6 books to you guys. Who is Melchizedek? Melchizedek was a person in the Hebrew religion who was a very, very wise, unveiled person who existed a long, long time ago over in Israel. No, it wasn't Israel, but it was somewhere around that area in Israel. In that area, he was a part of the Sanhedrin, and he was very awake. He was so awake, he remembered himself all the way back to source. So they'd actually started a Melchizedek Brotherhood, and anybody like myself, I could use that title and call myself a Melchizedek, but I'm not into titles, even though I have a bunch of them. I don't want to use those because I don't like that. But I tell people when they say, "Who are you?" I'm like, I have 4 religious titles, and I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. So I have, and I wrote a book about it, and I'm a theologian, so I'm not coming as a, just some dude on the internet who thinks he knows what's going on. I could be considered a Melchizedek because I'm completely awake, and I remember going all the way back to source and being created billions of years ago by the standards of being here. Okay, so I would be a Melchizedek. A Melchizedek is somebody who remembers every lifetime that they had. They're completely unveiled, and they remember every lifetime all the way back to source. I'm one of those people. I'm speaking to you right now as Kelto, my higher self from the 11th density. Okay, that's like just before going back to the Creator. Okay. He had no mother or father. That's some of the stories they say that, where they always do the Immaculate Conception, because then that tells you that it was by God. The Hebrews love that story, and they do that all the time. They say that he had no mother, no father. They said that Holy Mary, Jesus' mother, had no mother and no father. She just appeared, or she had no father, just a mother. And then Jesus had no father, just a mother, and he just appeared. And that was part of their religion at the time. Back then, they just said that about everybody, that they wanted to be somebody of high. They were like, that one is a God sent them, and they don't have a mother and a father. We don't know the answer to that. We'd have to find his body and check his DNA to find out. When they found the Shroud of Turin and they checked the DNA, there was female DNA, but no male DNA on that body. Just saying. Right? So it's possible that if we found the actual Melchizedek and tested his DNA, we'd find out if there's no mother or father DNA that is recognizable on this earth. It's very possible, right? But we won't know the answer to that until somebody physically does that. However, he was very, very, very awake, and he understood who he was, and he was telling people what I'm telling you now. Same thing, right? Yeah. Did they give him this, right? Cool, right? He had, so what are you saying, Zach? Zach, yeah, did they give him, oh, you're thinking, see, what you're thinking of is you're not thinking of Melchizedek, you're thinking of what's his name? Oh, I can't think of his name. The one with the horns and the boobs and the, yeah, that's actually the, I can't think of his name right this second. Yeah, what is his name? You almost said it. I'll think of it in a second. That's actually supposed to show you the dichotomy between good and evil, masculine and feminine, and the balance of that. So they show you the goat head and the feet that are goat feet because that's from the god Pan. From at the time, the Greeks and the Southern Vikings believed in that. Right? They were druids. I'm a druid priest. I have the Merlin title and I have the Green Man tattooed on my back. It's like this big. That took me 19 years of my life to get. So yeah, you're not thinking of Melchizedek. You're thinking of Baphomet or Behemoth, depending on what religion or what words you're using for it. Yeah, thank you. Cab finally typed it in there. You're thinking of that. The reason that there's feminine energy there is because they're showing you the masculine and the feminine. That's actually not the devil. That's not evil. That's actually the dichotomy of the human condition. Okay, and that was what they were showing you there. That we are the beast. That's why you had the feet and the head of the goat, and then you had that was the masculine energy. Then you had the feminine energy, and that showed you the boobs. And they did that many other times in the Defense Against the Dark Arts. I teach you about that, by the way. So if you guys are interested in that and you want to learn about that, I actually teach you about that in that course. And literally have the pictures of that one and a couple of other ones that they use. So it wasn't Melchizedek. Melchizedek was a rabbi who was very awake. It was Behemoth or Baphomet, depends on how you say it. So then the Satanists took the head of the goat and made that. They took the pentacle, right? The pentacle, is that the side with the pentacle? No, it's the other one. They took the pentacle and turned it upside down and made it the pentagram and put the goat head of the masculine energy in the pentagram. So the beard came down and the ears and the horns went up. When they stole that the same way they took the cross and flipped it upside down and called it evil. They just said those two religions are the biggest religions of today. So we're anti all of those religions. So they took the pentacle from the Druids and the Wiccans and turned it upside down, and took the cross from the Christians and turned it upside down and said, our God is that, right? Do you believe in God and in Yahshua, his son, born of Mary, dying on the cross for our sins? I believe that Jesus is the way. Jesus is the Christos. He is the Christ and he is the way, but he didn't die on the cross for our sins. That's a lie they told you in Christianity to keep you here. Okay. He didn't die for our sins. He died to show us the way to heaven. Okay. He became unalive because he was showing us the way you're supposed to stop living in the flesh and start living in the spirit. And he was teaching that way. And they edited the Bibles starting in 325 AD at the Council of Nicaea. And then they just continued to edit the Bible until today. You can Google that. How many books are in all the Christian Bibles? And it'll show you how many Christian Bibles have how many books. The standard Christian Bible right now, if you're just a Christian and not a Roman Catholic or an Eastern Orthodox Christian, you only have like 36 books in your Bible. That's it. The Catholics have 73. The Ethiopians have like 80 or 90, right? So your book is not even half of the actual book that was around in the year 100. It was changed. And they lied to you, okay? So are we gods? We're angels. We are God. All of us are God, okay? This is all happening. None of this is happening to you. All this is happening for you. And all of this is happening in the mind of the Creator, and you are a dream, a daydream or a night dream of the Creator, and you think that you are not the Creator because you were veiled so that you didn't know that you were the Creator, so that you could have an organic experience of life and unaliving and falling and war and peace and love and all this stuff, right? Council of Nicaea where they put the physical face on, yeah, that's when they changed all the books and stopped teaching you the Acts of the Apostle and started teaching you the book of Romans, teaching you how to be a good little Roman and have a relationship with God and sit right here and wait for him because he's going to come and get you. And God wills it. Go over there and unalive those people. Okay, and that's what they've done since then. Since the year 325, they've conquered the world over and over and over by the will of God. God wills it. Go get them. Okay, all of the religions that exist today are conquering warlike religions. There's only a few that are feminine. Sacred feminine was taken out of every religion. Jesus' way, Mary was supposed to continue the church. It was usurped. They got rid of her, said that she was a hooker and got her out of the Bible and wrote her out and said she was nobody and nothing and had nothing to do with Jesus because they needed him to be a god. They couldn't have him be a man. Okay, but he had to be a man because he couldn't be called rabbi unless he was married. He couldn't be over the age of 30 unless he was married. His wife also had to have children. Otherwise, he couldn't teach in the synagogue, couldn't be called a rabbi. Look that up in history. Anybody who's Jewish will tell you that was true at the time. You had to be married by the age of 30. It was arranged marriage. Okay, so that you should look that up. People don't know that because they're not told, and they just take for granted what people tell them. They think that things in the past were exactly the way they are today, and they have no idea that Sharia law that you guys talk about came out of the Hebrew religion, and that's what they were living under there. Women had no say. The sacred feminine was removed from that religion as soon as David got a hold of it. Okay, so that was 100 generations or so, according to what the Jews say, but I don't think it was that long before Jesus. Okay, it was probably more like 10. And they say 100 generations, more like 10, if that. Okay, so about 1,000 years. So David took control and took the women out of the entire equation and said, God told me to go and unlaw those people. God told me to conquer them. God told me to conquer them. And he took over as much as he could. And that was a warlike religion. And it was still a warlike religion until the Romans occupied them. And then they were mad and they were hoping that Jesus was going to be a warlike dude. And he came and said, that's not what I'm here to do. And then they said, he's in our way. We need to get rid of him. We need to consolidate our power, and he ain't it. If he's not going to try and take control, then we need to get rid of him. So they got rid of him. It's politics. Right? And why does Satan think he can beat God? There is no Satan. That's a lie. Satan doesn't exist. That was a creation of the satanic church. There is no Satan. Satan isn't a spirit that is equal to God. That's what they want you to believe. Bad people want you to believe that they're in charge and that they are just as big as God and that they're going to win. Evil cannot exist past the sixth dimension. That's it. They're only in the bottom 6 dimensions. That's it. They can't go anywhere beyond that. But they want you, me, and everybody else to manifest that. And if they have to, they're going to do it through robots. Okay? They're trying to get us in every way we can to manifest that Satan is equal to God. They want all of that to be done because they're trying to do that so they can take control. They just have no control. There's a stopgap. Doesn't happen. There is no Satan. That was made up. It's fake. How does Lilith fit into the whole creation story? Lilith was the first female that was created, and she was the sacred feminine, like your Pistis Sophia or your Mary Magdalene. She was, in fact, if you read the Bible today, and you'll find out that when Jesus went to talk to Mary Magdalene, her name was Lilith, and she was going by Lilith, and he called her by her true name. Lilith was the first female, and she was the sacred feminine, but she wouldn't do what Adam told her to do. So Adam cried to God, and God said, wicked woman, get out. That's a lie that they made up to control you guys. Okay, Lilith was the creation. Lilith was the sacred feminine, right? The Pistis Sophia, and then they said she was evil demon because she wouldn't have sex with Adam when he told her to have sex. So God then got mad at her and cast her out and called her a whore. There's that same one. They did that to Mary Magdalene. She was cast out and called a whore. And then they got this subservient woman who came in, who was Eve, and she did what God said, have sex with him when he says to have sex with him. Okay. And then she had sex with him. But then the serpent comes in and says, here, eat this. You're going to find out that guy's not really God. And you're going to learn something. Okay. And that was an allegory again about the veiling and how we became veiled. Okay. It wasn't a true story. It didn't happen. The story of Adam and Eve is a conversion of the story of Adama, which is a conversion of the story of Adapa, which is 38,000 years old. You should read that story, and it has nothing to do with what you think it does. It's a completely different story, and that was the story about Sodom and Gomorrah or the fall of Babel. All of those stories were about us becoming veiled. And they were just allegories on how we became veiled. Right? This is Orion, the little kitty. This is Orion. Hi, Orion. Say hello to the people. There's your little baby girl. Her name is Orion. Say hello. That's Orion. Hold on, I'm going to put you down so you can go see Mama, okay? There you go. Go see Mama. So she just climbed up my leg and ran up my body, so I grabbed her. Okay, so seriously, what did you say here? Seriously? Seriously, I'm confused. I dated too many witches, and I'm doomed. I saw shit nobody was supposed to. Yeah, I
Who's
mean,
that? Which one's that one?
people. It was
Okay.
the water tower. Is that who it
Yeah.
was? Yeah. So, dude, you just have to realize that some people are evil. There are two kinds of people on this earth: those in service to self and those in service to others. So some people who are witches are self-serving and they cast black magic spells. They have the complete right to do so. Some people who are witches are in service to others and they don't cast black magic. The same thing with necromancy. Okay. So some people, if you're dating someone who's evil, they're going to be casting evil spells. Okay. If you're dating somebody who's not self-serving and they're in service to others, you're not going to see those black, dark spells. So some of those people try to do everything they can do because they believe, do what thou wilt. That's the satanic way. That's the evil way. Do what thou wilt. And then all of the other people in all of the other religions who are in service to others say, do what thou wilt, but harm none. And they're like, nope, do whatever you want to do. Fuck these people. They're mine to play with. They're self-serving. Those people are evil, and they're going to do as evil does. Right? My wife's a witch. Well, is she an evil witch or is she a good witch? My wife's a witch. Okay, my wife is a spellcaster. My wife is the queen of demons.
Hi, I'm Meg.
Right?
Oh,
Ooh, look at that.
Oh, get off.
Oh, and then I got one too. Look at that. Thank you, guys. That was protection spells for everyone. Yeah, that's what we teach in the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Okay, we teach you how to do that and defend yourself. If you guys are interested in that, 2 days, 4 hours a day, right? 88 Australian dollars. So if you're on America or the pound sterling or the euro, the American dollar, that 88 becomes like 60, 62 at the most. Pound sterling is probably 58 these days. Depends on how good your guys' dollar is. Right? That's a $1,200 value, 4 hours, 2 days, 2 4-hour days, 8 hours on Zoom. If you guys are interested in learning how to defend against all of these dark arts, email us. Right? Email us right here. What do you think? Yeah, and Brooke says, and you get to hang out with us. Right? You get to ask them questions personally, not in a chat. So, yeah, if you guys are interested in that, email us right here at gmail at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Tell us that you want to look at the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Tell us who you are on TikTok, because otherwise I just know your name, whatever your email is, I won't know who you are. And then we'll send you the information for that when we have the stuff scheduled. So, because we're in New South Wales, Australia, so all of our times are Sydney times, right? Because we're on the east coast of Australia, so we're like GMT plus 11. So you guys in California are GMT minus 8 or minus 10, something like that. So, like for instance, it's 11:37 p.m. on the west coast of the United States and Canada right now, right? And for us over here, it's 5:37 p.m. tomorrow for you, right? Because it's the 25th for you and it's the 26th for us. We're in the future, right? I'm not getting paid nothing, but I told the truth, right? So yeah, so if you're looking, you can look at my podcast. It's free. You can get my book right here on ebook. It'll cost you about $4 or $5 American dollars, or you can listen to my podcast. There's 582 episodes where I teach all of this that I'm talking about for free. You just have to put in the time to listen to it. Okay. What is that? Cat's knocking stuff over. What can you tell me about the Anunnaki? The Anunnaki doesn't exist. It's not real. They translated it wrong. The word doesn't mean that she ran over that way, but she knocked something over from over there. Zechariah Sitchin in 1948 translated it wrong and said that it was the god Anu came. So Giorgio Tsoukalos in 2012 said the god Anu came down to Earth, and he wrote books about it, saying that he created the human existence based on the story of Adapa, which is wrong. That all of that is absolutely wrong. The translation is the Anunnaki, not Anunnaki, right? So Giorgio Tsoukalos said the god Anu came down, and then in 2015 he said those from the heavens came because they needed ratings. So now it's an entire species called the Anunnaki. The word Anunnaki, according to those people who tell you it's a species, means those from the heavens came. So there's a species of people called those from the heavens came, right? Hi, who are you? I'm those from the heavens came. I'm the guy. I'm the team member to be named later, right? I'm the player to be named later, right? So that's it's bullshit. And I will tell you, you can look this up. If you don't believe me here, I'm going to give you guys right here the actual scholars who translated the actual scrolls from Mesopotamia, and you can look them up and read their translations, and you'll realize that all that stuff that the History Channel is telling you is a made-up bullshit lie. There is no Anunnaki that created the human existence. Doesn't have anything to do with that, and you can look it up. Okay, so look up these names, write these down. George Smith, George, second last name, Smith, Smith. Okay. Look up this name, Samuel Kramer, Samuel, Kramer, Cramer. Look up Stephanie Dolly, Stephanie, Dolly, Dalli. Those are the actual scholars on this planet who translated all of the Mesopotamian scrolls and translated them properly. And you will find out that that word Anunnaki means son of the prince. Doesn't mean aliens from the outer world came here. The other translation that it means is it means Anunna, new angels. Okay, because the Anunnaki were created by the archons. The word archon and the concept of the archon translates to archangel, and they created the Agigi, and the Agigi translates into modern English as angels, and then they created the Anunna, and that was the new angels. Okay, and the new angels were perfect and had better form and could create better than the Agigi. And so the angels got jealous, and they put the veiling over the new angels and cast them down to earth. So by that respect, you, me, and all of us down here are the Anunnaki, not some alien species who came from outer space. We are the new angels. We just don't remember it. You don't remember it because you're veiled. Okay. So write those down, look those up. You'll see that the translations, if you get the right translations, you'll see they're even telling you that Zecharia Sitchin made a complete disaster of it, and the whole Ancient Aliens crew is making money off of it to get their ratings up for the History Channel and for Disney, and they're lying to you, and they've been lying to you since 2012. Zecharia Sitchin lied to everybody since 1947, and he wrote 6 books, and he made all kinds of money, and he became unalived with a lot of money from the books that he read, and all of those were lies that he made up. He took pieces of the scrolls and he put them together and said these aliens came down here to mine gold. The only time they ever mentioned gold was when they said some humans would go into the temples and leave offerings to the gods, and once in a while some people would leave gold. That's it. And Zecharia Sitchin took that and said they came here to mine gold because they needed it for their atmosphere. And so they made the humans. They created the human race. Okay, well, even if, now let's look at this from an adult standpoint. Let's pretend for a moment that this race called the Anunnaki came to Earth and created the human race by taking their own DNA and putting it into the primates to make the human genome. Okay, so then if that's the case, then why is it that I don't have any primate DNA? Neither does my wife. And every single person on this earth that has either type O negative, especially negative, and you have the Rh negative factor in your DNA, A negative, B negative, AB negative, that means you don't have any primate. So that would suggest you're Anunnaki because you don't have any primate DNA, which means you were not created by the Anunnaki. Okay. So how did you get here? How did I get here? How did 10% of the population get here 10,000 years ago? Right? No, Trump is not the Antichrist, not by a long shot. The Antichrist is about my age. He's about 58 to 60, and he's Middle Eastern. He's not from New York, right? And you're not going to get to know who the Antichrist is because he's not going to push himself out there in public. The person who was talked about in prophecy that's going to be out there that everyone's going to think is the Antichrist is actually going to be a puppet of the Antichrist. I've spent my life looking into this. There were people who, this is no word of a lie, I'm going to freak some of you out. There were people, Mormons came when I was 19 years of age and interviewed me because they thought I was the Antichrist. Not kidding you. Okay. Why is that? Because I was awake, because I was teaching this, and because I have a mortal wound on my left forehead. And I have a tattoo of the angel of death on my left arm. I don't anymore. I covered it up. There's an eagle there right now. Okay. So I could be by all rights. They thought that I was the Antichrist, and they were investigating me to see if I was the Antichrist when I was 19 years old. It started when I was like 11 because the government of the United States tried to recruit me when I was 11 to go and work for them. And I refused to go and work for them. Okay. So by the time I was 19, they were people around the world were trying to see if I was the Antichrist because I knew what I know now. And so they're like, he knows way too much. He's going to grow up and be the Antichrist. And I was like, no, I'm not self-serving. But if I was, I wouldn't tell you. Right? So, and scare people. I'm a Merlin. Right? So if you guys ever watched the Sword in the Stone or the Excalibur in 1982, when Merlin was talking, he says, I am a dream to some and a nightmare to others. Right? So, yeah, so they thought I was the Antichrist. I tell you truly, my friends, that I am not the Antichrist, but I have all of the knowledge that the Antichrist could have. Right? So I could take over the world with what I know about this world. I could. So if I was evil, I could easily become the Antichrist. But yeah, I'm not. That's why I have the knowledge that I have, right? So there's a dichotomy to freak you out, right? Think he's already been found? No, you're never going to know. That's prophecy. You're not going to get to know who he is. He's behind the scenes and he's using the deep state to his advantage to control the world. You're never going to know his name. You're never going to see him. You will not know who the Antichrist is. Okay? That is prophecy. You will not get to know that. Everyone's like, nope, we're going to find out. No, you're not. No, you're not. You know why? Because that scenario is not going to happen. You know why? Because we're not allowing it to. Because the Antichrist takes control of this earth for 5 more years. That's done. The devil's time on this earth is over a long time ago. The devil shall reign on the earth for a time. That's a beginning, a middle, and an end. That time is over, and the devil is not reigning here. There is no Antichrist. Okay, what the Antichrist tries to do, what the Antichrist is trying to do, I will personally disappear for a couple of days, and I will go and I will unalive the Antichrist, and I will not let anyone know that I did it. Okay, it's not going to happen. The Antichrist is zero power, and they're trying to tell you those prophecies because they want you to manifest that. It's just like they want you to manifest that AI is going to take over, because the AI God they want you to believe is the Antichrist, because they have to do something. They need a war. They need you guys to go back to sleep. They need me to go to sleep. They need to have a reality where they're back in charge, and they're not. So they're desperate now. They're trying to do everything they can do to get you guys to manifest something for them. They'll tell you whatever they want. Whatever you'll believe, they'll tell you. If you believe in Satan, they'll scare you to death and tell him he's right behind you. Don't turn around, right? That's what they'll tell you. How did the Mormons find out about you? I don't know. How did the federal government find out about me at 11 years of age? I'm sitting in a classroom at 11 years of age, and there's a knock on the door. Okay, and there's this person in a hospital gown, or the doctor gown, with a clipboard, a woman. She's talking to the teacher. The teacher goes outside for a second, comes back in, comes over to me and says, here, Lenny, you need to get up and go with this woman because you're one of the chosen kids that gets to go and be tested. And I was like, okay. So I get up. I'm awake as I am right now. I get up and I go with her. I walk out to the quad, to the back playground area, and there's now a Winnebago parked out there. And there's like 20 or 30 kids being lined up, and every single one of them has somebody behind them, mostly women, with all white coats on with a clipboard. And as we get up and get in a line, they put us in a line, and then all of a sudden this military guy pokes his head out and starts barking orders at us. You're going to come in here. You're going to go and sit down at these cubicles. You're going to put on headphones. The headphones are going to talk to you. You're going to do what the headphones tell you to do. You're not going to look at anybody. You're not going to talk to anybody. You're not going to do anything. If you don't understand what's going on, you make a motion to the person that's going to be standing behind you. You get that person to talk to that person. You whisper to that person. They will whisper to you, and you will either move on or you will solve the problem at the station that you're at. When you're done with that, you will get up and go to the next station. You will continue doing that till you get back around here and go out that door. Am I understood? I remember it word for word. Okay. So I went through all of that stuff, and they were testing us on everything: cognitive abilities, code breaking abilities to build a pipe bomb. By the way, they were having me build a pipe bomb to see if I could do it, follow the instructions. Okay. They were having me do reverse engineer things, identify things, seeing if I could follow directions on how to build things, on how to figure out what things were, all kinds of shit, depth perception, psychic stuff. And then I went back to class and they told me not to tell anybody about it. The next day, there's now a knock at the door again in my classroom. And this time there's 2 military personnel from the Air Force of the United States. And they're standing out there. And the teacher comes in and says, you got to go with these guys. They're going to take you to the principal's office. So I get up and I got a lieutenant and a colonel escorting me to the principal's office. When I get there, the whole principal and all the staff is out in the waiting room looking at me like, oh shit. And I walk up and there's 2 guards guarding the principal's office. And one of them opens the door and I walk in and there's 2 generals and my father sitting in the office. And they put me in front of the generals and they offer me a job in the military, and they can't tell me what it is. And I'll have to sign a non-disclosure agreement at 11 years of age, and I will go into the junior military. And when I turn 19 years of age or 18 years of age, I will be a lieutenant or a captain or a colonel, depending on where they decide to put me. and I will never be able to see any of my friends again, and I will never be able to tell anybody what I was doing, but I'll be rich and taken care of for my entire life. Okay? I shit you not. True story. I said, no. Okay? Firstly, I said, can I think about it for a day? The general got really mad. So I went home and asked my dad, and he said, I can't tell you what to do. I said to the general, I'm 11 years old. I can't answer that question. He got mad at me for talking to him like I was not awake. Okay? Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Is fear how they keep us stuck? Yes. Absolutely. That's how they're keeping everybody stuck. And we teach you how to get out of that, right? Who's the Antichrist? I can't tell you that because there is no Antichrist because it's not going to happen. Okay? So the Antichrist is somebody who's Middle Eastern, who's wearing a purple turban, who is about 58 to 60 years of age and is currently alive on this earth. Okay? So who is in charge now? It depends on what you mean. Are you talking about of this earth? The evil people are still in charge, but they've lost most of their credibility, and people around the world are not trusting them anymore, and people are waking up. When we get 51% of the population awake, they will have no more power over the entire population, and then all of us will be in charge of the earth. We'll have no more money. We won't have to go to work. Everything will be free. We'll have free energy, all the things that they're hiding from us right now. So who's in charge now? That's the answer to that. Okay. You'll go to work, but you'll do things that you want to do. And then some people will do things because they have to do it, right? So there's some things that have to be done. Nobody's going to want to pick up the garbage. Somebody's going to have to pick up the garbage. Okay. If there's no volunteers, then people are going to be assigned to do it one day a week. You're picking up the garbage, you're picking up the garbage. Okay. So that's the way that it works. And then everything is free, right? But you can't go, I'm going to take every car on the face of the earth, every Maserati. I'm going to take every Rolls Royce. Okay. You can't do that, right? People are going to want to do that in the beginning because they're greedy. So greedy people are going to go, oh, fuck yeah, I want all the steaks in the store. You don't get all the steaks in the store. There's other people that need to eat too. Okay. So then people are going to get mad about that. And they're going to go, what makes you better than everybody else? Because now you're limiting me, right? Well, are you going to throw a party? So then you can apply for that and you can show that you have people that are coming over to your house and you need 10 or 15 steaks. Okay. And then you get to do that. Everything's free. And eventually, really quickly, we're going to have machines that you go over like a microwave and you press the button and it's just going to manifest the food for you. So we aren't going to have to go and farm stuff and unalive things to eat. We're just going to manifest it out of the ether. And it's going to be very healthy and it's going to be very nutritious and it's not going to be poison like the food is nowadays. What about astral travel, shamanism, and dream walking? I actually teach that. If you look right here on the screen, you can see dream walking, astral travel, shamanism. I actually teach that because I've had training in that. I'm a Merlin. So I have training. I just don't teach all of the stuff that's involved with that, like necromancy and that stuff, because self-serving people, do self-serving things. So there's certain things that I won't teach unless I learn that you're not self-serving. Because, if you look at the storyline of like, Merlin and like the stuff like with Arthur, his sister like duped him and he ended up, stuck and she took the charm of making. That's not happening anymore, right?
No,
your channel is addictive.
Right? You know why it's addictive? Because you know what we're saying is true and it resonates with you.
Yeah.
Because you need to know more and you know more in your soul.
Yeah.
That's why it's addictive.
True story.
Not because we're tricking you to believe something that's not real. We're actually telling you the truth and we're risking our selves for it. So we appreciate you for following us.
Right. Thank you
Please
guys for
share
doing
us
that.
out. Smash those hearts.
Yeah, I mean, that's truly, I'm trying to, one of the things that bothered me about all of history was all of the crap that they had to do to hide this information because people were evil and they were unaliving us in history. And I came in this life to be completely awake so that I could then tell you and talk to you the way I'm talking to you now and give you the true freaking right off the cuff. Here's the true story about what's happening. No bullshit, no nonsense. I'm not trying to dupe you. I'm not a used car salesman. I'm not trying to sell you snake oil, right? I'm trying to tell you the truth of what's going on, right? Right. Brooke says Leo is awake. Yeah, right. Unveiled truth, listen and learn. Absolutely. That's why people come in and they troll me. I'm like, dude, if you just sit down for a minute, be quiet and listen, you might learn something. Otherwise, scroll up and don't troll me, right? That's what I tell people, right? So the evil ones can't manifest things. No, they cannot. To manifest, to create, you have to be in service to others. People don't know that, and they don't want you to know this. Okay, they only love themselves. True creation comes from the heart. So they cannot, and if you look in history, tell me somebody who was evil who actually created something. right? When you look at that, you look at, what's his name from Meta, Facebook. He was sued by his roommate because he stole the algorithm. Okay, that was an NDE that went away. If you look back in time, he was suing and saying, I created that algorithm that is Facebook, and he stole it from me. Then all of a sudden he sued him, and it got real quiet, and that guy disappeared off the face of the earth. He got paid money and had a non-disclosure agreement. If you look at Windows, right? If you look at Bill Gates, there's a movie made that Bill Gates stole Windows from Apple and got it out on the market before Apple. The people who are evil, they cannot create anything. They can only manipulate, control, buy, steal, and take credit for, because they don't want to help the world, because they don't care about the world. They only care about themselves. So because of that, they would never create something to help the world, because fuck them. They're just here for me to do whatever I want with them. Okay. So self-serving people, are you okay? All right. So self-serving people can't create, so they hire. They try to get a hold of people that are in service to others before you wake up, and they get you to create for them. Okay. Then they take it from you. And then if you wake up, they either buy you off or they unalive you and get rid of you if you don't play the ball game, right? So what can you tell us about Epstein stuff? All of that. There's a video. If you guys go to my Facebook page, okay, there's a reel that's like 15 minutes long that is pinned to my reels on Facebook, Leonard O'Neill. That is one of the videos. That's the last video that actually exists on the planet that I could find, that we made back in 2013 about that gate that has to do with dominoes. Okay. So you might want to take a look at that video. It's been deleted off of everywhere else. I don't know why Facebook has left it up where it is right now, but they have. They've left it on my Facebook page, so I put it there. Okay. So shadow people are outside of this reality. They're usually negative, but not always. But they're in a different density. So usually, if you get, this is in the Defense Against the Dark Arts, by the way, if you start getting your vibration higher, you start glowing blue, your aura. Evil people can see that, and if you start doing like what we're doing, they'll send an assassin. This sounds crazy. It's going to sound crazy to some of you. They'll send an assassin that'll try to take you out, and they'll do it from the fourth or the fifth dimension. So what they do is they go and they sit in the position, like if they were in the fifth dimension, they would locate me here by somebody who is seeing me in third dimension with their psychic abilities. They find me where I'm at, and then the person moves into this exact spot in the fifth dimension, and then they use their energy to try and take me out. Okay. So the shadow people that you're seeing, and that some people are seeing out of the corner of your eye, there's some of those people that are moving around you, but some of them could be your own team. Okay. Your own team that's protecting you could be too. So if you see the shadow people, go, what was that, man? That was somebody just moving. If it doesn't feel evil, that's one of your team that is in 4D or 5D, that is just out of phase with this reality that you're in, and they're protecting you. So you have to sit there and look at that, right? So wait, so what? Christianity, I see shadow people. Hold on. What are you saying? No YouTube. What is that? No YouTube. I deleted Facebook. Laugh out loud. Okay. So you don't have YouTube, and you deleted Facebook. Oh, all right. Well, I might be able to email it to you. Send us an email. Send an email over here to merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. If I can't email it because the file's too big, I'll Dropbox it to you. Do you know what Dropbox is? I can upload it to my Dropbox and then give you access, and you can download it onto your phone or onto your thing. But I haven't put it anywhere else, so it's on Facebook or YouTube right now. So, but I can do that. I don't know what the name of it is. I don't know if it's still on YouTube, but it is on Facebook. I may have to send it to you. If I can find it on YouTube, I'll send it to you. They did these over in Amsterdam, and they were talking about all of this stuff, and the emails that some of you guys are hearing about now, we knew about in 2013, 2014. The pictures that you saw of the prince who was hugging that little blonde girl who's now gone off the earth, that little blonde girl, at the exact same time, Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were also hugging that same exact girl. Those photos never made it to the light of day, but I saw them back in 2013. Okay. And then, of course, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were also hugging that little girl. Okay. In that same kitchen, in that same exact thing. Okay. So all of that stuff is real. They were doing all of that craziness and we were trying to get that information out to everybody back then. If you watch the documentary called Above Majestic, for those of you who don't have Facebook or YouTube, you can find that on Amazon Prime. Above Majestic, and it's a documentary about the breakaway society and that kind of stuff that they're doing. And there's actual people who were being indoctrinated into that group of people who didn't do what they wanted them to do, who tell the story. Okay, along with everything else that's going on. Do you believe in Jesus? Yes. Jesus was the Christos, he was the Christ, and he came here more than once. There were at least 20 of them, and possibly 28 times that particular character came here, over and over and over. Okay. Are you connected to the deep state? Will control you by having your DNA? They can't control me by having my DNA. They're like, oh, they can get you with nanites and they can take control of you. It just doesn't happen. No one can take control of you. You have free will. It's the vampire knocking at the door. You have to allow someone to do it. That's why they wanted you to volunteer to get the thing during the thing between 2020 and 2024. You had to volunteer to get it. They coerced you, but you had to volunteer to get it so that they could say you volunteered to get it. So they're usurping your free will by forcing you, going, you don't get paid if you don't do it. Okay. So they cannot control you unless you allow them to do that. Okay. You have to realize that you have the ability to stop them. That's why we teach this class, Defense Against the Dark Arts. If you believe that they have control of you and that they are in control, they will be in control of you and they will be in control. Okay, you have to realize that, right? What is this that you said here? How do we? What if you beat the assassin or survived? Yeah, I've done that before. I've actually done that before. Okay, so how do we escape the mark of the beast? There is no mark of the beast because we haven't allowed them to do it. There is a dystopian society that is actually running concurrently with this one, where they have implants where people have to have those to get food and things like that. That's actually a reality that's happening right now. But that reality is about to go away, and this reality is going to continue. So you don't have the mark of the beast. You don't get the mark of the beast. You're not going to get the mark of the beast because we're not allowing it to happen. Taking it away. Okay. Well, I didn't either. I didn't get that thing either. Right. I refused. Period. Come and take my weapon from my cold, unalived hands. Okay. That's what I told them. you can come and collect me when I'm unalived because you're not doing what you're telling me to do. Okay. You beat it, but does that make you a bigger target? Well, as soon as you or anyone else become a healer and try to wake up, you become a target. They don't want you to do that, so they try to keep you from doing that. Our timeline's real, yes, they are, and we're actually collapsing the timelines and taking away every timeline where they're in control, and they're hating it. So that's why they don't want you to believe that Mandela effects are a thing. That's why they're putting out fake Mandela effects right now, and they're going to flood the market with it coming up soon because they need you guys to doubt the Mandela effect is real. Because those of you who remember the Mandela effect, you remember that because that was a timeline that you were in before that no longer exists. Okay? Like, do you remember Tinkerbell coming up to the screen and going poof and having all the sparkles and then flying back and around? Can you turn this light on for me, please? And thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then flying around the castle and going over the back of the castle. Disney says that never happened, but millions and millions of people remember that. There's many, many other things. They don't want us talking about these anymore because people like me are telling you the Mandela effects are happening, and you remember them because you're one of the people who came here to wake people up. Okay. What is CERN and the God particle? The God particle is the Higgs boson. It has nothing to do with CERN. The God particle is the number 9. It is the Higgs boson. It is the controlling factor that is everything and nothing. God is the Higgs boson. Higgs boson means God particle. God is the Higgs boson. Okay? They're trying to see if they can in any way get control of it with CERN, and they want you to believe that the timeline shifts are them, and they have no fucking clue what's happening, and they're scared fucking shitless because we're fixing the timelines, we're fixing this planet, we're writing the timelines, and we're collapsing timelines where they're in control and they're going away, and they're losing their power, and they're desperate now to do anything they can do to keep a hold of their power, and they don't care what they have to do. They already tried. I'm going to freak some of you out. 1991, 1994, when Bill Clinton was the president of the United States, they tried nuking the entire surface of the earth. Okay? They were going to do that to unalive everybody on earth. Okay? Our people, those aliens that you're wondering about, that you keep waiting for the federal governments of this planet to tell you exist, those people came down here and rendered every single nuclear weapon on the face of this earth inert, and they had none. And if you go back in time and you're old enough to remember 1994 until now, you go back in time and remember that they stopped talking about nuclear weapons at about 1994 and never said another word about them anywhere until 2016 when they built new ones. Because no one had them, my friends. No one. And there was a race to get them back before anybody else and to stop the countries that they didn't want to have it to get it. Okay, round, the flat's just crap they made up. The reason that story comes into play, okay, let me show you how that story comes into play. If you look up the ancient creation stories of most of the religions, the Japanese, the Hebrews, before the story of there was nothing and then there was light. Go back to the story of Marduk, and go and look at the Viking sagas, and you see that there was a giant. There was nothing. There was the ooze, the primordial ooze. Some of the people named that primordial ooze. And then there was this big giant god or goddess that was helping create the earth. And then the big giant god or goddess got a little cuckoo, and they needed to get rid of the god or goddess because they were taking over and they were getting in our way now. So Marduk unalives Tiamat, the goddess. And then in Japan, I forgot the name of the goddess or the god. It was a big giant, and he was a god, and he was laying on the land of the islands of Japan. So they unalived him. The frost giants, I forgot his name. He had a silly name, the giant that they unalived there. Okay, and then they took they weren't actually unalived, they were sleeping. Then they took the skull of that giant god or goddess, and they made the dome of the sky, and the teeth became the mountains, and the blood became the rivers and the oceans. Okay, so those were metaphors from thousands of years ago to actually tell you that you're living in the mind of a sleeping god or goddess. Okay, so that's because they believed that because of this story. So they believed it forever that the earth was flat because there was the dome of the sky and we were living inside the skull of a giant sleeping god. Okay, so the earth was flat because that's what they were told from their creation story. Okay, so they believed that. Then they took away that, well, it's a giant god because they didn't want you to believe there was a god or a goddess. So the earth just became flat. And it stayed that way until people like Socrates 3,000 years ago said, I don't believe that the earth is flat. I believe it's round. And they said, blasphemy. And then they tried him and made him drink wormwood and unalived him because he was telling craziness to people. So then come forward in time in the 1700s, there was a guy who wanted to prove that the earth was flat. So he claims, this is where the whole story of the earth being flat and the firmament comes from. He claims he sailed out and found the firmament, but you can't do it because it has this magical ability to make you turn right and you'll never be able to find it. But I sailed out and found it with my crew who never corroborated his story. And he said, I sailed out there and I found it. And then we sailed for thousands of miles this way. And then we turned around and sailed thousands of miles back the other way, never once leaving the wall to go get food and water in a time that sailing from New York City to London took 30 days. That's 2,500 miles. He says he went thousands and thousands of miles in this direction and that with no food and water, with a crew that was all immune to the firmament, came back and said, you can't go over there and find it because there's this magical stuff that'll keep you from finding it. And that's where people are literally believing that the earth is flat. He wanted to prove the earth was flat because the ancient scrolls all said we were living in the dome of the sky and we were living inside the head of a sleeping giant. I am telling you no lies. Look that stuff up for yourself. Wormwood is a poison. Zach, wormwood is a poison that if you ingest it, it's like an oil. If you drink it, it'll unalive you. In fact, if you watch Hamlet, Hamlet's father was sleeping and Hamlet's uncle poured wormwood in his ear and unalived him. And then the ghost of his father, Hamlet's father, told him, your uncle unalived me. And that's the whole story of Hamlet. Okay, so wormwood was a poison before we had all the bioweapons that we have today. Right? No word of a lie. Okay, so you guys have to realize that the earth is just not flat. You can believe it if you want. I don't care because I'm not here to make you believe one thing or the other. You can believe the earth is flat until you become unalived and then you realize that it's not. and then you'll get veiled again. When you come back down, you can believe that it's flat again. If you want to live in the flesh and try to prove the world's flat, do it. How come nobody's gone? If that guy was immune to it, how come no one else is immune to it? And how do we know that the firmament is there and that there's this magic when nobody can go and see it to prove that that's what's happening to us? Okay? You just can't. And wait a minute, and half of the entire world would have to be in on the cover up from the other half of the world. Because how many governments are there on this planet? And how many personnel in their military, and how long are those people in the military, and how often do they serve in the military, and how they're flying around? How many people fly airlines and airplanes and military planes all over the world? And how many people are doing that all the time, every single day? You would have to pay off every single person that's ever done that was ever going to do that, to get them to say the earth is round when it's in fact flat, which means that out of 8 billion people, 500 or 5 billion or 4 billion people are on the payroll, so that all you guys think that the earth is flat. Yet none of those people have come out and said, I can tell you truly that the earth is flat or it's not flat. Why? Because what? They have a threat from everybody that they're going to get unalive. So half of the population has to be in on it to dupe the other half of the population. This is the only way it works. Because how many people fly planes? No, there's people all the time that say that. No, there's not. Where are those people? Where are people signing those things? Every time somebody tells me that and they send me something, it's AI and it's made up and it's crap. Okay, the earth is not flat. It is freaking round. In fact, it's a toroidal field. There's a hole in the top and the bottom that goes into the center. Okay. Close but not close. Right. God, Jesus is the true God. He's within. Jesus is not God. Okay. And there's nowhere in the Bible that says that. They created God Jesus in the year 325 AD when they rearranged the Bible and took a bunch of books out of it. This is what I do for a living, my friend. I wrote a book about it. Okay. I have 4 religious titles and 1 spiritual title. I've been knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. This is what I do for a living. Okay. So close but no cigar. How many titles do you have, and where's your degree in theology? Okay. This is what I do. Okay. That has been made up. They lied about that, created Jesus as God, because they tell you that he said God will come as a thief in the night. That conversation, if you go and read it today in Matthew and in John, they were asking him, when is the new heaven and the new earth? When is our enlightenment going to happen? And he said, I tell you truly, my Father says, not me, not I, not we, my Father says he will come as a thief in the night. Meaning, you don't know when your awakening is going to happen. They used that line to say that Jesus was God. And then he said, wait here, he's coming back. That line is nowhere in the Bible. They refer back to that same line, and they say, Jesus said, I will come as a thief in the night, so he's God. Why? Because Jesus is the Word of God, and in Genesis, now they go back to the Hebrew Bible, the Apocrypha, and they say in the Hebrew Bible, in Genesis, it says, God created the earth, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Therefore, Jesus is the Word of God, so therefore he is God. Trinity. In nomine Patri, Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Okay? Would they block your psychic gifts to prevent you from seeing in the astral? They try. That's what they do. They try to lock you into the physical plane. That's blocking your gifts. If they can get you to focus on the physical, you go veiled and you get stuck. That's what they're doing to you. Then they keep you in a state of fear in your lizard brain, and then you're stuck and you're down here in 3rd dimension, and that's all you know. That's how they're doing that. Okay? You can wake that up. All you have to do is learn about the Christos and freaking wake up. Right? That's all you have to do. It's in my book. It's a video on my page in Facebook. It's all over the place. Most pilots will tell you it's flat. Not true. Not true. Have them sign an affidavit and put it out there to the world. Most pilots will not tell you it's flat. That's a lie that flat earthers tell you. Okay? And if they pay one pilot to say that, they go, see, look at this. Okay? It's just not true. I'm telling you, I've seen it from space. It's not true. That's a child's ideology. But you can believe that because you're living in 3D. You can believe whatever you want. You can believe the sun is orange. You can believe that God is purple. You can believe that Jesus had 10 legs. I don't care. I'm not here to try and sell you on anything. I'm trying to give you the truth. And if you can't see the truth, then believe what you want. I'm not here to be your savior. I'm not here to tell you anything other than truth. So if you want to think I'm lying to you and you want to think you know, live your life, man. Live your life. Be you. Right? Earth is not spinning ball either. Yeah, actually it is. Prove it. Tell me why. Tell me how the Earth is not a spinning ball. You can't. You can't say that. You can, only thing you can say is that firmament, sun is inside the firmament. If it was, then how and why is it that nobody from the flat earthers will go to the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere on the solstice so they can watch the sun go down in the west and get halfway down and start coming up in the east, which can't happen if the Earth is inside the fucking dome. Can't happen. Okay. So then all of a sudden, flat earthers go, well, the sun goes below the flat Earth now. All of a sudden, they change their shit every time you go poo poo. I poo poo your idea. Then they go, well, it's actually this way, and they just make it up, and they tell you you can't see it as round, therefore it's not round because you can't prove it. The only way that you can prove it is you have to go into space, take off your spacesuit, and walk outside and become unalived. Then you can never tell anybody what you saw. Okay? It's the only way you can do it. And that's what they do to you. They tell you that. It's bullshit. It was made up to distract you. The longer you try to figure out whether the earth is flat or round, the longer you're not getting off this rock. So do what you want to do. I've flown hundreds of thousands of miles and there's no curve. Okay. Okay. So have I. And there was a curve. You're tiny. You can't see the curve from 20,000 feet because the earth is really, really big. Okay. But you're not going to believe it. So believe what you want. Afterwards, after you're unalived in this life, I'll come to you and I'll go, hey, how you doing, bub? Let's go take a look at the earth. Okay. And then you can tell me how the earth is not a sphere. Right. So until then, spend your days looking for flat earth. Then why don't you go to the firmament, film it, and bring it back to everybody? Because why can't you do that? Oh, no, nothing. Everything is on magic. Won't let anybody go and see it. Magically. But the guy in the 1700s was immune to it. And so was his entire crew. That means there's a genome on this planet that is immune to it. Find it and get them to go there and film it and come back. Okay. His crew didn't even corroborate the story. One guy said it who was trying to prove the earth was flat. He said, I went out there and I saw this. And his crew did not go, yep, we saw it too. Okay. It's a sphere. It's a torus. It is actually a toroidal field. It's a torus. Okay. Do you guys know what not a torus the bull, a toroidian field? And that's why they won't show you the north and the south, because there's a hole there that goes through to the other side. Okay. They don't want you to know that. Okay. How do you feel about ancient practices like voodoo or what is it, IFA? I actually teach about that here in the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Most everything in the world needs you to be afraid of it for it to have any power over you. Period. They have to convince you that I just put a hex on you and you're going to become unalive. You have to be scared and let that happen. Otherwise, nope, you have no power. No, he's this and he's that, or she's this and that, and she's gonna you're just gonna nothing, not gonna happen. Okay, I teach this to ghost hunters. Okay, I've been teaching it for like 30 years. I teach ghost hunters when they're going out with ghost hunters, and there's a psychic, and I teach them how to exorcise. You can see that on the list over here, exorcism. I teach them how to exorcise whatever, demons, whatever is evil on a property. If they want to get rid of it, I teach them how to do that. Your focus determines your reality. If you think and you become afraid, that thing is going to win and kick your ass. The second you become afraid, you're done. Okay? You cannot be afraid no matter what. You have to look at them and go, what are you doing? Fuck off. Get out of here. And they're going to look at you and go, blah, 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 blah. They're going to run right up at your face and they're going to do all this stuff. And you go, no, headbutt them. No, get out of here. You do not have that power. I am the creator. You are disembodied. You're no one. So nobody has anything that they can do. Okay? And people go, I'm going to put a hex on Donald Trump. That didn't work, did it? People were like, I'm gonna bind Donald Trump and he's gonna lose the election. Won the election by a landslide. Where's all those witches now? Right? Nothing. They had nothing. Well, he almost got unalived. Almost doesn't count. Only in hand grenades, horseshoes, nuclear holocaust, and sex. That's it. Okay? Assassination almost doesn't count. Almost is you missed. Okay? right? So people are like, I'm going to bind him. I'm going to send all this energy to Donald Trump and hex him. And I'm like, you're going to do nothing but get shit right back on yourself, and your life's going to be crap. And you know which wars I've gotten into in my life? Every time somebody says, I'm sending spells on you, I just go like this. Reflect. I teach that, Defense Against the Dark Arts. If you guys want to learn how to learn how to do that, everybody should learn this, because there's evil people out there, but they need you to believe that they are better and stronger than you. The second you stop believing that the people who think they own this earth own it is the second they don't own it anymore. The second that you don't believe that they have any slave chain over you is when they don't have a slave chain over you. The second that you believe when somebody comes to you and says, I am the ultimate evil in the universe and I'm going to send my minions to come get you, and you go, whatever, get out. Reflect, talk to the hand. They can't do shit to you. Trust me, I've been teaching it for 30 years. Energy vampires, everything. Right? I don't know if you guys could hear that. Lightning is coming. Oh no, it's going to get me. Right? No. Okay. Right? Trump is the man, right? No, I agree with you. It depends on whether you like him or not. Some of you aren't going to like him. History will tell. He is taking away the power from the deep state right now. That stuff that's going on in the Middle East is being done to move all that centralized oil that the Rockefellers have, taking that power away from them and moving the centralized oil to another place where other people have control of it. This is a power shift. And that's why they're trying to start a third world war. That's why they didn't want him to become the president, because they are unhinged at taking away that stuff. And if you guys want to pull for him to become unalived and put the deep state right back in charge of you and everything that you own, if you think that's where you should be and that you shouldn't be free and you should be a slave, then you go ahead. That's the allegory of the cave. I'm gonna give you the allegory of the cave, and then I'm gonna leave because I gotta eat dinner. I've been on here for 6 hours. Okay. So the allegory of the cave, when you take philosophy 101, the very first philosophy class, there's a couple of allegories. The allegory of the cave is this. Okay. It is, you take two people and you set them on chairs or a stump, doesn't matter. The chairs are good because you can tie them all up. You tie them to a chair, even their head, they can only look forward. And then you put blinders so they can't look around with their eyes, they can only see forward. Okay? Two people side by side. And then you start a fire behind those people, and the only thing that they can see in their reality is the shadows on the wall cast by the light of the fire that's behind them. And you burn that fire 24 hours a day. And you raise those children from children into an adulthood, and you feed them every single day, and that becomes their reality. Okay? And that's all they know. After about 10 years or 20 years of them sitting in front of that with the fire going and hearing the crackling of the fire and looking at the wall, even when you're talking to them, they see your shadow and hear your voice, and that's it. After that 10 years of age, or 20 years, however long you want to do it, you untie them and you walk them out to the end of the cave and you go, this is reality. They're going to turn around and they're going to be scared to death, and they're going to run back and sit down in those chairs. Do you know why? Because that fireplace, that wall is comfortable to them. Even though it's a prison and they've been in it their entire lives, you would have to go and get them again and force them to go into the sunlight and make them stay there until they realized that that was the real world and that they were in there, but it would take you a long time to debrief them. Okay? That's what's happening to you. You have been in prison your entire life, and they've been keeping you distracted by anything that they can keep you distracted by. Who's Donald Trump? Who's the aliens? Well, the world is flat, or we didn't go to the moon, and I can prove all of this stuff. Third dimension, keeping you away from your own spiritual mindset, your entire existence. And I'm here telling you there's another world, and this is the way that you get out of here. And you're running back. Some of you are running back to those chairs as fast as you can. And you're going, that's not real, 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 this is real. La, 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 la. I'm not listening to that guy. Okay? Someday, you're going to be sitting there because you're not tied up anymore. Someday, you're going to be sitting there and you're going to turn and you're going to go, oh, man, that's just not real, it's not real, that's not real. And one of the two of you is going to go, I'm going to go see. And eventually, you're going to get up and you're going to walk over there and you're going to see that there's an entire world out there that you had no idea about. But they told you that that was your reality. That's you right now, veiled. Okay? So that's a conversation grabber in Philosophy 101 for people to actually talk about the veiling and how people would react learning this information. 9 times out of 10, people are going to run back and sit down in that chair and stay there for all it's worth. And it's going to take them a while before they realize that this is fake and that that's the real world. That's what's happened to all of you. So some of you, when I'm talking about here's the way out of here, the Christ oil, you're like, the earth is flat. No, it's not. But you're too busy worried about that wall and saying that's the reality right there. No, reality is outside of this cave. You're in a cave and that's the reality. No, it's not. No, it's not, because I know people told me this place is real. They keep telling me this is real. I know it's real because they told me it was real. This is what I've always known. It's the same thing that there's a part of us that if we learn Christianity first, we're going to believe that Christianity is the only way and that everybody else is wrong. If you learn the Muslim way first, you're going to believe that the Muslim way is the right way and everything else is wrong because you learned it first. Whatever you learn first, you're going to believe that's the real one and everybody else is a lie. So whatever you learn first in the world, you're going to believe is reality. So if someone says to you, you're supposed to strap on all of this explosives and go over there and unalive people and God's going to give you 72 virgins, okay, you're going to believe that and you're going to do it. Then you're going to go up there and it's not going to be that way. And then you're going to have to recycle and you're going to have to come back. Then you're not going to remember it anyways, okay, because they know what reality is, just like I do. You don't have to believe me. You don't. But one day, because you're no longer tied up, one day you're going to look over and go, I wonder what's out there. Maybe that crazy guy was, maybe I should go see. You're going to become tired of sitting there and looking at that wall. You're in an escape room. You're going to be tired of doing it. And then you're going to get up and you're going to go. Okay. Christ oil is within you. Okay. The Christ oil is within you and it happens once a month inside you every single month when the moon moves in and through your sun sign for 60 hours, for 2.5 days. You can track it. There's a video on my Facebook page, right? You can go and look, or you can go on YouTube and Google that, Christ Oil Within. There's videos. It's in my book. I wrote about it in my book. Okay. You can watch those videos for free, and it tells you about the Christ oil, and everybody in the world knew about it. They knew about it for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and then bad people took control of it, and they're not letting you see it anymore. And they got you tied up sitting at a wall, and they're telling you that's reality. Don't listen to anybody that tells you anything different. So one day you're going to get tired of staring at that wall, and you're going to go out and you're going to take a look at what's going on outside. When you do, you're going to realize that your entire life is been a lie. Okay. All right, guys, I got to go. I got to have dinner. And
thank you so much for all of your support.
And we got craziness happening over here. We're gonna have to close all the doors and windows because we have a storm. Yeah, we have a storm coming. I love you guys. Click on that thing to follow, and then I'll talk to you guys next time I go live. All right. You guys have a good night, good morning, or good afternoon, depending on where in the world you are. Okay.